Ani tak masak. Sihat-sihat alhamdulillah. Waalaikumsalam. Wamas pukul 5. Wamas dulu pukul 5. Ya saya cuba letak okey. Tak adalah selalu tanya je kan. Nak ambil kau. Alright. Waalaikumsalam. Cuba bagi teka-teki. Let's go. Aku tertidur sekejap guys. Alright. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam. SRJ malam lagi ke malam? Kapan main jam? Malam-malam. Abalot. Salam dari Pontianak. Waalaikumsalam. Welcome guys. Semua baju like time live. Let's go. Mantap. Moga Allah merahmati abang and wife. 3 cepat. Amin. Abalot. Salam dari Borneo Pontianak. Thank you. Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam Ji. Halau Amos. Tidur sekejap tak apa Bang Lot. Janji nobat. Ya. Dia macam ambil short nap tadi. Tak sihat ke? Sihat je. Tadi tidur kan. Bangun tidur ni. Budak-budak kejut kan. Bang. Dah 6 pukul 5 bang. Aduh. Afen awak ada kot. Tertidur tadi. Bowling menang ni kan. Boleh lah. Boleh. Menang. InsyaAllah. Lawan dengan apa? Bushido Wildcats. Hello Bang Lot. Smart. Tak adalah. Kosong je. Dalam baju kosong. Saja nak menunjuk. Oh, region Europe daripada Turki tu. Bushido Wildcats ni daripada Turki. Maknanya tim selepas Aurora ni, Aurora Turki. Esok
series, with the first team to win 2 games claiming the series. The first game begins with a physical coin toss. The winning team chooses either its side of the map or first pick in the hero draft. In the second game, the choice automatically passes to the opposing team. If a third and deciding game is required, the right to choose is once again determined by a physical coin toss. Teams earn tournament points for each series victory in accordance with the tournament bracket.
Yeah. Kejap guys. Waalaikumsalam Syazrin Fazi. Syazrin Fazil. Okey. Tak nak lah tele-tele kau. Dah kena block dah terus. Selamat petang. Sorry guys. SRG kan atas tu ada ni. Saya letak bawah pula. Okey. SRG malam. Nampak kan? Nampak ke tak nampak? Waalaikumsalam Dan. Welcome guys. Nampak? Janganlah masuk tanya. Dah letak dah untuk mengelakkan saya nak jawab berkali-kali. Masih ada lagi tanya. Kita ada makro ya bang? Iya bang. Kita ada makro sikit je bang. Ada makro sikit je bang. Semalam tak tengok Wamos bang. Menang ke bang? Semalam kalah 2-1. Apa bang? Kalah dengan champion bang yang Piala ID. Okey bang. Tulisan kasih warna hitam bang. Alright. We are back. Demam ke bang? Jangan lupa makan ubat. Tak ada lah. Tertidur sekejap tadi. Mana tak tunjuk apa ni? Kalau sihat alhamdulillah Shadows. Oh, alright.
We're going to be seeing Falcons, the FYG teams, Entity 7, Bigatron by Vitality, Foot Esports, Vamos, Bushido Wildcats.
So Vamos dekat sini So Vamos dekat atas ni. So pemenang.
No one is eliminated yet, but they're
Oh, dia boleh jumpa BTR balik.
watch out for while the teams have
Boleh jumpa BTR balik kalau menang ni.
qualified.
Kan?
Victory or defeat could mean that
Vamos BTR. Macam tu lah aku nampak. Kan?
Saw the shape of a draft of the meta game, I would say, through the draft of the teams that we've seen yesterday.
Ni kalau kena sidai macam mana tadi, habis bolot buka sejarah steady. Okay, jangan risau. Kalau kena sidai tu jangan risau. Saya ada untuk entertainkan korang. Saya akan mengisi masa-masa sidai tu. Bang, hari ni sokong stream YT je. Titi abang dah ramai. Terima kasih. Welcome back to my YT Berapa YT sekarang? Okey. Kejap lagi naik tu. Kalah Team Spirit dengan Falcon. Apa ni juara MSC? Saya rasa dia orang tak main. Apa yang saya faham, saya betulkan kalau saya salah. Macam dia orang ada delay untuk sampai ke Kazakhstan. Jadi mereka macam forfeit the game. Jadikan Falcon menang game tu. Dan Spirit akan bermain daripada game yang kedua daripada bawah. Apakah itu benar?
But at the same time, it means that the games will be much faster.
oh, for sure. It seems like Turtle 1, Turtle 2, whoever gets to win it and gets a tower after that, pretty much already wins the game. Making comebacks is so much harder now with the presence of some
Live kat YT serabut dengan iklan.
portion of the game all the way
Okey.
till the late. And I'm looking at you, Lara, Paquito. But
Bang, serabut itu je lah bang. Kadang dapat monetization bang. Kita orang cari duit kan. Kadang dengan iklan-iklan tu lah bang. Tapi kalau abang nak serabut, macam mana bang serabut?
priority. And currently the most hyper
Itulah yang mendatangkan keuntungan. Tak banyak. Kadang-kadang satu stream dapat 20-30 ringgit.
if I'm not mistaken,
So kalau satu bulan tu buatlah 10 live macam ni ke, adalah 200-300 extra money.
if I'm not being wrong.
Oh, 7-2, but it was about 6-0 from our.
Streamer lain nobar drop view bang lot.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Ya dia, streamer lain. Hari ni rasanya ramai. Tambah-tambah semalam SRG dah menang kan. Dah start ramai dah.
So not only that, when you look at the teams and how they prioritize the Barats,
Apa bang, saya punya view normal bang macam ni bang. Saya okey je bang. Semalam tu kira rezeki bang.
it's not like just a hero that you
Format turnamen ni 1-2 pergi knockout. Kan abang Lok?
you also just make
Rated apa whitelist ke? Ni dah ada dah apa.
fluid. And to add to that, we've seen a lot of good Barats plays. Teams and players not only are identifying where to put Barats in the draft, but also they knew exactly how to use it in the actual games. We're seeing how good the sneaky
Yeah.
plays that we've seen yesterday. That it seems like it's not just a trend from MSC, from the tournaments I've seen here locally. It's actually the thing now. The way that you utilize your bats is you have to be very crafty with it. And when you are finding good targets,
Waalaikumsalam.
your opponents, you're easily making it easy for your team to win.
It has been a very interesting
Sekejap
to our tournament so far. So there's actually a video catch. Let's look at that.
Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam. Amin. Semalam komen abang kat Titi laju highway gila. Ya duk.
Between our
Ada.
understanding of the languages, some think that they do because so many gamer slang words made their way into other languages. Mobile Legends players might just be the loudest crowd to agree with the statement. This raises a question: which phrase is so easy to understand during gaming that it doesn't need any translation? Boom! You might have thought of something like good game /GG, DPS, or even buff/nerf. Or you might have remembered iconic phrases that are probably ingrained in our heads by now, like in Counter-Strike, in Mortal Kombat, in Ace Attorney. But back to the topic at hand. Where does the game Mobile Legends stand in all of this? There are many interesting categories in common phrases among Mobile Legends players. Character names, player behavior, in-game actions, and more. Characters whose names are long transform into shorter word collections. Trix turns into Gusion, into Gus. Player behavior related words like noob means someone who is new. Jungler means a person who clears creeps and secures objectives. Or toxic, a player who is not on their best behavior. Am I losing you yet? No? Good. It will be quite important if you are new. Now, for the in-game actions. CC refers to crowd control, meaning any action which represses enemy movements. Backline is for ambushing your opponents. Gank, forcing a team fight when you have the Did you recognize everything? If yes, now you are equipped to understand the universal gamer phrases during Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches on Games of the Future 2026.
You know what? New editor. I didn't expect
14, 15, 16.
They did a really great job.
I can't believe that it is Games of Future where we'll see this kind of quality video. Amazing to watch. There's a lot of callbacks from the previews. From the
14, 15, 16.
and also past footages of hero review like, but stitched in a very good manner that it allowed you it actually allows other people who aren't from movie to actually understand what roles are in a movie. And I think that's quality.
It's quality. You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of those like old fashioned edits with whatever song they would want and just posted it on the internet. But it was like a delayed, higher version of that in terms of the timing. On our there was a song. I'm pretty sure like back into the live there was like, but that you find there. Pretty sure that sets the whole for the act that we're seeing today in just a bit. You're all gonna be of matches, but a pretty few for the viewers of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports, and you can see the schedule as well for the groups and the matches to expect. Remember, there is another broadcast. Now, if there is a specific game and match that you're or just when I fell in Gideon because you love them. I mean, I love them too. Just look for the broadcast opposite of this. It's on the official channel. It's everywhere. Go ahead and look for it. You know what? We already read the videos that we've already shown. So let's go ahead and do another one. All right, watch this.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply
Oh.
life into inanimate objects. Our line is a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor, and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many secrets, and we love him for it.
All right, we
Lambat abang. Sabar, sabar, sabar.
nice little
Aku pun tengah.
more information, of course, of the vibes that we bring.
Sudah makan ke? Sorry. Aku tengah MPLID guys.
With even more physical activity, just
Hmm.
a form of esports as we know it. So, we've already discussed a little bit about the meta. We've talked about Barrett's, Melissa, and the rise. I feel like I keep asking this, but it's a constant question because of this meta landscape. Have we finally stabilized? Are we clear on the trades of like Barrett's, Melissa, Atlas, Valentina, Belleric, the whole relationship with those heroes? And then, of course, the trade for like Fanny's, Heraras. Is that it? Have we stabilized? And we can talk about it as our viewers just look at the schedule.
Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting question because my answer is that yeah, we have stabilized. That is becoming the top heroes, and there will be just some pocket picks that will arise that will answer those meta picks. For example, top of my head, that's the Brody, which teams have now started. We know that the Melissa, the Hirara, as well as the Barretts, they're like the top heroes. And then you also have that Eudora, which also is a top hero. So my answer to your question is that, yep, I feel like like that the meta has actually stabilized already.
You know what? Hopefully, we do get to see that because it's really gotten to the point the possibilities is wrecking my brain, and it's starting to be in a bad way. I mean, I love it. It makes the drafts very unpredictable, but overwhelming feeling of okay, it seems like there's some very clear trades that we want to take. So hopefully you watching wherever you are, whether at home, whether you're on the way to work or school, wherever country, hopefully you understand that we are on the broadcast that's looking towards Group B and Group D, and we will be opening it up with Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos brought Bigtron by Vitality to their limit. They went to 3 games, and it was a great, entertaining series. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Wolf, Bushido Wildcats, they struggled to show their own identity.
Unfortunately, for both of these teams, this is the lower bracket, which means that they will face elimination. But we do know that Clock and Airfor for Natco, Sizga, and Zakif I would say, great chance at winning at this. And I'm only basing this because of yesterday's performances. Team Vamos
Alright.
biggest run by Vitality, and they also managed to of the preview of the meta game. They showed us how to use the Mesa. They
Alright.
showed us how to use two tanky heroes with an assassin and a hard marksman, right? So teams, I think that it was just BTR adjusting more properly and had more experience compared to them. Now they're at this point that they can actually show what they're worth up against Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, Bushido Wildcats, compared to the glowing review that, well, of course, myself also brought out Team Vamos, this team just, it feels like they couldn't show off what they're capable of because they were up against a team in Foot Esports, a fellow competitor in the Turkey Championship, who just really looked like they got their number. They knew where they would want to go. I feel like there were some moments where the members of Foot Esports knew what Bushido Wildcats wanted to think about before they could even think. That's what it felt like just watching
Alright.
the series.
Easy buat Vamos
We'll give it to Bushido Wildcats.
Ni tim daripada Turkey ya guys, Turkey. Mungkin second team ah selepas Aurora Turkey, Aurora Gaming.
Maybe even better than the Dragon Sports, but they could just not execute. If there's one matchup that I'm gonna have to be looking out for, it's keeping it simple.
Suara YT tak ada bang Lot. Suara YT tak ada.
In the place of Sepat, really got to show off for Team Vamos and look so comfortable with the team. You
Sekarang ada ke?
mentioned a great barrier. He was a great Barrett's player and also handled heroes such as the Uranus and other tanky heroes really well. Meanwhile, Kuntepper on Bushido Wildcats just had a lot of moments.
Sekarang dah okey dah kan? Tadi aku slow kan.
The term you used yesterday was overcompensating. And when you're up against like Team Vamos, the risk of
Okay
that
dah belum?
happening again this series is actually so much higher.
Waalaikumsalam. Okey bang, mantap. Alright.
Especially because Vamos is a team that is also chaotic in the early stages or final stages of the game. All things considered, so I do agree with you. You can this early game will be so volatile for both teams, especially because Bushido Wildcats can draft properly, and the adverse effect of that is Bushido Wildcats might be in a tough spot because they might not be prepared for this kind of playstyle coming from Southeast Asia, specifically from Malaysia, and specifically from Tamos themselves. I think that there was a time where Sunshine.
Hi Remo. I call it Remo. Your name is Remo maybe.
Team Vamos from before.
Sekarang apa main?
Maybe M4, maybe yes, or at least experience playing up against Malaysian players, but in terms
JDT
of
dengan Melaka United.
familiarity, there will be a lot of challenges for Bushido Wildcats now.
For sure, especially since Vamos really do love that playstyle that you were hearkening to, wherein it's quite smothering. But I feel like, and I think this is.
Waalaikumsalam. Izin follow. Silakan. Yang mana yang dah masuk live saya ni jangan lupa untuk tekan button follow, tekan button subscribe. Sambil tu tap screen. Hari ni saya baru bangun tidur sekejap. Mood tak berapa bagus. Kan? Sebelum saya nak maki korang je, baik korang buat semua ni. Okay. Kamera di dalamnya kau jelek ya kemain padahal Rusia loh. Jelek pergi tidur lah lo.
How liquid stampede can you get for everyone?
Okay, my quick answer to that is absolutely yes. Because you are heavily
Kemarin rekod
incentivized in this
penonton
meta
8K
game
bang.
that we have
Marah lagi bang. Jelek
to
lah
be
itulah.
aggressive, to be aggro. And
Pergi tidur.
I think that you will lose more. You lose more games if you don't catch up with this kind of playstyle, right? Of course, you still have to think about your macro and your late game. However, there is just so much
Zaman saya
benefit
bila main besok petang
focusing
pukul
on
3.
your early game.
Tak ada live.
Because the teams that you will be
Itu
playing
besok
up
pukul
against
3.
will also
Ada live.
focus
Jangan
on
tanya
that
ada live ke tak ada.
anyways. The way that we're drafting, the amount of heroes that are
Kenapa
really
bang Daman
good
Sarah tak ada live?
when
Tim
it comes
okey
to
tu.
early game dominance and early game advantage
Delay lagi kan ni?
is just
Oh
too
aku tak
much.
set up.
It's gonna be
Dia tak
foolish
ada
if you
delay.
don't
Saya
really
kejap saya set
think about
kan.
improving your early game in this landscape that we have.
To see matches go
Okay.
into that push and pull mid to late game type, although we do still get to see from time to time. It seems like the best teams can pull it off and finish the game 11 to 14 minutes in. Onyx seem to have found a new footing in remembering.
Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a
Ini yang
whole genre
stream yang
of
satu lagi.
competitive
As the
sport?
type to play marksman heroes, always been fantastic about that. Always been fantastic with it. But the man played back-to-back Paquito
Alright.
games.
Tidak je gitu ya. Boring ah. Boring jangan tengok bang. Jangan tengok pergi buat benda lain. Petang-petang ni pergi jogging ke apa ke. Kan daripada duduk melantak itu melantak ini kan badan pun dah kaki lutut pun sakit tak tampung berat korang ni kan. Kalau mengantuk apa semua pergi buat sesuatu benda yang berfaedah.
Well, I would say world
Daripada kau
championship,
datang
but
sini asyik
it's
komplain.
an international championship with worldwide audience, the biggest
Pergi.
tournament of this
Pergi
year.
berlari
when it
ke
comes
apa
to
ke?
prize pool. MSC in the finals, it went 7 games where both teams were just
Sorry
trying
sorry
to
bang, sorry
win,
bang.
Against each other in the draft.
Semua benda tak kena kan. Kau tutup kau punya handphone, kau keluar rumah, kau pergi berlari.
And the compositions, and when you look in the game that they
Badan macam kobau dah, kobau. Kau tahu kobau. Orang Perak kata dah kobau dah.
You have to absolutely win the early game. 7-game series with all stomps. Oh, that will always tell you
Lagi
that,
sambil
yes,
jerit kau kuat,
this
"Ya,
is the meta game that
adalah
we're playing.
bang
You have
aku.
to really think
Aku dah
about
kurus."
the early games.
Macam
That
tu.
is definitely the snapshot that we should look at.
Sambil menjerit. Nampak ada seorang lagi sebelah tu kan. Macam kau juga. Kau marah dia lagi.
Isn't just about, of course, like the draft.
Kau
although that
pergi
is a
bisik kat
huge,
telinga tu ataupun jerit kat
portion of
telinga
it.
tu.
And I like that you mentioned that the tug of war feels like it's really in the first
Sabar
phase,
Mulan,
man,
makan
and
sebuah
first
hari ni.
phase
Aku
picks.
dah cakap aku
That
bangun-bangun
first
tidur.
three that you
Jangan
get
tanya soalan-soalan yang
really
bingai
sets
kat
the
aku.
level for the entire match, not just the draft in its individual scene, but it
Tenang, bang.
also
Okey, okey.
asks
Tenang,
so
tenang, tenang.
much of every player in every position in the first 3 minutes of the game to not mess up. You better be doing
Yes.
your job correctly or the entire team is feeling it. It's the most punishing
Kalau komplain
meta
tu awet,
landscape
macam mana,
that
bang?
we've had in the longest
Suruh
time.
awet komplain kat sini tengok.
Before, it's-
Aku
there's a
maki
way
tak
for you to
maki.
recover. You lose all 3 turtles.
Awet tak awet.
as long as
Hari
you
ni
got farm
kau
on
jangan
your
pasal
boat,
buat pasal
it's
lah bro.
fine. You can
Sabar bang.
get lower
Assalamualaikum
one.
waalaikumsalam. Saya nak
In
tanya
this
jujur dari
landscape,
abang
you
Lord
lose
M.
all 3
Okey.
turtles, there's a
Roster
high
reveal apa
chance the
pendapat bang
price to
jujur
pay
dari
for
season
that
lagi seronok dari
is
season
that
depan
you
ke?
couldn't get
Setiap
enough
season
farm for
seronok je.
either one of your side learners, which, by the way,
Apa
is
kau
so
bagi
much
tahu aku
more
season mana yang tak
important
pernah
now,
seronok?
especially in this landscape.
Setiap
So,
season ada je seronok
I'm
dia.
expecting a lot more of the
Kan?
same that we've gotten used to in
Kau
the
follow je
previous weeks
Gorgeous.
of action that we got,
Kau mesti dapat
especially
seronok.
since the start of FMSC.
Kau sidai, lepas tu
And that
cameraman
should make it
peningkan
so
orang
much
yang
more
tengok. Ya,
difficult
dia tak belajar
for
lagi.
Bushido Wildcats here going up
Kasih
against
faham bang.
Team
Awet pun
Vamos.
kasih
For
aku.
those
Iya,
wondering, we
betul.
are just waiting for the draft to begin. So thank
Selagi
you all
Gorgeous
for
ada,
your
selagi tu
patience.
kita akan rasa
We
seronok.
are
Kau
once
relax
again
je.
in Group B matches. We're going to be seeing Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats first in the lower bracket final. The winner of this will
Terima kasih. Siapa tu?
later on the second group B
Expose.
match that we're going to be seeing.
Kita kata Pashka dulu. Siapa belum Pashka dulu
Representative from Indonesia and a
dah
representative
start dah ni,
from
dah start dah ni.
Turkey. And whoever
Ni
wins that
salah
will
satu
get
pun
a
juga
better
kenapa aku
placement
barang ni.
in the bracket.
Elok je tadi player Wamos semua kita nampak semua dah masuk dah tu.
For whoever loses that matchup, excuse me.
Apa benda tak kena lagi?
If I'm not mistaken, with how it should be,
Ika, terima kasih Ika. Zaria, terima kasih. Dan, terima kasih.
loser will go into the round of 16 bracket in the playoffs, while the winner of upper bracket matches will advance straight into the quarterfinals. Give me a sec while I map
Yeah.
that out.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think that's the case.
Okay.
Yeah. No, because it feels like
Jangan
it
barang-barang
should
lah pakai
not
nasi.
be
Pisang goreng
facing
kicap,
the
kicap. Weh, itu Johor tu,
same-
Johor.
Yeah, I mean it's not people, but yeah, well, people definitely, but
Bang,
the same opponents.
apa expect
So I
abang
would say, yeah.
Sergi perform semalam untuk champion nanti?
I
Apa
think
benda
that-
kau
that
soalan
is,
ni?
That is a topic for.
Jangan aku jadi macam ombong
For sure, we'll just focus on trying to win. Actually, from what the matches are up.
Sabar mungkin.
Talking about
Kicap-kicap.
like,
Oh, ya,
as well
sabar
as
pun, eh.
Bushido, I think that there is an important hero that we have to talk about as well, which is the Eudora and the Bushido.
Sekarang hanya tambahan jungler, Vamos tak tahu siapa. Apa pula tak tahu, dah keluar poster semalam. Emal tu main apa? Bancuh kopi ke kat sana?
Of the Eudora being picked and
yang keluar muka Emal tu dekat Vamos tu, dia nak bancuh kopi ke?
When I saw them being played by Vamos, actually, specifically, it was the first match of the MSC group stages. And I'm sure that you were part of that casting grid, and I'm sure that you guys are also surprised from the Eudora. And me specifically, because I prior to that I wasn't actually paying attention to the metagame of MLBB. Well, I haven't been playing since then. When that happened, actually, so I was surprised about this.
Viewer aku kebanyakannya bengap juga
minutes into the game, just the first
tak salah lah aku cakap. JG sekarang ni memang
said, okay, this is why Eudora is really good. It is a lane bully. It matches up well against most of the mid lane mages.
Terima kasih. Siapa tu? Lina.
And it's a big threat to Assassins.
Baik tu Lina. Kau nampak tak Lina? Sekejap, aku dah follow dia belum? Dah follow.
For the Eudora to actually find an opening
tak ada boyfriend ke belum Lina?
Late game team fight. So that's what I wanted to say about Eudora, and this is something that Bushido Wildcats also suffered from yesterday.
For sure. I spent majority of MSC being the, I wouldn't say notorious, but very vocal hater of the Eudora. And it's not because I think that
bukan
she
Gen Z
is not a
ke?
good hero. I see the value.
Aku berkawan dengan Gen Z bingai macam kurang lah ni.
What she can do. If you get the
Viewer
snowball
lebih
with
ratus
Eudora,
ribu.
it feels
Ramai
great.
bengap.
Hell,
Puluh
if I don't know
elok
what to
je.
pick and I just want
Tengok main kat
quick,
sisi
easy
ke
win
bang?
in
Tak,
solo
rumah
RG,
belakang kau.
and I'm in
Kau
mid
pergi
lane,
ketuk rumah
I'm
belakang
picking
jiran
the
tu.
Eudora.
Tengok. Mesti
It's
ada. Main kat dapur.
underestimated that people just often disrespected it. And we saw a little bit of that yesterday also from Alpha 7 when they faced up against GK Esports and Qdora in Quanok. That man made the Eudora look so easy. He was flickering forward,
SB.
catching assassins at the back,
No,
catching
please,
the
sambung
backliners,
cerita-cinta
catching
pertama
the
Form 2 Abang Lok
opposing
semalam,
mid
please.
laner in the middle of a whole team fight.
Waduh.
There's such
Nak
a high
sambung ke
ceiling with
cerita
what you
tu?
can do with a hero that has a
Cerita
very
cinta pertama.
clear optional set of
Semalam berhenti macam tu je kan?
combinations with the ordering of the skills so that you can
Aku macam tengah tak ada mood tu. Kejap-kejap aku layan perempuan tu. Ni Lina, aku tanya tadi. Dah ada boyfriend ke belum? Dok gelak-gelak ni apa hal? Jawab je lah, dah, belum. Kahwin dah bang. Susah sangat ke?
Shoehorns you to a very specific type of gameplay wherein you're very close to mid-range, and that's why picks like Melissa
macam
and
tu.
Vexana popped up
Tak
because
payahlah
they
cakap
had so
janda
much
macam tu.
range, and a team with
Cakap lah ibu
Eudora would
tunggal.
often struggle
Kan
under
sedap
wondering,
sikit
wait,
nama
we
ibu
cannot
tunggal.
get close enough because of the priorities of the Esme, the Uranus, but
Awak ni.
I feel like it's leveled out. That's why yesterday I also was very vocal. I'm not much of a Eudora hater anymore. I feel like the team's figured out how to balance building around her. She's just so good.
Terima kasih. Ren, ui, 98 Rosa tu dia bagi nak lah bang, nak apa?
Enough buffs.
3 ciri Abang Lok yang dia cakap semalam. Ya. Kan aku dah cakap semalam. Aku ni, kalau Abang Lok ni 3 karakter ni kena ada. Salah satu hilang daripada aku karakter tu, itu bukan Abang Lok. Yang satu apa adik-adik? Karakter yang pertama. Apa? Ataupun 3 benda lah yang ada dalam diri Abang Lok. Yang pertama, botak. Botak.
3 years ago.
Licin.
Oh wow, yeah.
Silau.
Don't remind me how old we are, man. It's not count yet.
Ya,
We can just say it was
nombor
like-
satu.
it was quite a
Kalau aku tiba-tiba ada rambut, dah. Bukan Abang Lok. Yang kedua, terima kasih for the thumbs up. Yang kedua, Baran marah. Kalau aku tak marah korang, tiba-tiba aku senyap 1 jam 2 jam tak bercakap, cakap elok lembut, something wrong. Something wrong. Okay, kena ingat. Yang ketiga,
Like
yang ketiga,
marksman,
pencinta wanita.
traditional marksman. right?
Yeah.
Pencinta
They struggle
wanita.
from that
Walaupun
kind
ada
of
dua
games,
bini.
against
Aku ni
Eudora. So
pantang
it's,
tengok perempuan.
somewhat reminiscent of what we're seeing right now, especially with Assassins, Hirara running around,
Yeah.
Nolans.
Tahu pun kau
Because
orang.
there is a way actually to kind of
So,
survive
Lina,
those kinds of heroes.
awak relax jap.
It seems like sometimes,
Awak boleh DM
you
saya,
just
tak ada
realize,
masalah.
like, time is a flat circle when it comes to MLBB. It seems like we're just working our way
Boleh.
around. Give it another maybe 2 years and then we're suddenly back to the fights in the jungle. And, maybe someone's gonna go back at this. I don't know, but, I can
AR Bike Rental, terima kasih for the I like what I see.
heroes popping up.
Mantap bang Lot.
Hirara,
Takutlah.
again, coming out of nowhere.
Yang kau
A lot
nak
of
takut
people
pasal apa?
expect her
Aku
to
bukan minta nombor kau.
become a big deal. She was
Dah lah jantan, lepas tu nak takut-takut pula.
focused. Like, it was hard to make her work with
alah,
just a
Mak
lot of
ni.
guys, Bakshas and Fredrins running around the jungle. But now, with those like pretty much out as an option, and it's very rare to see teams consider them, then hell yeah.
Okey,
welcome
cerita-cerita
back,
dah benda ni
Assassins.
aku
This is
rasa
where we are now.
permulaan
Really
tu
thank
macam
you
dah kena
EXP
sidai kan.
players that
Let's start
sometimes-
with our story.
And also about the
Kan,
EXP
kita
limit
bermula
of
dengan
this.
kita
Yes,
punya
you have
story,
a very
tinggalkan,
fair trade,
lupakan
Esmeralda,
sengketa,
Euros,
lupakan sementara
but
sidai.
there are
Biar saya
moments
akan
where
menemani
you are encouraged
masa
in
sidai
that
itu dengan korang. Okey.
Where you
Waalaikumsalam.
are
Yang mana yang bagi salam? Waalaikumsalam. Selamat petang.
Get
Welcome to my stream. Yang mana yang belum follow, belum subscribe, tekan button follow dan subscribe sekarang. Sambil-sambil itu tap screen. Let me start with my story. Tadi semalam punya cerita yang aku bermula tapi tak habiskan.
For a moment, we
Mimi
thought like,
cantik
oh, it's
juga
really
tu.
just Esme,
Mimi.
Eura, Barrett, and tanky
Ay,
EXP
Mimi.
players because you need an anchor in the side lane that's unkillable because you're playing an assassin. But
Ya,
then there are
sangat
teams have
cantik.
proven no. You
Dia
can
kata
play
saya suka
damage
berkawan.
EXP too,
Follow
even
saja,
though you're
nanti
playing
saya
a
follow
damage
back.
assassin, as
Baru
long as it
belajar
has
guna
the crowd
TikTok.
control capability to go
Saya dah
along
follow
with
awak,
it,
Mimi.
with a good mix of
Lia
like
Sarah
tankiness
cantik.
and
Kenapa saya tak
survivability.
follow dia?
If for a quick update for everyone, by the way, we understand that it is taking quite some time to head into the lobby. Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats
Sebenarnya
are
macam
conducting another round of tests.
Okey,
Again,
okey,
we're just
relax jap.
making sure that
Okey,
everything is
mari
settled
saya
well and
start saya
properly.
punya
We
cerita.
wanna make
Cerita apa
sure
tadi
that
Korang dah
all
dengar
of
cerita
our
apa tadi?
teams and players find
Ya, tak apa.
themselves
Biarkan
in a
sidai
good
tu biarlah.
footing.
Saya borak lah dengan
Connection is
korang.
all
Saya
good,
borak lah dengan
comms
korang.
are all
Apa
good.
ada
That's why
masalah?
we're just taking some
Nak
extra
saya
time
borak
here. We're
macam
just
ni ke?
taking some extra precautions
Atau saya
to
nak
make
borak
sure
macam
that
ni?
Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats,
Cerita macam mana
all
jumpa
our
bini nombor 2.
competitors
Itu
have
kemudian lah. Ini
a
cinta pertama
great
dulu.
experience
Cinta pertama
when
dulu.
we
Cinta pertama
finally
saya
hopped
waktu tu saya malam saya cerita waktu umur saya 14 tahun. Form 2. Kan, bila saya belajar tiba-tiba ada satu perempuan datang kan dengan uncle dia, kan, waktu saya nampak wish kan lawa kan, aku bet dengan kawan aku pasti tackle budak ni. Setakat tu je aku cerita semalam. Betul tak? Nak dijadikan cerita, nak dijadikan cerita duk form 4 selepas 2 tahun form 2 kan, form 3 form 4 form 4 form 2 form 3 form 4 selepas 2 tahun
just a few
Confirm.
glimpses. I know
Dia dah
that it was a
jadi
little bit more
awet aku.
back and forth in the
Fuh.
second game, although the
But
first
Indian
game looked like it was
lady,
just a
Indian girl.
dominant SRG
Patut aku India bro, aku
affair, which
memang
is
India.
surprising.
Sekarang
I
pun
mean,
aku
they
India.
tried to whip out
Bila
the
masa aku jadi Melayu?
Kufra also in MSC and
Aku
didn't
tetap
work out
India.
for them, but this time against Aurora
Kan?
in game number 1 they
So,
was able to
umur
work out. It's
16 tahun,
Kufra,
baru aku dapat
Selena
tackle
in the
dia tu.
center of the map, while
Ya.
Aurora had the more
Ay, nah.
like
Ya.
Hillary, Kidora. They were even
Kau
playing
tahu
Fanny,
punya
but
seksa aku nak
SRG
tackle
got a
dia
pretty
waktu tu.
dominant win in game number
Nak,
1.
dulu-dulu punya cinta kan. Kalau kau nak ni, nak surat ke apa ke, kena letak dalam apa, letak bedak bagi wangi-wangi kan, masuk kelas curi-curi letak dalam buku, dalam beg dia ke, macam tu lah. Kita nak berbual kan, weh, susah dulu. Ya, kena cari timing, lepas tu kena hantar, kena gunakan kawan. Kena gunakan kawan. Minta tolong kawan. Boleh tak kau pass dekat ni perempuan tu kan, apa-apa macam tu. So kena gunakan ada orang tengah. Zaman dulu. Dah lah kita pun tak berani kan. So dapatlah aku tackle. Jadi so kita orang selalu berjumpa lah kat sekolah apa semua kan, sampai dah habis. Ini kira macam betul-betul cinta mati dah ni, kau tahu. Habis sekolah. Kau tahu habis sekolah, tapi habis sekolah tu waktu sekolah tu sebenarnya pun aku dah macam, tapi dia tak ada TikTok guys. Dia nak tengok aku jadi aku boleh cakap kan. Lepas tu aku dah rasa macam kenapa doh aku bercinta dengan dia. Sebab kau tahu everything aku kena buat tu kena update. Sampai ke apa ke, dulu dah lah tak ada handphone. Kan?
told you that it's
Macam mana
about
nak
the
update? Semua benda
early
kau
game
pergi
and
mana,
the
jumpa
laning
siapa,
stage,
semua
and
benda
then
kena update.
eventually
Aku rasa
becomes,
macam semak tu orang perempuan ni.
there's a lot
Kan?
of damage
So dah habis
output
tingkatan
coming out
5.
from the Rafaela
So, siapa
Aku
because
start
of
kerja.
5
reduced
dari
cooldowns.
Nasuki, siapa main next
But if
game?
you
Vamos
look
Vamos
in the
Vamos dengan
latter
Bushido
portions
Wildcats
of game,
dengan
there's that
BW.
additional
Alright, terima
factor
kasih
with the
Anasuki.
resurrection
Thank you for that. Macam ni lah kan,
is
macam ni.
so
Kalau korang ada
important in
penting,
an
macam ni.
assassin
Senang sikit aku nak jawab. Yang lain ni aku tak jawab.
If you're,
Lepas tu, aku pun dah
if
start
your
kerja.
gold laner
Telefon
gets
awam,
picked
ya
off,
telefon awam.
and they spend
Kalau
so
telefon
much for
awam,
that,
aku
maybe they
telefon
have
sebab dia
spent,
duduk dengan aunty uncle dia.
big
Weh, kena tu.
surprise or
So
one
dia,
big
orang India
ultimate.
dulu tak boleh tahu yang kau tengah
Couple
bercinta.
tournaments, maybe
Kalau
Atlas
tahu,
about to take on
mampus
one.
tak laki
You
perempuan
resurrect
memang kena
that
bantai
guy,
kat rumah.
that important guy, which
Sekarang dah
usually
modern
is a
sikit.
target, right?
Dulu zaman aku
Suddenly
early
they don't
90s.
have
Weh,
their
tak boleh,
fingers,
tak boleh,
they
tak boleh,
don't
tak boleh.
have their ults.
Tak boleh.
You are top
Ha,
of-
siap.
you have
Kalau
five
kau
people
bercinta,
against
siap.
five, you are
Yang
gonna
laki
win the
kena,
fight. So I
apatah
think
lagi
that's
yang
exactly
perempuan.
what
Okey,
happened.
kita stop cerita.
The fight
Dah masuk
versus
dalam
Tigers
drafting. Nanti kita sambung.
And to
Let's go.
wrap this up real quick, remember, it seems like
Parcel
the
dah kena
most
ban,
important-
Barat dah kena ban.
or one of the more important additions for
mungkin
playing Rafaela is that
aku
you
rasa
make sure it's also in
Valentina.
Flying Cloud. It just expedites
Oh, dia orang
the
mungkin ban Valentina
return
sebab
of
Klokon
a hero
suka
that,
pakai
of course,
Valentina.
have the Uranus and the EX
Kan?
lane paired up with the Rafaela.
Selina
Seems
di
like
ban
the way
keluar,
to go.
mereka akan ban Fanny.
Thank you all for
Fanny
your
Rara
patience.
mungkin.
We have finally made it to the draft of game number 1.
Hmm.
Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Vamos taking out this.
Oh, dia baru nak lain
feels like
cerita
it's
Abang
a
Lot.
very targeted ban.
Dia
Although we
dia
did
cerita
get to
selepas tu
see
yang
it
baru yang best.
prioritize
Surah lain sekali
yesterday
jangan
by
lupa Bang Lot.
Bushido.
Ya, ada
And they were
banyak.
able to still
Zaman-zaman
round out
tu.
their draft really
Curi-curi
well
jumpa
with
dekat
the
station
Selena
bus.
first pick on the blue side,
Sebelum
just
balik
could
sekolah
not
apa semua kan.
execute it. While
Banyak
Vamos
tu.
does not want to even consider
Abang nak
Marcel
berapa
in terms
like?
of the trading.
100,000
They just ban
cukup.
it out themselves.
Yeah. Okay, so that means that
Fanny kan? Fanny
when
lah
it
di
comes
ban
to
keluar.
priority, there still is
Okey,
the
dia orang first back.
Hirara
Mungkin akan cuba
and
dapatkan
the-
Hirara.
maybe the Paquito.
So,
And
ban je lah.
after the Barrett is out, the Paquito can run easily. And the reason why that is
Zuxin.
because teams are utilizing the Paquito, the
Surat
Barretts
bubur
against
bedah
the
tu rek.
Paquito
Ya.
for, extra damage.
Dulu punya bedak-bedak semua wangi-wangi
and
tu.
of course, a lot of
Valentina yang di ban.
control
Okey
to go
nampak.
with it.
Okey lah kena lah
So,
Valentina.
wouldn't be surprised if the Paquito will eventually
Baik
be
dia
the
orang Bang Lot.
priority
Kena
for
satu,
the,
kena satu. Mana Rain?
the red side team. For blue side, I think it's still either Atlas
Esari jahat lah
or
bang. Semalam
Hirara
pakai
as
Selina
their
Rafa
priority.
dua-dua hero power rosak. Ya.
Yeah, considering that there's a ban on the Valentina.
Dia pakai hero power
I think it's
rosa
gonna be one of
membantai
those
rosa tu semalam.
drafts
Kesian tu.
where you really see an importance
Aurora
of the
Gaming.
trade between the Atlas, Belleric, of course, the
That
roamers
Jensen baby.
of the meta.
Dulu
But
ada
let's
Kuti
see
Kura.
if any
Kalau
of
ada
them
lah korang
will
masih lagi
be
nak kenal
brave
nama
enough
tu
to
Kuti Kura.
consider
Apa
trying
mountain
something different. I mean,
mountain
we
apa
get to see
entah ada
SRG
mountain
try
ice tu
something
mountain
different,
ice macam
trying
tu.
to make the Kufa work again, and they were able to make it work.
Kalau Bari
But knowing
buka
Team Vamos is the type of team that
dia
they're
tak
up
adalah
against
sampai
Bushido
macam itu
Wildcats, it
sekali
might
dia just nak
also
bagi
be
wangi je.
surprising if Vamos just goes ahead and locks in something like maybe the Juicin as the first pick, especially as
Itulah
Bushido
Oji, bang.
Wildcats
Ya.
take out the Atlas, but Vamos
Kita
can
ada
also
background
be
sikit. Ya,
dangerous
ya,
if
ada
they
sikit,
just
ada
rush
sikit.
the Belleric. But they
It's
said,
the
no,
snow.
we want to go for the most busted
Lepas tu
hero
kalau
right
kata
now,
orang
we
lelaki
get the hero.
pakai minyak rambut cotton Burcream.
Belleric
Itu je lah
available,
dua antara dulu yang paling
Max
popular
the
cotton dengan
Paquito.
Burcream.
And Bushido Wildcats, I think it just makes total sense to just secure the.
Dulu mana ada minyak wangi
secure the
murah kat
Belleric
Bang Lot?
now.
Ada.
It's the strongest roamer that we have.
Nonton es kedai gunting pakai rek. Yang tu ada biru tu.
The top heroes when it
Pancho.
comes to the roam selection.
Pomet dulu semua mana ada bang? Tak ada bang Pomet.
It will mean that your opponent can easily
Freya,
just take it away from you.
Eudora.
I don't think that it's wise. Of course the Freya. How could I forget
You
the
Freya kenapa tak ban
Freya
siap?
and
Lupa ke?
Eudora, a strong answer by the Bushido Wildcats.
It's most likely going to be going to the gold lane already. Let's
Tak
see
apa.
if Vamos
Aku
are
rasa
gonna go
Freya
ahead
ni boleh
and
dilawan
pick up
dengan
the
Paquito
Phobius.
duk.
Or, interestingly enough, they find themselves in a pretty safe spot to consider even picking up something like that.
Bang, mula-mula mesti tak pakai bond. Tak.
Just harken back to a little bit more control, but
Mesti tak pakai
if they
duk.
go ahead and pick that,
Zaman apa dulu? Seluar
Bushido
bottom
can
ke?
just quickly answer
Zaman
with
aku dulu,
rushing a lot of
Zuxin.
dive.
Belleric,
Doesn't really
let's
care
go,
about
pokok.
formations. But we mentioned it earlier, the Juice and potentially is the first
Tadi
pick.
tak ada
It still
Bang
ends
Lot.
up with Vamos
Tadi
to
tak ada
help
Bang
control
Lot.
the center, and it's
Siapa
gonna be
menang ni,
paired
bang?
up with the Belleric. If Bushido
Sabar
Wildcats
bang,
would
saya
put
pun
up
nak
their
tengok sama-sama
speed
dengan
and
awak ni.
pick off,
Saya tak datang
they
daripada
still
masa
have a lot
depan
of
bang.
options at the roam. I'm looking towards Cho. If
Kalau
they
saya
want
datang daripada
something
masa
to
depan,
help
saya dah boleh
supplement
predict
the Freya
100%
team
semua.
fights,
Lepas ni,
Silver
lepas ni,
Minotaur
lepas ni,
would
lepas ni.
go along with
Menang
it.
pula
They get
dengan
Harley
masa
in red
Saat
three,
semua saya bagi tahu tempat dengan awak.
the jungle pick that has risen up as a pretty much automatic response now to the Herara and the jungle on the opposite
Kaja
side.
dah boleh main ke bang? Kaja revamp. Kaja biasanya bila revamp, dia akan ambil 2 minggu untuk dimainkan dalam major tournament.
More of an adjustment by the teams.
Kaja revamp kan? So biasa hero baru, hero-hero yang di revamp biasanya akan ambil masa 2 minggu untuk masuk dalam Land of Dawn. Nova saya tak rasa 2 minggu. Big changes ke Nova? Tak
More so the Indonesian team
Kaja, yes.
decided, okay, let's pick up the Jushin once again. That's when everybody else picked up actually.
Bushido negara mana?
Eventually,
Turkey,
what
Turkey.
happened was they now prior Jushin over the Eudora whenever the Jushin is open and just mitigate their damage upward from the jungle, just compensate with that from that lane. I think that it's a cool answer to the Jushin, after the Eudora, I mean. However, I think this is also another good adjustment from the Bushido Wildcats. What this actually achieves is a lot of movement coming up from their jungler. Yesterday, they were picking up a lot of Nolan and they were failing in the early stages, which meant that they had a difficult time winning the game with that. So this is a different flavor for Bushido Wildcats. Okay versus the Hirara, but also very good against the Jushin. So already good answer here for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, and to mitigate the movement of the jungle that you mentioned, Team Vamos would take away the Uranus. Besides the fact that they don't have heroes right now in their draft that could counter the rampaging early game Uranus, they also take away a great pickup that, especially since we saw it maybe a season
Ya
ago,
guys, hari ni tak tahulah kenapa sibuk sangat. Aku punya tabs ni pun tak berhenti-henti tu.
Sometimes even turret 3, constant info, it could be quite nasty to deal with. But there's one hero we have to watch out for. Okay. So Vamos decides to
Alright,
change up the
apa?
trigger when the EXP, the Esmeralda and the
Semua dah habis,
Uranus were both banned out. So we might see a return
Okay,
to heroes
EXP
such
tak ada
as
lagi.
the Arlot with all of the dive available for Bushido
Harit
Wildcats.
sesuai di sini.
Team Vamos might
Harit
be
dan Pakito.
keen on picking that up. Plus, you can use a quick final slash to punish the
Harit,
entry of
Pakito,
the
let's go.
Freya, the Harley. So a lot of options for them in the EXP lane.
Kalau
You can
kenapa
go
bukan
back to
sempat?
Lapu-Lapu,
Kan dia
even
dah
heroes
ambil
like that.
Siska. So dia bagilah Siska playtime. Supaya Siska balik nanti bermain kat MPL. Dia dah ada lah playtime bermain sama-sama. Bukan sempat tak bagus. Sempat bagus. Mungkin ada kurangnya yang Siska boleh tutup.
But that is an option. Also another idea from
At least di sebelah sana. Belah kiri. Harit dan Pakito. Let's go. Masa orang takut dengan Idora, counter je dengan Zaz. Kan?
More of a ramp type of hero, which does not really coincide with what the Harley as well as the Eudora wants to do. At the same time, has good synergy with the Freya, hand in hand from both side lanes, where the Freya is really good in the early
Tak lagi jauh. Bang, okay, aku nak tanya lah Aku just nak tanya dekat korang. Welcome, Syuk. Hai. Aku just nak tanya lah. Korang punya expectation apa bila tim-tim Malaysia ni pergi ke international?
To pull off.
Cuba bagi tahu. Yang kata membadut kan, Nako membadut, error pula SPM, ganti Emal, terus kau cakap membadut. Apa kau punya expectation?
This looks like a lineup that
Apa korang punya expectation bila tim ni pergi? Memang nak tengok terus juara lah, tak boleh kalah langsung ke?
The Jushin, the Arlot. This could be tough to pull off if you're just looking at it
Top
from
3
a team
minimum.
fighting perspective.
Kau tahu dah Team Spirit yang champion tournament yang sebelum ini berapa season dia orang try?
You get 4 heroes that could make managing the map really messy for Vamos, Wolf.
Yes. That's what I would say. If
Kau
they
boleh
do pull
puji
it off.
tim itu, tim yang lama try. Dia hanya dengan tukar satu je player kan? Dia bawa satu je player. 7 tahun bos. Yang kau expect baru tim ini dibina dalam sedikit masa terus pergi. Luck. Kalau dapat luck lah. Kan itu rezeki dia orang. Memang sememangnya ada quality punya player yang memang untuk orang kata apa champion punya material dekat luar. Ini bukan belum lagi sampai that level. So korang tak ada otak ke, tak ada mata ke untuk nak menilai how good is the team. Okay, ni team ni tak boleh letak expectation tinggi, tapi kita nak tengok ada improvement, let them have the pengalaman, experience dulu. Balik coaching staff akan buat penilaian dari masa ke semasa. Semua benda kau nak immediate success, instant success. Bro, kau pun daripada tadika dulu masuk ke sekolah rendah sampai ke sekolah menengah, tak lepas pun pergi U. Bodoh juga. Tak pernah nombor 1 pun dalam mana-mana kelas pun. Orang macam kau nak expect orang lain pergi ke sana semua dapat nombor 1. Bingai punya budak.
In the early game, we're already neck deep into game number 1. This Alice is going to get caught out in a surprise rotation through the mid. The Roman trio that you were pointing towards to Wolf gets to catch the Alice. Kuntepper goes down. And
kalau kau nak orang tu champion, kau jadilah pandai sikit. Tunjukkan yang kau boleh pergi-pergi je boleh jadi champion. Kau pun tak boleh. Orang lain tak dapat, kau tak senang.
Decide to not overcompensate like what their opponents are doing so far at the
Bukan
start.
Syafiq Judin minta maaf, bukan awak.
All the more difficult.
Yeah.
Kau pun dalam hidup kau pun belum berjaya. Belum tentu kau ada. Ni kau asyik nak menyalahkan orang. Bang, mistik-mistik yang berlaku kadang-kadang kita boleh kritik. Contoh macam ada je semalam ada mistik apa semua. Sekadar mistik kita kritik habis for that particular. Tapi bukan untuk mengecam berterusan. Dia tak perform. Okey, biar tak perform. Okey, dah cukup. Tak perform. Tahu, semua tahu. Awak tak perform. Awak tahu, saya tahu. Semua orang tahu. Dah, settle. Biarlah dia orang buat kerja dia orang. Sebab itu mereka dibayar. Nampak tak? Cantik kan? Alhamdulillah. Dah 2. Kita tengah leading. Baik doh. Kelokon dah 3 dah Kelokon. Kelokon dah 3 kill doh. Semalam korang marah Zakif. Korang marah Natko. Ya, saya pun kritik juga semalam. Ada je pergerakan anomali dia buat. Kalau Asyik Alti kosong, tak dapat kill, ada je, saya pun marah je. Tapi sekadar marah tu dah habis lah game itu. Tak adalah sampai kata dia tu beban teruk ke, dia langsung tak boleh main ke. Player tu lah yang bawa jadi Malaysia apa nombor 2. Itulah dia. Bukannya dia ganti tempat orang lain pun.
It's been all Vamos in the center. The chip has been relegated to just protect the jungle, not actually being able to be proactive, get information. This is going to be a really tough comeback for Bushido Wildcats if ever.
That's the best way to describe it. It's going to be a difficult comeback.
Kau ingat tim kita saja, kau saja nak tim Malaysia juara. Tim dia ni warga Indonesia nak juga tim dia pun juara. BTR. Onyx pun dia nak juara. Semua fans mengharapkan pasukan daripada negara mereka juara.
And that means typical Freya versus Claude matchup where the Freya easily winning in the lanes now is not going to be the case. Natko has a level ahead.
Tolong Natko semalam kau punya Cloud
with the 3-0 start coming at Vamos and the way that they're moving in.
Kau punya Blazing Duet semalam kick. Saya pun cakap kick. Tapi kita kena bagi peluang. Mungkin semalam dia bermain dengan tim yang lebih kuat, champion MPLID. Hari ini kita tengok.
Remember, if you're only catching the broadcast today,
Harap dia tak buat lagi mistake.
items aren't appearing seemingly as intended. Not always the most accurate. So if you're wondering,
bang, nanti lah bang. Insya Allah lagi bang. Sabar bang. Sorry bang, saya kalau marah-marah ni bang.
How come Claude built up a sky piercer? No, that's
Kenapa saya nak didik korang?
most likely the
Marah boleh, kritik boleh, tapi jangan mengecam sampai.
Yeah,
so far.
Dah play dah.
They keep have a Demon Hunter sword. Don't worry about it.
No, he doesn't.
Dia bagi apa? Jawapan kat apa email.
Everything is still fine.
Okay guys,
There's no Demon
Rain
Hunter sword build up.
Rain dah apply guys. Mana tahu tiba-tiba kejap kali pom ada kan. Mana tahu immediate boleh orang bagi takut.
And as expected,
Kadang lambat
Bushido
juga.
Wildcats really are just. Even it felt like 2 minutes into the
Menang
game,
lah,
they're
Mas Rizan,
already
tak? Ya,
telling each
santai.
other, hey guys, farm up first. Oh, Siska! From out of nowhere with a final slash to catch out Kirai. Funny
Jadi
able
dah
to get
balik
away,
ke?
but gets chased down by Nato. Brings down the ultimate. Did knock on the chip,
Besok.
but it's not helping them out. As Bushido, even behind their first tower, under
Ada
their
editing.
second, are just getting decimated by
Boleh ada lah
Vamos.
racing nanti.
A double kill for
Tapi kalau hari ni
Hammer.
lagi bagus lah
And
sebab patch
everything
dah
we've
release.
said about the lineup,
how long
about
will
the
it take?
possibilities have come true.
Untuk
That's a
editing.
triple for Error and total domination for Vamos.
Cuma kata kalau besok tu dia
and the
cuba
way
nak
that
release kat
they
Gotf.
are using this clause, being activated very early into this game. It seems like they are the team that's how active Team Vamos has been. Everybody
guys.
from their lineup is clearing their side lanes into the middle, clearing that wave as fast as possible as well, controlling the river, then getting the pickups that they needed. 7-1. Team Vamos is leading by 3,000. We haven't
Dre!
gotten into the third
Yep.
turn yet. Now, Bushido Wildcats, when we said that the early game is not impossible for them to pull off, they still have to look at a way to activate this Rhea as well as this Harley. But now things will be very difficult because of the defensive items that Team Vamos have
Kalau
accumulated
besok
along the way.
before tengah hari
Cisco wants
kau
to
perlu spend masa dalam
go for
3
the
jam
damage.
2-3 jam juga ah.
Topside. Conceal plus the ultimate from the chip. Bushido Wildcats are trying desperately to get something, but the perfect ultimate from Zeki messes up the attempt. Wrath of Dryad on point has led to a double kill error. A kill for Cisco, making that two double kills make 4 basic mans. Team Vamos are excelling.
Unbelievable.
Okay, baik.
Zakif reminded everyone should not pick the chip if the Belleric is around. A 5-man Wrath of the Dryad. Now Nexus wants to kill Natko. Natko with the lifesteal. Natko will fall. Finally, something good for Bushido Wildcat. Natko, the first target of the shortcut up top, coming on from Numb. That actually spelled the doom for Bushido
Mantai juga
Wildcats
dia
as
ni.
they received
Bila
that 5-man
podcast
Wrath
bahas
of the
roster
Dryad
NPL bang
off
Lord?
the Belleric. Now
Ah,
taken out, finally
tolong.
something good for Bushido Wildcats.
Besok aku
Nevertheless,
meet
you should still respect Zakif in this match. Bushido Wildcats, you
Besok
have
hari
to
Khamis.
think about every time that you pop the chip ult.
Pukul 11, 10,
It's-
11, 11.
It's crazy to think that. I mean, we did point out the difficulty of playing the chip in this scenario. They're gonna try to go again. They send out the cavalry against the Arlot.
Apa dengan body kan?
A big play, finally getting something, but here comes
Mungkin
Vamos
dia
trying to make sure that they can
tengah
cancel
tengah
members
tengah tengah
of Bushido Wildcats. The
Kenapa
entry
aku
from
tengok?
Glocken
Hari
with the
Jumaat
Crimson Beacon
boleh tak
stops
dalam
Karai
11
from
jam?
being able to teleport away,
Kawan nak
and
power macam
he
tu dalam 12
becomes
tengah
the
habis mungkin
trade
dah boleh Jumaat.
1 for
Lepas tu
1,
dia balik.
and Bushido. At least he got something.
Kalau dia tak boleh dalam grup Discord tu ada geng yang lain
Not
boleh tanya.
go second left, but it's not the case. Not goes that goes
Ataupun
pretty
ada
back.
ini
They
ada
will be trying to push the top lane right now with just the Freya to defend. This will be difficult.
Untuk orang Indo
Sunshine feels a little bit comfortable, especially with Conde.
dia tak ikut.
Want to catch 3, pops the ultimate, but far too late. Get out of there with the Throne of Ruin. The CC mutate comes Natko for the Nexus Sindiska to close the run off. Now they want to go on their turret. They have taken out the Eudora. Now there's the chopping block. That's gonna be the Freya. They do have the damage. This spicy immunity error for a 4 just steals so much under the turret. Gets out and a 4-man wipe for Team of Vamos.
Mana
Guess
ada?
what? Error for a 4. He's
Ada
not
tu.
done yet. Not
Sista
gonna
punya
catch the
unlock lagi
chip,
power. Kau
but
macam mana dah
they
puji
take
anak-adik Angan?
4 kills and maybe the middle as well.
Tak boleh tu.
That execution by Team Vamos
Tak, memang tak payahlah kau dapat whitelist.
Wildcats in an attempt to get something to start things off for them. It's a perfect summary of the game now. Besides going with the flicker, it says the entire team they're trying to get Natko, but with all of the AOE that Vamos has,
bermain
it
tu,
gets
ha.
stuck in their tracks.
Savage.
I felt like that was a Hail Mary at this point. Will he get the Savage? And he does.
Savage yang pertama ke?
It has gone all wrong for Bushido Wildcats.
Tapi kemas. As a team, whole team tengok, tak payahlah Lord, habiskan je lah game. Kau ni bocil. Boleh end kot? Tak boleh
Bushido Wildcats went in for the 5-man
Oh,
play.
dia orang dah hidup.
Not did they play perfectly. Not only did they play well with Siska, with
Ingat orang
Zeki
mati
on
lagi
the
kan?
Wrath of the
Boleh juga
Dryad,
apa?
Betul.
and also punishing that
Tak.
ambitious
Tu baru hidup.
Bushido Wildcats. Able
Betul,
to
dia dah
take
hidup
them
dah.
down.
Di sini tak keluar lagi.
Wiping
Stuck
them
lagi.
out. Team Vamos head of the curve time against the Bushido Wildcats.
Saya mau tahu lah bang lah. Yelah, relax lah.
These
Payahlah.
moments wherein
Aku iya
if we were playing
budak-budak dia
our
orang.
ranked games, we'd be telling Nom,
Lawan tim bodoh boleh lah.
you can ease up on the ultimate just a little bit, you know, like it's
Yeah.
fine. We're gonna back you up. But
Terus
we
lepas
go
terbang,
in, we
betul-betul.
just keep falling to something.
Kurang-kurangnya yang
man.
bermain ni tak adalah
We were
bodoh macam
supposed
kau.
to play this chip to control the map, not for like
Pas terbang
hardcore
dia
team
jadi apa?
fighting.
Ah.
Because if we do that, we're just gonna be
Kau tahu
at the
tak,
mercy
bila
of
kau
like
terbang
the
je,
Slayer,
kau jadi
the
apa?
Dryad, everything that
Tahu
Vamos
lepas
has
terbang
in
jadi
this
apa, kan?
our team fight up. And it's a slow dissection of the towers, of the control of Bushido Wild. We're heading close to the 12-13 minute mark, and this should be over with this push. If not this one, then the next. The comeback for Bushido. Too tall a task. Too difficult.
Masih depan ada yang biar talk. Ada.
But Vamos are still respecting the big discipline with it. Watch Zeki. He pops the conceal and goes in for the flicker.
Satu baik oh Siska.
In the engage.
Kau nampak tak? Padu tak? Lagi padu doh daripada sempat.
Knocked out of
Ah.
it.
Dia punya Arlot.
Took control early with how they started, and they'll be able to win this game with
Lagi
nary a
padu doh.
scratch. 23-4 domination by Vamos.
First
Tahniah.
picks coming out from Bushido Wildcats was interesting.
Okey,
but the
kita
last pick that they
tebak
did,
draft.
The chip.
Tebak
Might
Tebak
have
draft,
just
kita tebak draft.
overthought them.
GG.
There was a way
Second.
for them to
Tadi aku kena
harden
3.
with the Freya for sure.
Aku kena 3.
But in the end, they chose.
Dah berapa skor bang? 3-0.
5 dari peminat Aglot dari zaman MAB. Rindu rambut M series Rainbow. Muka kucing menangis, muka kucing menangis, muka kucing menangis.
Yesterday when they were quote unquote
M7.
overcompensating. This time I think that's also happening right now.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
so desperate onto getting a pick
Oh,
off.
sebab kau dah qualify tu kau
targets
nazar
that
lah.
they select with the
Okay.
chip ultimate
So dia rindu tu.
will always have some sort of defense out there. It's either the Wrath of the
Oh, yeah.
Dryad that
Buah.
Zeki sneakily does whenever there's a chip.
Sorry,
and
though.
then Siska, of course, with the amount of
Rain
fish that
dia
he has.
takkan
And of
kembali
course,
dengan
error 404.
macam tu. Natko punca kalah MSC. Okey. Lepas tu apa masalah dia?
On the clock. It
Okey,
means that there is a
Jeb.
launch
Lepas tu,
a runway for
Dia nak ganti ke?
for Chaya
Anti
Way,
coach
just
Rain boleh ke tepi tak?
deal with the entire opponents. Just
Mood membantai.
yang ni.
Ini kalau dah menang, kau tahu jumpa siapa? Akan ada peluang jumpa BTR balik.
A lot of demands
Dekat quarter final.
that we suggested for them.
Dia
for
boleh
them to
jumpa
be able to win
apa,
and they couldn't achieve
BTR
anything
balik.
out of that because
Waktu tu
of
kita
their
tahu, kita pantai balik.
overcompensation once again.
Jumpa Aurora.
It also
Serius jumpa
has to
Aurora.
be pointed out
Tadi
that,
baru saya nampak
as
macam
we've
jumpa.
discussed the importance of like snowball, winning early, and
Alah,
all of
stadium
that
ni
in
kat
this
mana?
current metagame. Even more so simplicity.
Dia kalau kita naik
is,
highway utara selatan tu
very
kita kena
important
tunggu
factor.
turun Sungai Petani
The
Selatan.
simpler your lineup is in terms
Dekat
of
Sungai
the
Petani
idea
Selatan
that
tu
it
kalau kita
wants to
lepas je
pull
tol,
off,
depan sikit lepas
the
bayar
much
tol tu
better
kan
it is
tengok
for
belah
your
kiri tu ada
entire
satu macam mall.
with
dalam mall tu dia orang main. Mall tu saya tak berapa ingat. Sungai Petani Utara rupanya. Sungai Petani Utara. Dia ada satu mall.
Climb to level 4
Kat situ lah.
for the Harley, a steady level climb to level 4 for the Alice.
Saya dah lupa
But
mall
then
tu.
suddenly you see Contempor going in like that very early on. You see Nom and Kirai not taking
Bangga
care
dengan
of the
tim Malaysia,
vision
bukan badut. Iya
in that
doh.
middle bush. Overcompensating
Sebab tu saya
against
tanya,
presence
apa
for the
expectation
Alice
korang
in the
bila
turtle,
tim-tim Malaysia
leaving
ni
Nexus
pergi
to
ke
just get
international?
spotted
What do you
out there.
expect?
And then it started this like
Apa
once it
sebenarnya
got
korang
to this
expect
point
ni?
where Vamos
Saya tak
can
faham.
do this 5 minutes in, then on the first
Sampai
turret,
semalam aku baca kan,
it was that was pretty much the dagger
Bos
in
Hanan
this
punya
game.
luahan.
It was over from the first kill on the
Ish.
Nexus and then the first kill on to Contempor leading into the first kill on
Orang
the
tu yang
Nexus,
keluar
and then
duit
the
pun,
play
dia
behind the
pun
tower,
boleh
that
trust
was
the
dagger.
process.
This at this point is just rubbing it in the faces of Bushido
Korang yang
Wildcats
tak beli
from Vamos.
JC
It's like,
banyak melalak.
let me just show you how over this game
Ah.
really is.
Yeah.
Itulah Yat, banyak melalak.
You can see when they
Beli
try
jersey
to
pun
go
tak,
for
apa pun tak.
a cheeky play,
Melalak
they
lebih.
just get punished over and over again. I think they will eventually take out get one good afterwards, but this time Team Bama decides, okay, start the game. They initiate with
Kenapa Rain tak live? Datang bulan.
They have
Dia
so
datang
much
bulan.
gold advantage that they can
Rain
just
bang, ya,
use it as
Rain
a
lah datang bulan.
battering ram against Bushido Wildcats under their own base. And such a
Bendera merah.
one-sided game, and I think the Bushido Wildcats that
Tak
should
tahu
be
lah.
a rude
Bendera
awakening for
Jepun.
them.
Bendera
with
Jepun.
that
Aman Jaya Mall bang. Okey, Aman Jaya Mall. Betul.
desperately want to win. You
EWC
can
jersey tak
naturally
sempat
win
bang.
by
Siapa?
drafting
Yang
well.
mana yang
The
tak
first three
sempat,
picks, they
awak
were
takkan
able to
awak
snag
takkan mengecam
Charlie,
walaupun kalah semalam kan? Sebab awak adalah the
with first
real
pick
fan.
Freya as well as the
Fan
Euphora.
yang
I
awak
think
tahu ini
those
adalah
first three
proses.
picks alone is
Ini adalah
enough for
proses. Awak
defeating Team Bama, so
lagi
just
pun
have to
mencuba nak beli.
more
Walaupun tak
stable with
dapat,
your
tak
last two
condemn pun
picks.
tim
When they
awak.
decided to go for
You are the
this
real
chip
fan,
was
bro.
this Alice, it's almost like a death
Si
sentence
Mat
to
Sungai Petani tu.
themselves. Although I can say that there is a window, there's definitely a window for
Ya,
them in this game.
betul.
Unfortunately, they
Tahniah.
played their hand too much.
It's
Okey, aku rasa minggu ni dah habis kan? Minggu ni dah habis. So minggu depan hari Jumaat kita start kita punya liga sendiri, betul? So Isnin, Selasa, Rabu. Isnin mungkin aku akan shoot podcast satu, tapi malam aku akan free. Malam aku akan free. Minggu depan kita akan full mabar. Aku rasa kita nak stream waktu malam. Pukul 6 kita balik kerja, rehat-rehat, lepas maghrib, lepas tu pukul 8 kita datang, 8, 9, 10, 8 sampai 11. So ada satu hari saya nak stream dengan Remo, the real Remo, the Indian streamer. Kalau kau tengok dia ada dalam aku punya live ni, kan, the Indian streamer, kan. Aku macam nak buat konten dengan dia, kan. Stream itu aku akan cakap bahasa Tamil je. I'm gonna talk Tamil dan kau kena masuk. So perbualan aku dengan dia Tamil, kau kena macam teka-teka, pandai-pandailah hidup. Macam kau pergi berkawan dengan, kau pergi ke estate, duduk dengan 10 orang kawan lelaki India yang mungkin tak berapa fasih cakap Melayu, dan kau kena pandai-pandailah kau faham. Macam tu.
I think they were able to get Yutora, Barats, then eventually Gwynfor, Pakito or something like that. But yeah,
Betul.
we're gonna be hopping into
So we're gonna talk Tamil. Kau pandai-pandailah hidup dengan kita orang. So aku akan bagi arahan, aku akan short call dalam bahasa Tamil. Yes. Nak join Abang Lot. Nak join kenapa? Tak habis lagi ke dengan Lipas? Lipas, apa ada masalah? The real Remo. Nampak ada ni the real Remo. Lipas dah settle ke belum? Bang, SRJ pukul 10.45. 10.45. Dah habis. Okey. Dah habis. Kau jangan, aku kalau lipas-lipas ni, tak boleh. Apalah sebenarnya Melayu ke India? India. Yang Melayu ni sebelah aku ni. Apalah kenapa tak jadi coach je? Kalau Ray bawa aku belum jadi champion. Kalau aku tu, qualifier pun tak lepas. SB.
5 dari pejuang Rhinos, saya sangat happy Bemos menang campur
Bang
era
Lord and
Sabai.
Rain, macam mana nak apply kerja dengan
BTW
Todak
Pantash bila start?
Okey, macam mana nak apply kerja dengan Todak? Korang kena follow social media Todak Official. Okey, follow social media Todak Official. Dekat situ akan ada lah kalau ada sekiranya pengambilan-pengambilan baru untuk jawatan-jawatan yang ditentu. Siapa cari Pol?
Okey, dah. Cukup.
Kau buat apa tu?
Cukup.
Sosiabuzz 30 dari Syariful.
Joget dulu. Kau tolong buat kejap dalam belakang.
Janganlah bang. Tak. Apa kata abang yang buat? Saya dah pernah buat. Diorang dah pernah tengok.
Tak, aku nak tengok. Betul ke? Kau pakai...
Biar abang pula.
Dah mana tahu kau pakai AI ke apa ke benda tu? Kita nak real kat sini.
Tak ada bang.
Takkan mana Android vamos. Okey, balik kepada yang kerja tadi So korang sentiasa kena follow Todak Official, terutamanya di Threads. Di Threads memang dia orang banyak. So baru-baru ni, baru tadi saya ada meeting dengan HR. Saya juga ada minta untuk pengambilan intern untuk editor dan juga graphic designer dan juga business yang ada degree ataupun diploma dalam business administrative, BD. Kan, so saya minta 3 intern. So kalau korang intern yang sedang mencari untuk 3 position itu, korang boleh contact. Ini untuk saya punya department. Boleh duduk sekali main game, habis kerja main game dengan saya dengan Rin. Hari-hari. Tak bayar mabar.
Dengan syarat power lah.
Dengan syarat power lah. Kalau wanita tu saya memang cakap dengan HR tadi, kalau boleh tolonglah bawa, sebab muka jantan-jantan semua ni aku dah bosan duk tengok muka-muka ni. Kan? So saya nakkan perempuan juga kat sini. Sampai HR pun takut, bang. Perempuan ni bukan apa bang, takut bang. Kita orang yang takut dengan abang. Staff tu belum masuk. HR pula yang risau dengan aku. Kita orang yang risau dengan abang. Tahu-tahu je kan tambah bini pula katanya. Aduh. HR pun kenapa tu HR macam ni?
So siapa?
SB. Pejuang Rages. Ren kena tuntut demo dulu macam mana baru boleh follow. Lepas tu bila start fantasy season depan? Fantasy season depan Fantasy season depan kita sedang update Pejuang Rangers, update sistem dengan muka-muka baru, player-player baru. Once dah siap, mungkin minggu depan dalam kita punya pre-season talk, saya akan officially announce yang dah boleh register.
Yes. Good thing y'all don't see me dancing.
Betul juga. Kita ada tuliskan yang itu. Fantasy. So,
It's
mungkin dalam pre-season talk,
definitely a vibe for
saya rasa
Vamos who are continuing
mungkin hari ni dah esok dah okey dah tu, cuma belum fully release sebab harga player tu kita tukar. Kalau dulu yang puluh-puluh ribu kan, kita tukar 1 ke 100 je. So total korang ada 100 coin sahaja untuk completekan 7 player, 5 plus 2, 5 plus 2. Tak payahlah macam besar-besar sangat nilai player tu. So kita kecilkan, kita dapat good metrics. MPL top line up sama ke? MPL top line up sama ke?
Working theory now that our brother Nom has not had enough sleep to play the chip.
Akan keluarlah poster dan juga video teaser nanti. Kita buat gempak sikit. Kita dah ada producer guys. Sekarang ni biar akan ada promotional campaign, videos akan keluar kan tentang muka-muka untuk MPL Top ID dan juga MY. Tapi saya rasa akan ada lah perubahan. Ada kita buat some changes sedikit. Nak apply tapi ada 13 years experience boleh ke?
Good drafting.
Amy,
but I feel like
Siani,
their decision
13 years experience.
is not as good as yesterday. And
Kejap saya tengok awak
now
dulu.
that you're looking at how they played that game with the chip, it kind of
Okay,
reminded me
dah.
of when I played with
Ini orang.
other people who just played so much and grinded so
Kenapa
much
dia
because
kau gelak?
maybe the next day they didn't have enough
Bini
sleep.
orang tu cepat-cepat
and
tutup.
they end up
Bini
losing
orang
more
laju je
stocks.
tutup kan.
Bini orang tu nanti bini kita pula dia orang tengok-tengok lama-lama.
Back of
What you give you get
So,
back. Pernah dengar
play
tak?
chip, if you
So
don't
kalau ada
have
bini orang cepat-cepat tutup. Jangan tengok lama-lama.
Yep, it's really good.
Hazel, kemana, bang?
Pretty much to
Okay, draft.
I know it looks so fun, folks.
Fanny,
We're
Freya
like,
dah
"Oh,
ditutup,
look, I'm a chip,
Atlas,
I can
Barat dan
bump
juga
into
Marcel. Aku
someone.
rasa dekat
Here's
sini
my
Vamos akan
ultimate.
tutup apa?
Whoopee. Here's the entire party, but there's a level of nuance to it, which I will also admit sometimes
Tidak lah.
I do mess up. I
Kena
apologize to
kena
all
satu.
of the
Kena
randoms RG
kena
that
satu.
I have sent to
Plus
their
one follower.
intent
Thank you yang mana yang baru sampai. Jangan lupa untuk tekan button follow dan juga subscribe. Guys, subscribe.
in the case of it. All right, we've already seen the bans. We're not
Karbila,
gonna forget Freya
bukan.
this time around because Vamos decided to ban that.
Mereka
out.
Aku rasa dekat sini mereka akan pilih
Active Heraura's gone, so we're gonna be seeing some different priorities this time around.
Zuxin.
And that priority should be on the
Sebab dia dah tengok Zuxin punya gameplay belah sini. So mungkin dia akan pilih Zuxin.
Wildcats, no Freya.
Selina. Rain tak rindu rasi ke bang? Kau dah fantasy ada ke bang? Ada kambing comel. Mana lipas terbang tadi? Korang janganlah marah macam tu. Lipas terbang ada lagi ke?
Ability to stun his opponents with the arrows.
Okay, dekat
I
sini.
feel like this is a hero
Pagi tu?
that they feel is their last
Widow
resort.
Sing.
It's like a break last
Chun juga.
in case of
Atau Nolan.
emergency kind of hero here for Bushido Wildcats. And
Aku keluar dulu.
eliminated for
Baik.
games of the future. And if they
Glue
lose
kah, Kif?
another
Ya,
game,
glue tu.
Team Vamos,
Baik tu.
however, with a
Muhammad
really
Syahir.
good answer. The clue, a way to thank
Harley, okay.
the arrow as
Kalau
well
Nes
as
datang
the
balik Malaysia
traps
ke?
of,
Tak ada dah.
Selena in case
Dia
they
datang
need
nak pergi tengok apa pasar pudu je. Dia nak beli ikan, lepas tu dia balik Filipin. Pakai top green.
Hey, that's so funny. You
Okay,
straight
green
up
kena,
mentioned
kena.
Guinevere and Paquito earlier, and then
Cuma dia
here comes
lambat.
Bushido Wildcats just prioritizing it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
After seeing the glue in the Harley, though, how do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I like it. I like it. There's a lot of
Tapi nak berhadapan
sections
dengan
that they have to
Pakito
land.
tu.
And the reason
Sesuai
why
je,
I like it is that whenever
Yes,
I
mate.
see
Okay.
the Selena and there's other supplementary
Melissa
stuff,
dulu.
there's just so many ways
Betul.
to engage with it. You can start with a stun from both Sunshine as well as Nexus. You can start
Boleh.
with a
Kalau aku dah
knockout
boleh main
from
macam-macam.
into the arrow.
Okay,
Come
ini
on,
kalau
Saya percaya tau.
into
Okay, ini
a
kalau dah
stun
2-0,
follow-up
kita terus
afterwards. Lot of cheats
rank.
that you can do. So
Sebab next game pukul
three
10.45.
heroes with a lot of good
Apa?
sources of crowd control. That's gonna be good up against the Hardy, but is
Takkan
it
nak
good
tunggu.
up against the
Macam semalam
Melissa?
aku off.
That is the bigger question in
Lepas
here.
tu
I
sambung
feel
balik.
like the Violent Requiem, if you nail it properly, you probably can.
Kita menang ni. Ya,
threaten
2-0
that
ni
goal,
dah.
but
Kita rank kita push rank.
It's difficult to play dive
God.
against the Melissa.
Tot.
We saw this a lot as a
Oh,
major
nak keluar.
component to
Okay,
picking up the
okay.
Melissa. If you know there's so much dive and not any
Tak ada tu,
clear
Rin nak keluar tu.
idea of reach to be able to poke the Melissa down, then it's so difficult. But at least the comforting thought is you put in the
Room 45
condition
tak
both
campur dengan
of
Sida
get
lagi
the
bang.
Violet
Ya,
Requiem
betul.
onto the Melissa,
Itu tolak
you know
masa
it's
Sida
not
ya.
gonna have Purify. It will
Sunshine
always
ni
have
bukan
Inspire.
ke
So at
extreme
least
dengan
if
Aurora.
you do get that catch,
Oh ya
it's
ke?
gonna be a great catch.
Ya, sebab ni
But
memang
it's,
apa
again,
tim daripada Turkey.
gonna be very difficult to execute and really pull off to catch this Melissa out, because hypothetically, even if you get to catch her, there are
Tapi ni
other
semua hero
problems
dash.
to
Pobia
deal with.
sangat tak
So
sesuai.
Bushido need to find a way to level this out with some form of reach or really good
Boleh nak
dive.
dating ke?
Once they decide
Rush.
to go in, there's no room for
SB,
Natko on this Melissa. to
Peminat
thrive.
pula dari Zabab. Jom sama-sama kita sedangkan Al-Fatihah kepada pelawat terkenal
This
Cik Man
means
telah
that
meninggal sebentar
for
tadi.
Team Vamos can be looking at taking away more damage heroes like Arlo. Think about it. There's a good synergy for Bushido
Okay,
Wildcats.
lepas tu kawan
with
aku
the
pun
Arlo,
ada
but
seorang baru meninggal.
Guinevere plus the Paquito plus the
tak.
Arlo.
Dia pernah itu dia sakit. Dia sampai mata dah jadi buta. Bos Han. Ada orang kenal lah daripada app sebelah.
You have the Paquito in the gold lane up against the Melissa, and I think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
betul
not
situ.
a good lane to play. at
Malam ni
for
makan
Bushido
kebab Turki
Wildcats.
lagi
So I think
Let's go.
they probably
Semalam SRJ dah bantai abang dia. Ni Vamos pula adiknya. Betul doh. Dua-dua tim apa Turki kalah dengan tim Malaysia doh.
Maybe Bushido Wildcats themselves will just not pick up.
Okay, No Warrior boleh terus main kan?
the gold.
Cuma Kajar yang tak boleh.
Themselves in a very
Kajar dia perlu
tight
2 minggu.
spot, actually.
Okay, betul lah guys.
Especially since if Vamos decides to
Okagura pun
run out
buff.
with like a Farso or a Vexana as their mid laner, then that's
Okay.
pretty much GG for a all dive composition, and you're playing a new game plus hard mode, hardcore mode, one death, and your entire save run is
Nas.
just gone. So they're saving that pick for later. They
Apa lagi
get
tadi?
the Uranus,
Mid.
and with all of this dive and burst, it's whoa, oh man, this is not
Paquito
gonna be
pun
a fun time.
Okay, mid. Jom tebak mid. Aku rasa macam Lilia boleh, Parsa boleh.
Pull this off, but it's too demanding.
Parsa susah.
You put your Paquito in a lineup against the Melissa. You put your Benedetta against the Uranus.
Silap Zana keluar ni.
There is a lot that they have to do. I have to say though, their river fights are really good.
Gift
They
pun
have the
susah doh.
damage, They have all of the stunts in the world. Have good neutral objective team fighting. But
Aku
their
lah,
laning
Nova please,
stage,
aku dah
that's
Nova.
what they
Kau
will
baru
have to fix
balik
right
ke?
now. And Team Vamos, what they only have to do right now is to pick a mid laner that will defeat the Selena.
Zetian.
Okay, this is not a hero that
Counter
I
engage lah Zetian ni.
thought about, but it's another anti-dive hero. And this is also a hero that I have seen so many times played against the Guinevere, because what you do is to pop your ultimate when the Guinevere
Kenapa
jumps.
Team Spirit
It will not
FF
stop the
abang lo?
Violet Requiem,
FF
but it will stop any follow-up. And you also deal the damage.
FF?
So I like the idea
Forfeit.
here coming out from Team Vamos, ready to close it out. Bushido Wildcats.
Dia
I hope
dia
they're
forfeit
ready.
yang
I
first
hope
game
this
tu.
is like a comfort
Lawan
win
dengan
for them,
Falcon.
because
Sebab
otherwise their laning
tak cukup masa,
stage
tak tahu
is
lah.
gonna be
Mungkin
disastrous.
celebration dia orang ni apa semua, then macam dia orang lambat sampai, tapi dia orang forfeit the first game and then dia orang turun lower. Nah, dia orang main kat lower. Tapi yalah champion lah kan. Kebiasaannya bila kau tak sampai on time, DQ terus.
Against Team Vamos, let's pat ourselves
Tapi mungkin dia orang tak DQ kan lah.
We're now about to head
Dia
into
just macam
game
denda lah
number
satu game.
2.
Dah kau turun
Looks
bawah.
great for Vamos, especially since they rounded it out with the
Dah lambat sampai sebab masih dekat lapangan terbang
of course,
lagi.
a hero notorious for, as Wolf mentioned,
Mungkin ada kalau pro macam tu tak boleh nak kata apa lah. Kalah balik ke bang? Tak.
your entries.
Yang ini,
overcommit too early.
yang ni kalah balik ke?
One Fury of the Phoenix
Dah boleh 5 ke?
can mess up your entire
Iya tu.
team.
Yang ni kalah balik. Yang ni siapa kalah balik?
Even just one well-timed pop from the passive of the Zetien when you think you're about to get hurt,
Spirit tak main dengan
then
semalam.
it's pretty much
Tak.
over.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Ni kalah balik. Betul.
Tricky scenario, but if there's anything that esports have told us,
Ada semalam
is
main
that
lah.
everything can happen. Anything can happen. This is how competition can be.
Dengan BTR. Dengan BTR tu dipakai. Rasa first game kot. First game menang. First game apa? Vamos menang.
You know,
Second game, third game
animal
kalah.
instincts. That they will be more dangerous if they're in a corner. Just like this one. Look at that. The chain stance will be good. Zekif survives. Gets to level 2 just in time, so that he will be able to split. And I think that was just perfect timing coming up from Zeki.
Yeah, saved by the bell, but you could see it. You mentioned it. The river skirmishes, Wolf. Those layers of crowd control that they can chain together. They could build through this, giving Zeki difficulty in rotating.
That maybe just skip the lanes, just fast clear the lanes, get out of there as soon as possible, and then team fight afterwards. That also is true for the Guinevere.
Apa yang kau
At
bunyi?
least Numb gets
Oh, barang
away.
aku dah sampai dah kot.
Aero 4 had to use deadly magic. Meanwhile, the EXP lane Kuntepper desperate and getting that this could be bad for him. He's just gonna. Oh! No, that's a pause suddenly, but it looks like the animation already played and the Benedetta did get taken out by the Uranus.
Oh, that's right. I am looking at the minimap and there's no icon ready for the Benedetta. And if we're seeing this properly, I think that the Petrify is still available for Kuntupur, but I doubt that he will use it because he knows that the Purify is also available for the Uranus as well. So it will be a wasted Petrify if in case he uses that just to try and
Pergi
survive.
bangsa sub dulu, lepas tu
That
pergi
still
Kokles,
is the
lepas
same
tu
idea
terus
here for
besok
Bushido
full day,
Wildcat.
woi.
Just
Tempat
fast clearing
tu.
away because we mentioned it's a Paquito going up against the Melissa. Not a good lane for the Paquito. It's it's the Benedetta up against the Uranus. Not a good sign for the Uranus as well. So
Nampaknya kau balas.
tricky scenario again for Bushido Wildcats. However, losing the Benedetta very early into this game is not gonna help their case for sure.
Yeah, and this is something that you don't want to experience, especially an EXP laner with a lot of eyes watching you. Honestly, Siska was just standing around minion waves and spamming the first kill. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
Okay,
for
yes.
All right, keep
Hari ni
that
aku
being
joki left abang
it's
lot
a
Aku joki left abang lot
aerobics.
Siapa buat pasal aku maki? Kau tak pernah tengok aku maki kan? Siapa buat pasal aku maki? Serius? Jangan buat aku marah. Jangan buat aku marah.
You're doing a lot, but it's the wrong setting for this man.
Jangan buat aku marah.
Now it leads
Ui,
to
baik
him
tu
just
kamera
getting
abang.
taken out by this Uranus. And
Gelak.
of course, we're going to be starting the game in just a bit. Thank you again for your patience. but
Nak
if you just missed
sedap
it,
PM
it's
tele.
been a
Nak
good start for
sedap
Bushido
PM
up until
tele.
this
Moderator
moment
kasih
where
settle,
Kuntepper
moderator.
in the EXP lane just got
Kasih
taken
settle.
out by Siska, and it pushes the narrative even further of it feels like Contempor just wants
Dah
to do
tolak
a
semua
lot,
tu dah.
not exactly at the right time for it.
Tapi yang ni nak post dekat YT tu dah, betul kan? Sebab tu aku memang sebenarnya kalau target 8 minit ke atas. Sebab Balok cakap 8 minit ke atas boleh monetize. You get what I mean, you get what I mean.
At the same time, there is a big part of me that kind of wants them to at least even win in the early stages. I feel like so that this game will be much more interesting and much more, and obviously not one-sided.
Moderator tolong settle ni Syah ni. Oh kau ni memang budak-budak tak ada adab yang sekarang. Apa nak jadi korang ni? Kat sekolah dulu buat apa? Main-main buat perangai
continues for Team Vamos.
Baik moderator, thank you. Tak caci lah. Balok dah muda. Ya, Balok dah muda guys. Ni apa pause lama-lama ni abang kakak?
Is going to be thrown at him, and then arrow 404 running around the map.
Rangers. Nak takar full DM.
That's not a good sign for
live ke ni? Live guys, live. Tengah pause pula ni. Kita nak tengok game guys.
Especially the start that they had.
Abang Lok bila tanam rambut?
Gave them a lot of optimism really, but
semalam guys.
If they start layering really good crowd control for Kirai, Nexus,
korang selalu apa topik korang Abang Lok guys Kalau kat live aku selalu borak draft, borak gameplay. Apa topik korang dengan Abang Lok selalu pasal awet threads, first love, topik janda. Bahaya ni topik abang. Saya tak boleh masuk lah. Saya tak boleh masuk lah dengan viewer abang. Let's go. Natko cuba untuk freeze. Tapi itu Pakito. Okay, dia dash. Dia dash ke dalam? Dia dash ke dalam?
Sunshine to get a little bit closer to him. He's still trying to go after Natko. A two-man outlay towards the Paquito. And because of the fury of the Phoenix from Clockun, they were able to spot out Numb, who tried to back him up. And
Kiri ni main combo guys. Diorang boleh combo. Combo macam mana tu? Combo dia Chao Jikundo, Guin lompat, Selena arrow. Tu combo dia. Combo full CC kiri ni, full CC. Crowd control. Kuat ke Bushido ni biasa-biasa lah guys. Bushido ni tak salah aku tim tier 2. Bukan tier 1 ni. Ke tier 1 guys? Kau ada info ke pasal Bushido ni? Rain bila pula nak ada team jadi kesulit? Tak lah Zam. Dah bahagi lah kat tu dah. Bila masa Abang Lok jadi sopan ni selalu jerit-jerit.
The way that they approach this is just to try and go for a 2v1.
Adakah ada arrow teammate dia yang tengah kena panjat glue?
Just get away in there. And with all due fairness, Bushido got wildcards, wildcats.
Semak dia kau joget, jangan dia ingatkan guys. Janganlah macam tu. Dah panas satu.
Even though they were able to get the Cho onto the grab, not of course the best target for everyone to just jump on.
Let's go.
So the Vamos is really respecting that crowd control.
Tapi goal lead tengah menang Bushido menang sikit lah, Dia tak banyak.
You still have space escapes and everything. Contempor is going to get dove on this time by two members of Team Vamos. He tries to use the electric.
Apa salah saya Rin? Kau tak jaga adab. Kau tak menunjukkan cara-cara yang sepatutnya community e-sport behave. Baik. Asal baik pula. Itu musuh. Baik pula guys. Puri. Tak ada Puri. Ni early tak cantik ni guys. Tapi sebenarnya by right Zetian kena careful sikit kat sini guys. Sebab sekali dia kena tangkap kat sini susah guys. Sebab terlalu banyak hero yang boleh tangkap Zetian. Ada Guinevere, ada Cho, ada Selena, Bennett pun boleh sebab Bennett pakai Petrify guys.
ahead by 1,000 gold means that they can fight again. Neutral objectives key for
Kenapa
them.
tak live account sendiri? Tak
And
dapat
we have
access
5
guys.
people in here.
Tak dapat access.
And there's no chance that Team Vamos can lose loot. What a kick
Dan
onto
ni pun
the
sebenarnya kita
Uranus,
minta
though.
tolong
Not the best one.
Vamos.
And now
Tapi
to the
Vamos cakap
backside.
dapat
Sunshine
satu je.
already forces
So
out the
aku
Harley.
bagilah laluan kat Abang Lok
They will
guys.
take the turtle and now they will be able to punish
Kita
Siska who
respect
in
Elder.
front of 4
Orang
members
kata
of
orang-orang
the
tu.
Wildcats. Now the Melissa wants to go for
M-Star Rin cakap Abang Lok tu.
But
Eh, tak
that means
cantik ni
Bushido
Vamos
Wildcats
macam
will
ni,
just
guys.
collect some of the jungle creeps. They still want to look for the Harley, but they will not find him.
Boleh kalah ni. Nak
What we're looking for from Bushido, and finally
go.
they get to show it off. They know
Nasib
exactly what they need to do, but then
baiklah.
outplay. The go away is perfect, and there is no burn to finish off Nako. It ends just in time.
Dapat jaga.
They're able to recover somewhat.
Astaghfirullahalazim.
Bushido are still controlling the map.
Salah
They
draft
are still
ke?
controlling the sides and
Dia
the
bila
river.
kalah, guys,
Despite
macam ni,
that small
kalau
win,
kalah.
they'll have to climb back.
Kalau kalah, faktor yang menyumbang kepada kekalahan tu ada banyak. Selain daripada draft, ada gameplay, ada mental player, communication, macam-macam faktor. Even device pun boleh main peranan guys. Tapi kalau draft tu disadvantage akan beri kesusahan lah guys. Disadvantage tu akan bagi kesusahan kat player lah. Dah lari aku tak nak pergi masuk live kau. Kau yang panggil orang bingai. Lepas tu kau pula nak merajuk. Kami mahu kena maki macam tu. Janganlah macam tu guys. Aku tak boleh nak maki-maki macam tu.
Finally get to see them, and they're doing really
Bisa.
well. No hesitation. I feel like the coach, that little talk that he gave his team really worked out too. Here comes the Fury of the Phoenix. It stuns a
Lah,
lot of members of
Purify
Bushido.
tak ada.
It means that Nub won't be able to get the opening that he wants with the kick. While
So,
Vamos,
kalau
safely
tanya aku,
behind their
based
first turret and in
on
between
draft,
their first and
susah
second,
sikit.
are not going to lose any members heading into
Rin ada kerja
turtle
kosong apa kat tu
number
tak?
3.
Uish, yang tu aku tak sure guys. Korang kena tengok dekat threads. Pergi tengok dekat threads.
The control in the map. This is the time for
Cepatlah
Vamos
glue
to
kasi
find
panjat
the
satu
turnaround
keep.
in this major
Jarang-jarang aku tengok glue kau
third
0-2 ni.
While members of Bushido were managing the map, they can
Apa jadi
turn
kat
it around here.
Sebab tu tadi guys, waktu kita borak pasal draft tu, teka-teka draft tu, aku expect Vamos keluarkan mid laner yang boleh pakai Purify supaya dorang boleh main agresif. Dorang boleh main agresif.
Find another
tapi yang ni tak cantik guys Yang ni tak cantik ni.
which will spawn in 12 seconds. I think that's the
Hey.
but the kick. Oh, I mean the
Oi,
arrow into the
sensitive
kick,
bah.
into the Violent Requiem. No waking
ay.
up for Siska. That's death number 3 for the Uranus. And onto the backside, they want to go for a kill the Melissa, forcing out the go away. The glue will
Tak
be able
cantik ni
to
guys.
hold on to
Tak cantik ni untuk
Benedetta.
Vamos ni.
Benedetta will likely fall.
Okay, dapat satu.
It will
Baik
be
keep,
the
baik
case,
keep.
But in exchange, they will now
Kepada glue
have
Akib kita percaya guys
momentum.
Kepada
Arrow flies,
in
the stun
Akib
hit,
glue
they will
we
go
trust
for
orang
orange
cakap.
buff and they stole it away.
Dia suka under farm tu,
The
ya.
aggression is real.
Beza lebih kurang 4k lah 4k lah 4k lah gold.
With all the crowd control, with
Winning condition dia apa?
everything
Nak aku kena dapat farm
flying
sini guys
towards
untuk
them at
turnover.
any given moment.
Tu winning condition dia.
Gotf didn't need to go down
Sebab
there,
dorang
but
main
he was
double
able to do a
fighter.
job of taking Nako out of the
Draft
fight
kiri ni
here
guys,
on
late
top.
game dorang
Siska
susah. Satu
gets
sebab
the
dorang main
full
Selena
body
mid.
by the
Selena
rope.
mid nak defend susah. Nak clear lane pun susah. Nak clear wave susah.
Jungle of Bushido
Satu lagi dorang main double
alongside
fighter.
Paquito.
Kita ada marksman.
They're not gonna be able to take down the Uranus,
So,
but
by late
they
game,
did
kita
take
akan
down
ada
the tower.
advantage
Bushido,
sepatutnya.
they are still within tempo. They
Bang,
are
dorang
still
semua
at their
nak saya
pace.
cakap kasar-kasar bang.
Might get to the
Nampak ni?
point.
Dilarang
If
cakap
this
sopan dalam live
Melissa
abang.
is
Macam mana bang?
And just one wrong
Kita tak boleh lah
move by
joki live abang.
Bushido,
Okey lah,
Vamos
dia boleh.
can turn it around. But so far, it's looking like Bushido know exactly what they need to do and exactly when to do it. Bottom side rotation now. 4 members of Vamos here. How aggressive will Bushido Wildcats be in this attempt? They go ahead and kick the glue Contemper with the Electro final blow, but now they get countered by the Fury of the Phoenix. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Contemper gets taken out. The glue is riding here onto the Joe, and Team Vamos are looking to get even more kills. Air 404 chasing after Nexus alongside Siska. Vamos cannot find any more bodies. That is just one. But Bushido Wildcats got nothing out of that.
Melissa tak hidup lagi. Sabar. Melissa tak hidup lagi.
I think that is what they were able to achieve in there. Team Vamos will have to correct the lanes for now. 9 seconds before the Lord. The position will be better from the Bushido Wildcats. However, gotta be careful. Team Vamos will now want to
Tak. Hari ni kuat sikit lag dia.
Still waiting for the third item onto Natco, which means that the Trinity is not available yet on this Melissa.
Betul tu.
That means that their 5v5 is not as strong as the Wildcats when it comes to head-on collision, especially when Nom gets a pick-off. Will they once again as a target of
Salah
the
makro, salah makro.
This is very exciting. Arrow flies, red bar. It seems like the Lord is about to commence.
And it's going really well right now for Bushido Wildcats. Cloud does not have the Fury of the Phoenix just has Ziki for the conceal.
Melainkan kau pergi fast lock.
Gets information from Nexus and Kurai. They know that the Benedetta is up top too. There's a slow minion wave.
Okay, gone.
A big one.
Confirm
Pushing
gone
in the
tu.
bottom lane of Team Vamos and they need to
Oh, selamat.
go faster. It looks
Okay,
like
ni
they
boleh
will.
fast
They're
lock ni.
gonna go ahead and try to force a reaction out of Bushido Wildcats. Sunshine coming in from the
Tengah
wings.
reset.
So is the Benedetta. Nom trying to bait out abilities from Vamos. Do they know the Petrify? Electro final blow combo gets stopped a little bit from the basket of arrow.
Dapat.
Down.
Nice. Dapat. Santai. Pergi atas. Pergi bawah.
It was too good to be true.
Long lane. Jangan lupa.
Unbelievable coming out from Vamos.
Oh, dia nak ambil satu
Bushido
lagi.
Wildcats already initiated well with Gunteber. However, there wasn't any follow-up. That's the problem. They have
Okay. Sana lot keluar, tak ada masalah. Lot
Lot
dapat, kill dapat, betul. Vamos, tunggu aku. Dia tak nak joki. Dia aku masuk baru dia orang perform.
Way to counter the dive comp. After the jump
Betul,
coming out
gamble.
from the Benedetta, the Fury of the Phoenix information as well as the extra
Hai, Wallah. Hai, Jojo.
not go as well as the other members of Team Vamos to collect
Ui,
themselves.
sakit.
Utilize this Melissa in a
Natco
very
dah jadi.
offensive manner, while the glue as well as the units are protecting them.
Tu,
And
atas
of
tu.
course, error 404 and just dealt enough damage and
Tak apa,
enough
tahan je.
disruption that the Wildcats' formation was crumbling. Natco, the
Ya tu.
MVP,
Bukan
for
jiwa
some
dia.
reason, those leaders was enough to take out the Lord. And now Team Vamos are back in the game.
Nom trying to find a conceal angle, but isn't going to be committing it.
Okay, dapat
Vamos
bawah
know that
satu.
they have the lead. This is the moment that they were waiting for. Bushido handled this as well as they could with a lot of
dapat satu.
arrow, but the Fury of the Phoenix gets
Good
brought
one.
out again. We talked about the impact of this Zetian, and it's been felt over and over with every team fight. But in these past two major moments,
La ilaha
it's the
illallah.
sad reality that Bushido now has to deal with. They did everything they could, but this was inevitable for the lineup that they were up against. Despite
Tak ada
them
backup,
getting
tak ada
a pick on
backup.
Ziki, he just gets to split away. And Siska can just now do this. Body the members of Bushido in their own base.
Push commences. A lot of problems.
Aha.
Bushido Wildcats have correct now. Damage coming out from Natco is just immense. We talked about
Okay.
how the Trinity is not
Dah,
available yet
dapat
for the
dua.
Melissa, but this time it is now available.
Tak paksa
Just one
Okay, dapat.
team fight win was all it took. And now even Siska is not the target anymore for Bushido Wildcats.
Siska macam batu hero tu. Tapi semalam guys, nampak tak macam mana apa
Zetian Ultimate is almost available
Kram.
as well, coming out from Clockun.
Wih, cair tu dengan Aurora Gaming semalam. Nyawa dia dengan Harley.
I can engage once again. It's 30 seconds before
Ya.
the Lord.
Tak
It
ada.
might well be the last team fight. for
Yang dia
both
orang hampir
these
kena
teams
comeback tu.
if Vamos takes it.
It's Bushido who decides to take it. They decide to jump onto the Uranus, but now they're getting
Okay,
sandwiched
gone,
here by the
gone,
members
gone.
of Vamos. Fury of the
Gone,
Phoenix is
gone,
not gonna
gone,
let
gone,
them
gone,
provide all the
confirm kena.
information. No, but the king
Cantik.
defensively, the Violent Right, we have to try and stop the members of Team Vamos from
Dah
jumping onto
settle
them, but
2-0.
it seems like it was inevitable.
Good one, good one.
Tak ada minyak, weh. Tak ada minyak,
Hey.
The game isn't over yet.
Wait, belum.
Back into the pool.
Belum.
I'm trying. Bushido is
Ada
still
observer
alive,
pun.
and they've taken out 4 members of Vamos.
I
Aduh.
would say something really smart, Renmar, but I did not see what exactly happened in there. What we do know is that the
What was
Wildcats are
that,
not
bro?
out just yet, and there is the Lord. Potential kick. No, that's gonna be the passive. No, not even the passive to Zetian actually. That was.
Kalau kalah macam ni koyak gila guys. Tak disiplin je tu.
However, it's gonna be enough for them to
Semua
take
nampak
this
minion
Lord.
dah ni tadi tu.
Dah tak ada minion kau pergi paksa lagi dah. Kenapa tu?
Ya.
Sunshine takes it. It's not over, Redmar. It's not over yet. Hang on, everyone.
Bro tu tak
We
sabar
might
dia
see
main.
something historic
Sayang.
coming soon. This is the best game that Bushido
Okay lah,
Wildcats
W
have
observer,
played
W
so
observer.
far. They are up against Team Vamos. Arrow 404 checks out that push. Checks where Numb is. Team Vamos are feeling that they have to gather themselves together. They have to move as 5, which I think is the right decision here.
Vamos
Boleh tahan juga dia punya
are
caw
probably just as surprised as we are. Maybe even they themselves were feeling that
Kenapa
they
dia
were
punya caw boleh
getting
keras macam tu? Aku punya
whipped
caw
into
tak
the
keras pun.
portal. But Bushido had other plans. The best they looked, as you mentioned, tournament life is what they're fighting for. With a lineup that at this point should be struggling, just pulled off the defense of a lifetime. They layered their crowd control perfectly. Heroics from Quinteper and everyone else to make sure that they can find the Melissa. Bushido, can they do it? But it's still a tall mountain to climb with all of the minions and towers they need to break.
Okay, good one.
Okay. Team Vamos are perfect.
Tu, atas lagi, atas satu wave lagi.
Defense perfectly. Now they want to go for a pick of it. I don't know how that happened, but Contemporary actually was taken out a pivotal piece of the Bushido
Dah kelang kabut,
composition. Fortunately, it's just 15 minutes into this game, and there is no
Nak kena manage lane balik ni.
when it comes to the minion wave right now. So they can wait for 25 more seconds, clear out their own jungle camps, but Team Vamos wants to take advantage of this. They've pressed in.
Missing. Okay, dah.
Position themselves.
Nak go Holy
Lord
Crystal.
is still 70 seconds away. Wildcats will not be punished from that pickoff.
Room to build, exactly, is what the
Hilang control map. Mana tak hilangnya? Dah 4 orang mati, lepas tu dapat lot.
Minion waves up top will be pushing. A
Yeah.
slow push down bottom. An even slower push through the mid. It's going to be a lot of minion waves for Vamos to deal with. Kunteper has returned. So Bushido has 40 plus seconds to work with.
Okay, ambil bawah.
They're getting some semblance of map control, but Vamos doesn't want to give it.
Ya, ambil bawah,
Conceal play
ambil.
to break this tower up top. To make the base go bald. No more towers here. The missile arrow lands onto the Zetyan. They pop Clockun. They force the Phoenix of the Phoenix and they find Arrow 404 in the center. Nub, Sunshine, and Nexus have done it. No jungler for Vamos, and now Bushido is going for the chase. It's their turn for advantage. It's their turn for a clearer shot at this next Lord.
Udah main susah ni.
Roller coaster of a game.
Kenapa
I can't
jadikan
believe
susah?
that This is what we're witnessing. Team Vamos looks like they had it in them already, but now they have lost their jungler. They have to somehow delay this Lord take long enough for the Harley to be alive in 10 seconds. Bushido Wildcats, they want to burst.
Dapat.
Kill Numb now.
Can they get him?
Uri.
Back up onto the Melissa,
Cantik.
forces out the Pure.
Come on, Anko. Come on. Boleh. Rata dok. Dapat cantik. Macam itu. Tak apa. Lot tak apa tak kisah. Aha, mampus lu. Apa kau nak buat? Nasib baik dia mistake.
After all, Glockun is deathless. Not go with the heroics.
Baik tu Glockun. Yang ni Glockun memang buat game. W cameraman.
For the playoffs.
Hala vamos guys, hala vamos.
Shown that when they're backed in a corner, their animalistic instincts will reign through.
Okay lah, 2-0 lah. Tak sepatutnya do that kind of mistake
It was messy.
Hala kamera.
Unfortunately,
Terima kasih Syuk. Zubo dah boleh punch out. Aduh.
They had a straight up idea to delay the Lord, force some movements coming out from the Benedettas.
Memang Natko kena guna MM yang ada mobility je. Ya tu. Digendong Natko.
Just pick them apart one after the other. It also helped that the Melissa has a lot of
marah.
is a
Coaching staff marah dia.
if you nail the cuddles correctly and
Tak. Coaching staff senyum je.
he played the Melissa really
Rank
well
Bang Lot.
yesterday and he picked up where he left off. This time it wasn't an easy early game
Kita
for
tengok
him,
game-game
but
yang lain. Kalau ada game yang menarik, kita layan GOTF.
It's as if
Kalau game yang
he
tak
showed
menarik,
us
kita
how the
boleh
should be played once again. Vamos will
kita
go
boleh
through
rank ah.
still a big
SRG
challenge
10.45,
ahead of them.
10.45. SRG 10.45
Unfortunately for the Wildcats,
malam.
it's the end of the line.
So sebentar saya nak tengok game belah sini apa yang ada.
Out just as a game called Aeon of Strife.
Ni Team
Though it
Spirit.
was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities, but the principle for the gameplay was established.
I think that like in
Oh,
those
menang doh
moments, whether
Spirit.
you have to
The
decide
champion
upon
bermain
the
doh hari ni.
shield or the plating or whether going for like gold crabs, I think it comes down
Oh,
to
menang
like,
2-0.
how many people are sharing the
Atas
gold
1-0
shielding
ni.
with you. If you get the whole shielding by yourself, okay,
2-0.
that's not so bad, but there's still the problem like at least half of that shielding is essentially one gold crab, and well, unfortunately,
Sunset
gold
Level pun
crabs
sekarang
spawn more often
dah lain
than
doh dia
the
punya gameplay.
golden shielding, and I think that's, as you mentioned, it hurt them.
TS dah
at the
menang, TS dah
end.
menang.
14 minutes,
In games of the
57 seconds.
future, we thought that Vabas could just coast to it.
Falcons against
Ay.
Dongfeng Yaoguai later
Kejap.
on, where they are the winners
Ini
of yesterday.
AC.
Where we
But it was simple in the idea that whoever gets hit by the arrow,
Baru betul.
So it will be interesting to see because yes, Yangfeng Yaoguai has definitely improved, but I don't think they have improved to the level that Team Spirit actually has improved, and I think that's where a lot of teams are going to be looking at, especially.
Lepas ni yang apa lawan? Sunset dia jadi Sunset. Kalau sekarang, tu dah habis next match tak tahu guys. Let me check. GOTF.
1.3% kill participation overall. If you're looking to build the Paquito jungle, especially in this particular manner with a kill spree on your hand and assassin emblems,
Let me check the
be able
schedule.
to build the right items to get them low enough to even trigger the kill spree in the first place.
Yep. So again,
Falcon dengan
congratulations to Team Spirit, and we hope for
Fang
the
Yang
best
Jiang.
for 7 in their future tournaments.
Lepas tu BTR.
After this,
Kejap
we'll
lagi
see
BTR guys.
whether
BTRM.
Yaoguai has
Oh,
got
baik kita
enough
layan
to deal with
BTRM tu.
Team Falcons BH.
BTRM dengan
That being said, this closes out
Foot.
our first series of the day. GG well played to Team Spirit once again as they move on to the next round. As we wait for our second series of the day, we're going to go on a
Right.
short break, and when we come back, of course, it's more Mobile Legends action.
So today Spirit dah menang 2-0. Vamos. Kejap Vamos dah turun. Vamos dah menang. So Vamos dah lepas qualified. Onyx dengan GK. Lepas tu ada Aurora Gaming dengan The Mongols, Alpha 7 dengan Pro Esport, Falcon dengan Dianfeng Yaoguai. Dianfeng Yaoguai. Susah tu sebut nama tim tu. Oh, dia FYG dulu Tapi pukul 6.55 kan? Kalau ikut masanya 6.55. 6.55 ada Falcon dengan BTRM. BTRM pun 6.55. So kita layan BTRM pula. BTR by Vitality. BTR by Vitality. So kita tengok game BTR lah guys. BTR Saya dukung BTR guys. Boleh BTR group B. Group B. So dia dekat sini.
We can see it through the replay how good it
Ah,
was
selepas
for
ini
the
lepas ni
Wildcats to
BTR.
start, but this was the
Aku BTR. Yes, aku
turnaround
BTR.
that
Let's
Team Battles
go.
were looking for. You can see how separated the members of the Wildcats are.
So game BTR
The
dekat sini.
champions of MSC easily swept through.
Үлкеніздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз.
Match apa ni bang Lot? Lepas ni BTR. Apa tu?
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің
Banyak
ортасындасыз.
NYA Lilat.
Нық сеніммен жаңа
Апака.
мүмкіндіктер ашып,
Апака.
тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ
Keen Rasik.
мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Vamos reset Dan Bantai Team Bawahan.
Vamos reset dan bantai
Team
tim
Rasik
bawahan.
Aha.
Kena rasuk Podcast ranking team MPL bila keluar bang? Next week guys. Next week untuk MPL ID dan juga MPL MY dua-dua kita akan keluarkan next week. Sebab next week hari Jumaat baru MPL start.
Apa
So
caption menarik
just
guys,
1
antap
or 2
game
days
Vamos ni?
before untuk nak bagi hype, next week kita keluar. Tapi untuk besok akan ada satu keluar dekat YT Todak Gaming tentang patch. So saya dah minta Rain untuk buat explanation tentang patch baru ini kan, revamp Kaja, Novaria, apa dia impact bagusnya tentang hero-hero yang di revamp ini, di buff ini. So akan ada satu konten khas. So setiap kali ada patch update, saya akan minta Rain untuk buat satu video dan upload. So korang boleh
Tanai
nantikan benda tu
Vamos, we
dekat
know you
YT
can do
Todak
it.
Gaming. Tanya Mamas, we know you can do it. It's okay. Bagi dia orang biasakan dengan line up Siska kan. Dengan Siska dalam line up tu akan ada lah sedikit engki-pengki tu. It's okay.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Gua mana yang nak ditanda tu bro? Gua Okey, sementara tu boleh ke kalau kita nak rank dulu ke? Tapi dah 640 guys. Dah 640. Sekejap saya slowkan sikit volume ni. Dah 640. Takut kejap lagi kita baru nak ni, lepas tu dia dah start. Kalau disidai tak apa. Boleh jalan je bang. Kejap. Alamak. Kenapa aku punya ni tak keluar? Video capture. Activate. Tak ada Kejap. Dah. Bapak kuatnya. Weh. Lagi.
Spin Jangan Talk Spin.
Mana nak spin? Tak ada dah. Wow. Starlight. Tak ada lagi. Diamond tak ada. Kenapa tu ada 90 diamond je? Kejap. Besok masuk kot. Hari Jumaat guys. Hari Jumaat aku dapat banyak guys. Diamond. Santai jap. Okey guys, untuk korang ni saya nak bagi tahu ni. Kau nampak tak kat bawah tu? Top up pay. So top up pay sekarang ni korang boleh top up. Okey. Kejap, saya nak tukar yang tu boleh ke? Aku ada kod. Kejap Aku ada kod. Macam mana nak tukarkan benda ni Top up pay. Browse. Downloads. Ada ke? Tak ada pun. Tu. Pakai kod tu.
Todak pay mura guys. Aku
Yes.
baru
Pakai
guna.
kod tu guys.
Bawa 50
Pakai kod tu guys.
600 plus diamonds.
Okey, pakai kod tu guys. Tapi sementara tu kita okeylah Aku bagi free bermain dengan saya satu game. Sementara kita tunggu BTRM. Satu game saja Saya buka room. Saya buka room ini korang boleh masuk.
NK join bang.
Mana tu rapi dekat bio.
Tusai Rai Shiwan.
Alamak. Oh, saya kena add tu. Saya tak add lagi. Tak apa, korang boleh pergi website todapi.com. Korang pergi todapi.com, nanti saya letak saya punya link dekat situ. Oh, dah lupa, baru hari ni dapat job. Lupa benda tu. Okey, saya buka room, generate dulu abang Yedi. Alright. Saya lupa letak dekat bio. Balah, tak dah bayar gaji abang dengan tak diamond Monton yang bagi. Tapi untuk GOF ni tak dapat lah. GOF ni memang tak ada. Wih, boleh tahan juga korang 57. Kita ada makro sikit, ya betul.
Vamos Kala.
Next one, BTR. Okey, BTR kat sini kita akan tunggu BTR punya game. Saya nak layan BTR. Cepat. Masuk. Kalau tidak saya go trio. Jangan add aku tu room ID tu. Syuk, kau dah masuk ke belum? Mana satu Syuk?
Two Bang Re Shi Wan. Massic guys free game.
Okay. Jungle seorang. Apa sal semua masuk EXP je aku kick sekarang Mid tak ada. Tak ada mid, aku main mid. Siapa nak main mid? Okay, let's go. Satu game free Aku belanja.
Haha Hadik Nak Roam 2 Bang, kick.
Tak nak roam
Sai Gendong ABG Relic Sha.
Saya gendong. Okey. Awak gendong. Awak main apa? Awak bukan EXP ke?
Jungle.
Awak jungle tu. Rishi Huang tu. Okey, Rishi. Pantai bang Okey, kau tengok.
Sai main Jungle Express Mid Dan Gold Bang.
Okey, main je apa pun. Bagi aku tak apa. Bagi aku.
Please ban a hero.
Tak apa. No worries. Benjamin.
Your team is banning.
Alah, Valerie dia dah ban tu. Apa lagi?
Please pick a hero.
Gaze upon the
enemy
edge
is
of the
picking.
void.
Kirara lepas
Crowned by heaven's mandate,
Ayo,
my legacy shall endure.
Please pick a hero.
Saber Roam
手加減は
Bang.
期待しないでくれ。
NPK Dark System.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise
The
for
enemy
yours
is ticking.
truly.
Carved in blood and bone, my power is
My
undone.
team is picking.
left undone.
Prank lah bang, jungle burst tu. Kau relax jap.
Assassination is my way of missing you, my dear
Gajah
brother.
baru best tak bang Lord? Gajah, dah boleh main ke gajah? Oh ya kan?
Everything
engulfed in
The enemy is picking.
Gajah siap. Belum. Mana gajah? Dah dikeluarkan? Tak ada dok.
I've been waiting for too long.
Oh, gajah dah boleh dah. Dia kata gajah rosak, ya. Itulah silap tu. Lupa. Nanti lepas game BTRM. Kita tengok game BTRM. Belum start lagi. Baru nak tengok abang main. Ya, saya Kajar dengan Franco tu tak payah cakap lah. Itu tutup mata pun aku
At Billy
boleh
Semua
rotate.
Hero Baru Dai Kata Rosak.
Ini caw baru semalam saya belajar. Kau relax jap.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Fight as one.
All troops deployed.
仕方ないな。やるか。
聞いただろ。せいや。
Wih, sayangnya.
At Sheen Samalam.
Sabar. Nampak tak? Gangster dah aku. Gangster dah aku.
Kill. Great play.
Request backup.
遊んでる暇はないんだ。
An ally has slain the turtle. Initiate retreat.
At 08 Natch SRG
An ally has been slain.
やけどするぜ。
Standby Aku nak TikTok ni.
こっちのもんだ。よそ見はなしだ。どうだ。
Baik loh tim ni.
At Zarin Zailan org Tua Biasi Ralupa.
おう、任せな。やれるぜ。やけどするぜ。止めてみな。
Okey kan tadi. Itu kira okey kan?
俺はしぶといぜ。
Understood. Initiate retreat. Coming. Wait for me. Request
Coming, sabar.
An ally has slain the turtle.
こっちのもんだ。
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
4 orang tu kejar aku.
Instant kill. That
mampus
was
dia.
amazing.
しぶといぜ
Cantik. 2.
Double kill.
Mami, aku datang.
Superb damage.
Sabar je.
Launch attack. Our turret is killing spree.
Aduh. Aku dah 2 hari tu. Aku bertidur. Aku tak dapat lagi.
That was amazing.
Sorry. Sorry. An enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Sakit.
Superb tanking.
Tanking tu.
The enemy has slain the turtle. An enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat. Destroyed a turret. Ult is ready. Launch attack.
Understood.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
It's okay.
Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack.
Atas ni banyak ni.
Battle spell in cooldown. Initiate retreat.
なんとか持ちこたえた
Our turret has been destroyed. Your team destroyed a turret.
Aku mati tu macam tu dengan kiri.
The enemy has Our turret is under attack.
Kena ambil apa
俺はしぶといぜ
Lainnya.
どうだ
Rampage.
やけどするぜ逃げたん
Our turret has been
Santai, main. Apa yang aku buat tadi? Aku tak tahu apa yang aku buat tadi, tapi tak apalah, benda macam aku tak tahu apa aku buat.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Ally has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Shut down. Inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Baik kan balot. Tanah mati tu dia.
Our base is under attack. Base. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Initiate retreat.
Baik dah.
Initiation. Instant kill.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Shut down.
Baik dah. Wipe out. Dah menang. Ini semua abang Lok je pasal tu.
Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Attack the Lord.
Understood.
行くぜ。どうだ。
Retreat with the Lord. Instant kill.
Mega kill.
Initiation.
Slain. An enemy has been slain.
どうだ。
Santai, menang ni. Ambil tahu ni. Macam tak
Your
sempat.
team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret.
Ambil.
やれるぜ。
Your team destroyed a turret.
Nampak? Aku tolakkan tu.
You have been slain.
Kenapa dia cari aku?
An enemy has been slain.
Weh. Apa dia dosa aku dengan dia? Belum start dah.
Keen lock.
Kena lock. Aku tengok daripada tadi tu. Dia cari aku je. Sekejap. Apa lagi kita kena ambil Immortal. Gila, sekejap. Aku tadi tak puas hati dengan aku tu.
俺はしぶといぜ。 止めてみな。
Santai.
Launch attack. Initiate retreat.
lari tu.
Killing spree. Under attack.
Stand by.
Enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
Kita tak boleh menang tu. Lagi sekali tu. Tak ada baru belum start lagi.
Ult is not ready.
Bila aku nak ulti betul-betul tu. Aduh.
Launch attack. Attack the Lord. The enemy has slain the Lord.
Layan lagi Uranus tu. Korang ni.
Wait. Initiate retreat. Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Selamat. Sini guys. Jom, satu lagi wave. Satu lagi. Jom. Aku akan dapatkan carry aku janji. Okey. Kam kakak, ikut aku. Aku janji. Confirm.
Oh, makasena.
Initiate retreat. Ally has been double kill. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Unstoppable. You have been slain. Initiate retreat. Our base is under attack. Executed. Defeat.
A very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they look unbeatable. And then in the playoffs, it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it. And then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as tech gold lane marksman picks, it allowed
CKDPT pun
Nael
carry
to
bang.
just focus on one specific hero, which is the Hirara. So, BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of
Tak ada
the
bergadi bang.
amount of
Ada
hero
tadi.
pool that they
Korang
have
tak
up
follow up
against
tu. Korang
Foot
lambat follow up
Esports.
tu.
And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt,
Kala.
Maestro Moreno.
Korang tak backup aku tu.
Maestro, he really continued his string of really stellar games and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was a maestro for Bigatron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos. And I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche.
Kalau kalah ni tersingkir ke tak. Bigatron sebab hari tu menang kan. Bigatron dengan ni dia menentukan siapa nombor 1, siapa nombor 2 grup.
Representing Germany alongside Kid.
Ya, saya kena lock dengan Amon tu. Betul tu. Saya kena cari alasan.
International call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and of course the entirety of Team Germany. So
Aku
for Foot
BTR.
Esports, I remember we were talking
Okay,
about it
let's go.
with,
Aku BTR.
Monsieur Sultan de Guzman. And we asked him, I was like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams. And Foot Esports
Guys,
is one
apa
of
ni
those
42,000
really
je.
good teams.
Tete script lah 100,000 guys.
See as a team that
Vitality dia
other
dah.
teams
Ini
around the
dipakai
world
nama
need to
BTR.
respect.
Dekat tournament yang sebelum ni baru dipakai Vitality. Sini dia pakai nama BTR. Mana janji abang? Nantilah nanti next game. Saya akan cuba. Saya rasa saya akan banyak spam chow
Okay, TK
untuk
Bang
mantapkan saya punya ulti. Saya punya first skill, second skill dah okey dah.
That's right. There you go. You're right.
Kan?
Alright.
Ulti saya tak pandai tu. Tak dapat lagi tu. Macam mana
There was a
Korang ada tips tak?
Jacket BTR DOS start jewel
Of
call.
course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports.
Jaket BTR apa semua kita akan start jual nanti dekat venue di booth Kodak. Di booth Kodak insyaAllah ada. Ada makro sikit. Ya, saya ada makro sikit je guys. Kalau makro banyak. SRG pukul 10.45.
Very strong competition in the wildcards anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is
SRG 10.45. So Vamos dah habis. Saya kejap. Saya tukar. Saya buang Vamos dah habis. SRG je saya tinggalkan.
I however feel like they have to work.
Okay, SRG jam 10.45. Alright, ini saya letak dekat
their drafts yesterday were a little bit
sini.
not as good as their opponents.
Position
And
di
when you're
atas
looking at
kamera sikit. Macam tu.
by Vitality,
Okay,
so many
macam ni
games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like okay,
Wait,
I
next
actually
season
have a
saya
better
to run
draft. And
venue.
this is a team
Next season turun venue,
has
cantik.
a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Bandang there as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can well actually. They can look for the proper heroes.
Sorry
in the
bang
meta
coklat.
game that
Patutlah
will
saya
allow them
kalah.
to be successful
Awak
in
korang coklat tu.
each of the games that they
Yang
play.
kemarin
So,
pakai nama Vitality, Eman
Foot
okay,
Esports has
good.
to
Yang
work
sekarang
with
pakai
their
nama
drafting
BTR,
in order
Eman
for them
gendong-gendong
to
pastinya.
be
Oh.
able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by
Vamos
looking
lawan
at
apa?
the
Dah,
explain.
Vamos
Shogun
habis
for
dah.
Bigatron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key
Vamos
Barretts
dah
players that we
settle.
got to
Sambil-sambil tu
see
saya
yesterday.
tengok
But
lepas ni
Shogun,
mereka akan berentak dengan siapa.
really like how he plays the
Vamos
map
dah
and how he
menang.
plays
Pasna
his role,
Sai Tuka
especially
NME
with
Rigo
someone
is
like
Bang Baru Padu.
Finn
Macam
in
mana
the
korang
role.
cakap
At
Vamos
Artem
akan
Temple
jumpa
One
Aurora?
EXP and Rome are very interchangeable.
Why you guys said Vamos
They're
akan
the ones
jumpa
taking turns
Aurora?
in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry.
Vamos dah
to get
qualified pergi
vision.
ke
They can juggle that
knockout
around.
stage
And
ataupun playoff.
Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both, no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do
3, 6,
it.
9,
On the other side,
12.
for Exy, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the trades in this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. for Bigatron by Vitality against Team Vamos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and the Esmeralda. I had to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't
Ayabi
Mana
Suaramu Bigot Troopers.
Ya, Bigot Troopers, where are you?
Sizka
Lupa
yesterday. So
password
we haven't seen
nonton
Barrett
macam
or
mana
Shogun
ya?
yet. But if I'm Foot, I'm gonna start off with
Ada ke
making
dia
sure
mula macam
Shogun
forget
does not
password
end
ke
up
apa
with
ke?
that hero.
Oh yeah. There was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I fairly remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that
Wamas
you
menang kalah
will be
tadi. Wamas
able to
menang
eliminate
2-0.
that hero. So there's
So ini
that kind of
game
Barretts
Vitality.
mode. There is,
Vitality lawan ataupun Bigatron lawan Foot Esport.
Maybe a roamer or an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify.
Sini pun lambat tim Falcon dengan DFYG. Aduh.
Virtuoso of MSC.
Barrett's Virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. Virtuoso and then it's Barrett's. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to Detonus welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Footy Sports, they did ban out two heroes against Bushido Wildcats, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny. But even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, two Hirara games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara,
Foot Esport pun Turki juga. Banyaknya daripada Turki. Turki ada 3 tim tu. Foot Esport. Lepas tu Aurora Gaming. Lepas tu yang tadi kalah dengan apa Vamos tadi apa Wildcats, Bushido Wildcats pula Wildcats. Oh 3 daripada Turki
Eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or
WBAGITAU Turkey Aid 3 Team Banglad.
To go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still
Tula Bang Lord
heroes
Pon
like
Malas
Brody, heroes like
MEMBACA.
Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game but also very good in third turtle.
Price tu setara M series katanya lot. Tak adalah setara M series. Ini 900 USD untuk champion, 315,000 US dollar.
Overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then.
Ya, ni tournament Waalaikumsalam, Mats. Welcome.
The Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to
dah bagi tahu Turki ada 3 tim. Okey. Saya pun tak ni.
Back to utilities in a way. I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through. But if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigatron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barrett's in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying,
malam ni OT lagi. Itulah.
This not because I don't trust the late
10.45
game
pula.
options for
Itu pun rasanya kena sidai ni.
ABG Lord Panya Pasal Sabab Masi Suka PMPN Sai Maafkan.
Aggressive in the third turtle, second
Abang nak punya
turtle,
pasal sebab masih suka pompa, saya maafkan. Okay, thank you.
Just get 2 items, just get
sidai tu. Hari ni permulaan pun dah sidai. Everything sidai. Aku rasa mau tengah malam kot baru habis. Besok aku tak tahu guys, aku boleh stream ke tak sampai pukul 4. Saya pagi pukul 11 dah pergi Bangsal South. Ada meeting. Lepas tu saya ada demam darah pukul 2. Lepas tu pukul 4 PM saya ada meeting. Tunjuklah oleh Kazak sidai kosong. Itulah pasal. Hanya dua-dua ni dah layak. Ya, dua-dua ni dah layak. Cuma nak menentukan siapa nombor 1, nombor 2.
Gonna be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're gonna manage Because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazuya can pop off,
Jangan
do his
10.45
own
macam
thing,
8.50 semalam.
really set
Itulah
us up well
aku
alongside his
budget
Mitrio and Psyche and
dia boleh
Bloodfed,
jadi
then
11.5.
it becomes so much easier for Foot.
Sebab
But they
awal-awal
are
ni
going
pun
up
dah
against
banyak
Bigatron
kena
by
sidai dan.
Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance as your opponents who by most accounts should be better at you in dancing that,
Tournament-tournament
or
dua macam ni
you force them to
expected,
dance
guys.
something different, meaning that you
Aku
yourself
boleh
have
je
to change
balik nanti
from-
pukul
I feel like
10
that's
baru
always like,
start.
now, especially in this current meta game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just going to be leaning
Boleh rehat
towards
sekejap.
early tempo, aggro, snowball, this the way. But there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system. And that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now for esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go. It's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of Onyx, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to
menang sekali je terus layak tak faham mereka ni.
if they don't know their identity.
Macam tu lah
If you
guys,
know your identity, it
setiap
means that you
apa
will have
tournament
much
ada
better
dia punya
mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy. So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning in tournament.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and you can do this and that, but in this current age and metagame, it seems like it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing.
Tapi lagi terus tanya saja
very
mula-mula
well.
macam
Again,
betul
distilling MLBB back to its purest form. Let's see who between Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports can do that better. Remember, these two teams are already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16
Piala GOF,
and
Game
or
of the
winner
Future.
will go to the quarter
Almost menang
finals
2-0.
straight up, skipping a step in the playoffs. Team Spirit, the latest champions of MSC from just a few days ago, beat Entity 7 with a dominating 2-0. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of
kena sidai macam semalam.
schedule conflict,
Aku nak pergi beli makanan kat bawah pun risau kena ni.
from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against Tianfeng Hawaii. And in Group C, Selangor Red Giants, Moon Eaters in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora Gaming and the Mongols will be at the lower bracket finals.
SRG, I cannot be skipping work again.
Unfortunately for
mana, dek?
87, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the
tadi dah nampak dah ada orang dekat bilik tu, tapi
the MSC champions. Yeah, very unfortunate for them. But and they will not be moving on to
kita borak-borak kejap
as well. You know what's crazy?
Kita borak-borak lah
MSC
kejap.
champs in the round of 16 no matter what because of that default. And they also have another MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora.
Gotf Sidaya Bangalore.
In the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit after the draw. Is it even possible to be that way? Don't think so.
Actually, that's a good question.
Good question. Borak cerita semalam bang.
Are you looking?
Tak best tu borak cerita semalam. Dia kalau ramai-ramai semalam best juga cerita kan.
I think it's really just a draw.
Hari ni nak cerita apa tu?
Oh, it's a draw, so it is possible.
Sambil-sambil tu kan aku nak kena set
like a cross bracket thing. Let me. We were given some supplementary files. I remember I scoured through them before, but I don't remember seeing anything. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw up that information in terms of like how we're gonna decide which teams face each other in the playoffs, where they land. But it would make sense if it's just gonna be a draw, because if there's gonna be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other, that might be a little bit too much.
Tengah cari account.
Right now we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Big Jump by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is all right, let's go ahead and watch this.
Aduh. Tambah lagi lah
The games of the
startnya.
future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though,
Sarita
we have
Perangkangan
gathered our
Baru
athletes to
ABG
take a
Lord
quick break and try out
UTKMPLMY
Kazakh
Akan
national
DTV.
Kita
team.
perancangan baru
Let's see
Abang Laut
what we
untuk
have
MPL yang
here.
akan datang. Untuk MPL yang akan datang, perancangan baru. Perancangan baru. Tak ada apa perancangan sama je. MPL Talk. Kan MPL Talk semua ada wajah baru. Untuk MPL Talk, talent lah. Ada wajah baru. Dan ada cara sikit baru, ada sponsor baru juga masuk, alhamdulillah.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to
Lebih
Gent.
proper lah, lebih
It is a
proper lah
sweet
kali ni.
dish made from roasted
Dari
millet,
segi penjagaan
butter,
masa
and
dan
sugar.
sebagainya.
This yummy snack
Panel
usually
baru tu
cooked on
permanent ke?
holidays and special occasions.
Panel tak pernah permanent.
This dish is
Talent ni kita biasa boleh tukar-tukar
Talent to
untuk
Bangalore.
memberikan orang kata apa. Sebab kadang-kadang
Now our participants will try out court, dry, hard cheese.
setiap panel ni ada masing-masingnya cara mereka evaluate game tu sendiri. Kan? So saya kali ni saya bawa muka lain tu sebab saya nak macam satu cerita yang berbeza.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Quimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented
Nevin
mare's
Massey host
milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Vamos menang ke? Menang. Vamos menang.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water.
What do you say?
Asbussen.
Always great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Big Drama Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit.
Dekatnya Abang Lot, selesanya. Selesa bodoh ni. Aku bagi selesa untuk wanita-wanita, bukan untuk kau jantan. Lama gila. Itu tau. Dia kata ada any moment. Dia boleh start any moment. Sabar, jangan marah. Kelvin.
Vamos Menang Tadi, SRG Pukul 10.45 Satji.
Ya, betul. Sekejap. Jangan marah. Okay. Kemarin jangan saja pukul 12 baru start sudah. Boleh jadi doh. Boleh
Sarita
jadi.
Pasal Selisa,
Kita
Rain
pasal
Kakap
selesa. Rain
Tadi
cakap
Dia
tadi dia
Selisa
selesa
bersama
bersama
Todak.
Todak. Iya ke? Sangat selesa Kau start any moment. Nampaknya 2 jam lagi. Okay guys, yang mana yang baru hadirkan diri dalam live saya, tak kira dekat YT ataupun TT, jangan lupa untuk bantu saya tekan button follow dan juga subscribe ya. Sambil-sambil tu kalau kau boleh tap screen, bagilah 100,000. Siapa yang ada auto clicker senang sikit. Bang select kenapa semai? Tak, tadi apa si Rin buat content, so tak dapat. Kita arrange next one. Lepas tu aku pun mana ada main. Aku main satu game je tadi. Sementara tunggu BTR ni. Lepas tu aku tengok kau dekat tournament room. Maaf zahir batin bang. Kita dah raya ke? Dah raya ke kita? Tadi Rizal Wamos 2-0 Wamos menang. Game Malaysia ada ke? Ada. SRG pukul 10.45. SRG at 10.45. Tapi delay lah. 10.45 tu boleh jadi 11.30. Jom segame ni bang. Tak nak. Ini anytime. Caster tadi cakap any moment. Onyx juga malam guys. Onyx juga malam. Onyx lawan GK juga malam. Di sebelah sudah start ke belum? Bentar ya, cek. Sama juga, sini pun tak start lagi. Dua-dua apa live pun tak start lagi guys. Waalaikumsalam. Kapan mulainya ni? Tak tahulah bang. Pukul 8-9 gila tu. Kalau macam tu game SRG sila-sila pukul 1 nanti baru start. Alah biasa cakap Yenara tak? Yenara. Salah tu, salah. Orang Melayu memang cakap macam tu sebab dia tak tahu. Dia pakai bantai je. Falcon dah start bang? Mana dah start?
Zaushi. That just again shows that they are pretty confident.
Okay, Falcon dah start. Kita masuk sini dulu lah.
At Smiley Face 1045 MLM me.
Kind of neutralizes the advantage that Team Falcon should have because
Kita layan ni dulu lah.
as Yuan was able to get in a good position to slow down Kyle long enough so that Zaushi can vertical jungle for himself. I don't think he got the camp. Did he? I'm not sure.
No, he got the camp. He got the camp off of it. Yeah, you can see that Yuan is already like very close to.
So ini kalau dah siap match ini dah settle lah, group A dah settle. 3 tim dah layak. Dua-dua ni dah layak, cuma nak pastikan siapa nombor 1 nombor 2.
Some kind of control here, but look at this.
Layak mana ada dulu. Itu ada daripada bosan kita tunggu.
Trying to force this level 4 as quickly as possible. It's probably their only opportunity. Once Fish God hits 4, they can definitely fight.
Well, Yuan does have that golden hour. The only question is how he's going to use it. Yuan almost gets taken down here. Has to get away. Golden hour used. Zaushi still secures it. And Juno or Kyle just got taken down by Dungfeng Yao Guai. Now Team Falcons, they have to retreat as Fish God tries to get a kill but gives it over to Zaushi. And now Ogwen slowing down the recall of Zed. Zed wants to move on forward as Yuan tries to terrify him. Looks like a lot of damage onto Ogwen, but Zed is taking way too much damage. Flap trying to get close, but Yuan gives the cover for Zed. Clean from Dungfeng Yao Guai, winning everything on the board.
Really good disengage here for Dungfeng Yao Guai. Again, I was thinking like maybe he was playing a little dangerous there for Zed, but again, at the very least, Flap was not able to get that Ionic Edge anywhere close to him. Manages to survive and has Yi1 to back him up. With both sides recalling immediately, Dungfeng Yao Guai looking for a big punish, knowing that the purple buff has back, but they were delayed for taking it, using his retribution early on to steal this away, and Kyle is going to be left purpleless for the next couple of minutes.
I would say this is uncharacteristic of Team Falcons Philippines, where I would say the first rotation got read out by Dongfeng Yaguai, and therefore Yaguai was able to respond appropriately. And now with the 2Q lead onto Zhaoxi, as long as he doesn't get caught by either the Marcel or the Zushin, Dongfeng Yaguai, they're going to scale pretty steadily. And because Super Marco does not get any help from the team, Lung is also having a pretty good time here in lane. Looks like it is roughly even, but actually, no, Lung does have a level advantage. Unsure if he was able to deny a few minions away from Super Marco, or it's just, you know, neutral objective difference. But still, this is a very good start for Dongfeng Yaguai.
It's neutral objective difference, and I think it's 2 crabs at this point is why he has the current lead. Let's just double check his gold. Yep, 666. That's about right there. That means at least 2 crabs were
BTR
obtained
bang,
here. But
belum start lagi lah rasanya.
They already fight for the first position here on the...
Nampak?
Really be careful of Flap. Level 7 on that Uranus should be able to deal quite a lot of pressure onto Dongfeng Yaguai. Look at FishGod. FishGod is pretty low in HP, and Flap sees that, tries to get a kill. Oh, Gwen, he does have the golden hour. Looking for a prime position to get onto someone. For now, looks like they're all on Flap, trying to make sure that Uranus is not part of the fight, and Ogon is there trying to help them out. All the while, Kyle is stealing a green camp away, and even Super Marco is here. Dongfeng Yaguai, they're losing their position.
And in this scenario, both of the Atlas are
way too long here. And I mean,
because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Beric and the Valentina at a certain regard.
Semalam kau hari ni dah ramai dah start stream tu.
That is a free ban.
Kan? So untuk malam nanti dapat 2,000 pun dah okey dah. Itu pun dah cukup bagus dah. Tapi dekat YT tadi pun tak ramai mana, tapi pergi sampai 600. 600 okey, 600 okey. Semalam 2,000, YT dekat 2,000 lebih. TT 6,000. Jarang-jarang dapat macam tu kan. Alright, Valentina first pick by Vitality. BTR, sorry. Thank you yang mana yang baru hadir. Thank you for the follow.
How crazy BTR has been.
Prime Sari, betul tu. Terus Bang Lord, itulah. Kadang-kadang kita unexpected things could happen.
Beric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options.
Tapi yang bagusnya, dia bukan sekali naik macam tu je, tapi consistent average view 3,000, dekat TT 3,000.
I like the idea of the Uranus though.
Waalaikumsalam. SRG jam 10.45.
Chosen the SRG Manang
okay, Marcel lepas Marcel dengan Uranus
Spirit Deep Water Final Con Bang,
which is the Uranus, because it really is not
scared of it
just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley.
Semalam Vamos kalah, tadi menang 2-0 dah lepas.
Instead they go.
Saya predict 2-0. Sepatutnya lah BTR 2-0 kan ni.
Really understandable. I wonder why they went in for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely gonna consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle. As the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your Eman card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag for esports.
Belum end lagi dia dah buat macam dah end game. Sudahnya 4 rata.
Twice about banning out the Esmeralda.
Ada, aku nampak ada orang buat klik. Aku tak tengok lagi.
They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. Might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and then just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how Bigatron by Vitality rounds out their draft on the blue side.
Yeah. Harley overall the good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for BTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid lane options.
Yeah.
Against the Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like
options.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill.
Hello.
At least one gold ban, I think.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry fourth pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Seems like we close it out with our Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they
The
won with the
trauma is real
Hanabi
for BTR, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's, the trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if Foot Esports will think about just doubling down on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to brace themselves for that one. That means
Ano yung main jam berapa? Nggak tahu bang.
Going for?
Alah, coba explain sikit kenapa ada dua column qualified selepas breaker final. Itu lah, saya pun tak faham tu.
They're not gonna send this
Serius, saya tak faham. Kena tunggu
Oh no, it could.
semua ni habis,
Some players have done that.
baru tahu.
Shogun did play it before. And that means that Paquito can still be like, this is just such a flex pick. But then again, they will reveal their jungler soon. It's going to be Harith though. So Paquito in the jungle XP Ruby, gold lane Harith, Foot Esports can still go for the Granger. They might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup. It's still a skills matchup the way if you like it, but Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for Foot Esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is a Moskov or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely their composition.
Good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto Xe and Bloodsphat for sure in terms of making sure the team is well protected. Wait a minute!
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda!
And you know what I don't like about this?
What?
This is Foot Esports, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No physical damage. This, it has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like even the case of a gold lane Harith where it's like true damage that it actually supplements.
Foot Esports need Darimana,
heals
guys.
True damage for sure, but Uranus, Kimmy, Esmeralda, Harley, there's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that that anyone should be allowed with. I don't know, Foot Esports, you better play perfectly, otherwise they can easily be taken out in this game number 1.
On the flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just snowball with all of this magic. That's one of the strengths. But again, that's a big if. Historically, lineups like these have turned into magic damage lineups versus Radiant Armor. Or
Yes.
versus Athena's Shield. And those items will just stop everything that Foot would want to do. Well, not completely, but it will delay the effectiveness of their composition.
I don't like this at all. And there are so many good vessels for the Radiant Armors versus the Athena Shield, especially because BTR has went in for the Paquito, went in for the Ruby as well as this Atlas. And to be fair, you are already feeling the damage output of Foot Esports in the early stages.
Yep. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the magic damage compositions. They send the Uranus out. They understand that they have to operate through this timer. They have to play fast. They have to dominate early and get as much wins as they can. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to get a quick kill on Denial and delay the progress of this Paquito jungle as much as possible. Because if they cannot get those early wins, it's going to be a
Foot, Turkey. Foot ni daripada
check
Turkey, guys.
towards their damage profile against the more balanced damage profile of BTR by Vitality. Bloodspet baits out the perfect match. Quick little stun there from Psyche.
Boom, gone.
Chased down, and that's the Marcel
Memang Ruby
down.
sekarang ni
Let's see if the
function
damage
tu.
will be enough to turn things around. Next, he's going to be able to take down Shogun. Psyche takes down Nile. It looks like they might be able to do it here on the early. A double kill for this
Dapat
Kimmy.
kill 2. Dapat.
Okay. When we ask for them to play perfectly well, they are playing so well and aggressively too. Have taken over the Turtle and they are now taking some of the jungle camps for BTR. Bloodsfet on this Marcel. It's always good that the Marcel is on a team that has early game snowball because of this. Actually can set up more. Nile is very tanky at this point.
Annoyingnya si
But against Psyche as well as Bloodsfet, they're running down the Atlas. Atlas able to survive for that. But the fact of the matter remains, they have stopped Nail from farming and they will keep on doing this. Want to steal away the orange. I think this is the way that they're playing, that this should be played. Not only are you aggressive against heroes, but you're also oppressive in terms of controlling the jungle.
This feels like I'm watching a drive-by courtesy of Wizards. Instead of blap, 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 you're just hearing Aloha Mora and whatever the hell spell you know, and it's working out. I mean, they're playing around their conditions so well. I mean, this is why, on the other side, we do have our doubts around this composition. But
Schedule 10:45, but it's going to be late. It's going to be late.
They know what they're doing.
Believe
they know
me,
that
guys,
they
it's
have
gonna
to
be
play
late.
like this. They know that there's a timer of, oh man, once those magic defense items start showing up, we're not going to be able to do this. So it's a question of how fast can they get their items for their Harley.
Azakakuch
Maybe they'll put a Sky Piercer on
9G10.45.
either the Harley or the Kimmy at this
Pagi tadi
point,
dah lah, aku dah
just so
cukup.
that you can
Mesti
get
nak
that
nampak
extra
Acer.
little kill power to get that out. And it's perfect. They know what they need to do.
Yeah. It seems like they have prepared for this specific moment. This is not their first rodeo. They felt like the Esmeralda encountered the Harif, which is true.
Semua god lane korang complain Nanail pun underperform katanya. Natku underperform katanya.
I will not disregard what BTR
Semua
can
benda
do
korang
with
tak
this
kena tu.
composition though, but a 2,000 gold lead is commanding for Foot Esports.
Golden Hour brought down here by Moreno as the Valentina Marcel cosplay. Just a delay. Did that by Foot Esports, but here comes Foot with their Esmeralda and their Harley. Shogun takes a lot of damage. Spin. Going straight for the Harley. Perfect match into the Fatal Links. It's a perfect combo with the damage. All of this magic. Drive by my magic wands. And it's too much for BTR by Vitality to handle. You're a wizard, Foot.
And very commendable usage of the traction pulse. Amazing usage and piloting coming out from
Nail tak ada bang dalam fight itu. Nail tak ada. Dia ada duduk kat bawah tu.
But the way that he stuns and
Nail tak ada.
helps the Kimmy and the other members of Foot Esports nail their skill shots by
Habis yang mati siapa bang? Itu Eman.
It's really good. Oh no.
Serius ah.
Usage of the ultimate, but XE will be able to trade. Fortunately for Foot Esports,
Sabar. Nampak Nanail.
Just the Marcel.
They didn't even take that train. RX trying to go after Emon, but it felt like at that point he just got baited into it instead of committing an escape. But he didn't burn the Purify. He just paid for it with his life.
BTR
XC
id
now
tay
trying
and
to
get
focus on the
BTR
turret
my
and
haha.
mid gets cleared up by Finn and Moreno. Did the minion waves. Foot Esports, I think it's starting to bite back onto them. It might be getting to the point where BTR by Vitality have the tools to answer this, but they know they have to continue this pace up until they realize they can't. Then they need to start slowing things down.
Traction Pulse committed. Shogun is able to run away. I feel like Foot Esports in general, if they keep on taking away the jungle camps coming up from BTR, it means like BTR cannot get into the late game, and their late game will also be delayed. Okay.
Wow, perfect! Ultimate Fatal links in the double kill there from Moreno was a setup of the century here for Bigatron by Vitality. Foot Esports were not ready for that. Admittedly, neither was I.
Dah makan ke? Belum. Malam belum.
BTR would pull the trigger like
Baik,
that and
BTR.
make it look so clean. They take 3 down and they'll get turtle
Moreno menggendong
Unless Kazue is crazy enough to try, he's way
Moreno
too
menggendong.
far. Maybe Foot might just try, but Bigatron
Ada orang Ipoh dah dalam live saya ni. Ada orang Ipoh tak?
With their best. Blotsfed is here though.
Orang Ipoh ada tak?
Going for the free moment, does not have the golden hour. Will just give away the turtle for that. RX
Nah, ini
wants
kena
to
bagi
chase as well as
assassin lah,
Kazue,
guys.
but it seems
Tak ada.
like BTR have just gotten out just in time.
Perak, Ipoh perak.
And I think that this is
Ada.
Blotsfed just making sure
Hari
that
Sabtu
he
ni
will keep
Hari
on
Sabtu ni
having
ada
a
tournament
Thunderbelt,
Hari Sabtu.
Sahibo,
Hari
Gita.
Sabtu dekat station 18.
to keep their foot on
Stoda
the gas.
Academy ada buat program. Okey, Stoda Academy ada buat program. Lepas tu ada tournament juga. Korang boleh masuk, korang pergi tengok ada AI animators kalau korang nak test AI 3D animators, AI robotik apa semua korang boleh pergi try kat situ. Okay, dekat station 18. Pergi lah RM1,000 guys.
Moreno has been stellar in this game.
Ada tournament.
4-1-1 and double kill in the last big fight.
Apa lot ada tak? Saya
There might just be
tengok dia
reaching the
macam-
point that fork in the road
Fin.
in terms of whether or not they can make this lineup work. They're getting
boleh
pushed
jual
back.
air ke situ.
Little
Tak
by little,
boleh.
the
Makan minum semua ada free. Kalau tak payah fikir pasal ni semua dah semua dah sediakan dah.
into their side of the jungle.
Makan minum semua dah disediakan. Datang dah lah main, dah boleh test semua benda ada kat situ, makan minum lagi, makan kenyang-kenyang.
To solidify whether
Bawa
or not
kawan-kawan,
Foot can
lepak
still do
situ.
this early on because the longer the stretch
Boleh
is
masuk
out,
kalau champion tu boleh masuk champion terus.
DTG and K Makan Jaboli.
Finn decides to go forward. The fatal links.
Baik, dapat satu.
But Blotsfed.
Hai,
He's
dua
not
iman.
going to be able to survive that onslaught. It is getting to that point. They're way too tanky. The magic defense. Moreno with the targeting of the psychic, forcing out the Kimmy.
Boom, lagi. Boom, siapa cakap naik underperform? Lagi. Double, mampus lu. Nah, Nail underperform. Sabar.
Foot Esports formation was broken down by
Tournament ML, ya.
because of that snag.
SRG 2-0.
The fatal links
Ini
committed to
BTR
just one
2-0.
hero, it was enough. BTR, they understand the scenario. Foot Esports has to be
Nasi kandar ini. Ya, tadi saya makan nasi kandar tu.
when they wanted to win a team fight, but that does not happen, and they will try to stake this lord. They will be successful in doing so. Blotsfed will be able to run
Vamos
away.
dah tersingkir. Besok
Every
pagi
time
dia orang
that
balik
there
naik flight.
is, -1 coming out from BTR. Foot
Masuk
Esports
bukan
will
nak
not
tanya apa.
be
Vamos
able
dah
to
tersingkir.
win
Kenapa?
this
Kenapa
fight.
kau tanya Vamos dah
It will
tersingkir
take
ke?
the whole
Kau tak
village
yakin
of
kau
Foot
Vamos boleh menang?
just to win. And BTR has found
Ah,
out that
SRG pun
that
dah
is their
kalah.
secret.
Dah dua-dua
What
besok
they're
pagi
doing
dah balik.
now is just
Daripada nak layan benak punya Weaver community Malaysia ni kan. Benak kan. Baik korang balik. Besok pagi pukul 8 balik semua.
On this Valentina has
Bodoh.
been stellar, single-handedly keeping Psyche away from that fight, getting 2 shadow strikes in towards the Kimmy, sending him out, and then suddenly it just looked really bad for Foot to fight into it. So BTR, they themselves, they know their condition. It will reach that point.
Kau nampak tak bawah ni aku letak SRG lawan pukul berapa? Ada kan? Ada kan? Boleh buka mata tak? Boleh tengok bawah ni ada kan?
And even from my own perspective,
Ada kan? Ada.
the fact that you can't really tell if it's Blotsfet or Moreno's.
Kopi tak ada, kopi tolong orderkan kopi.
Of course, you can see the sign if you're the player, but not so obvious if you are. From our perspective here, look at Eman right under tower, doesn't care. Moreno get the last hit, but it was the Harith dancing beneath tower number 1 in mid through his own Zaman force that made that look easy. Foot Esports are getting dismantled. The Lord falls top side. BTR by Fit will continue their push, trying to take
Orang tanya Vamos Bang Lot, tak gentle lah mengamuk.
It looked really good at the start, Redmar. It looked like Foot Esports knew
aku dah cakap ciri-ciri Abang Lot tu apa aku dah bagi tahu tau. Ciri-ciri Abang Lot tu apa? Kalau aku tak mengamuk, tak gentle tau.
JNGNLASMUABNDANKKNA swap. Thanks.
Back into this game because as it
Pindah
stands,
muka belah
BTR
kanan.
are leading by a lot, and naturally the bottom lane as well as the top lane gets pushed by the big minions spawned by BTR.
Vamos dah menang 2-0, dah menang 2-0. Vamos dah menang 2-0. Okay.
For Foot Esports, for Psyche to stay alive as long as possible. Start getting some items.
Tadi kat Mama Penang nampak steady je bang. Alamak. Janganlah puji.
And that's where you can start it off. But the survival of this Kimmy.
SB 10 dari Berolor rapat setia hadir. Ada apa bank dekat
New
Ipoh?
Zealand dollar dah $10. Ada apa bang dekat Ipoh? Ada Toda Academy punya grand opening. Toda Academy buka branch di Ipoh. Toda Academy kan berasal dari Cyberjaya. Lepas tu dia dah buka dekat Melaka baru-baru ni. Lepas tu last 2 weeks kita buka di Kuantan Pahang. So sekarang ni kita buka satu lagi Toda Academy punya branch di Stesen 18 Ipoh. So bila kita buka, kita buatlah free trial class untuk apa game based learning, GBL. Lepas tu 3D animation, AI robotics. Korang boleh pergi try dekat situ. Lepas tu ada juga Mobile Legends punya tournament. Ajak kawan-kawan pergi tengok tournament. Aku pergi main tournament. Ada RM1,000 prize pool. Okay, faham Bila bang? 8 hari bulan ni? 8 hari bulan. 8 hari bulan. Nama lari mana tu? Dari mana tu? Lagi. Tak boleh tu.
Is looking towards the Kimmy. Zones him out. 3 versus 5. This is going to be too tall a task for BTR by Vitality. Unless somehow they can get
tak apa bang, saya tolong layan. Ni Vamos menang 2-0. Okey, terima kasih. Sorry tak nampak. Okey. Tak apa ni. Kalau nak tanya pasal SRG ni bawah ni.
Massive pick off and then
bawah ni saya dah tulis besar-besar ni.
BTR just way
10-45.
good when it comes to their positioning around the map.
Kalau nak tanya Vamos, kejap saya nak letak sekali ke Vamos. Nanti hilang dong muka saya.
About how they should be the one oppressing the jungle of BTR, but all of that gonna be denied by BTR from that bottom lane win. They did. They were down by 2,000 gold, but one fatal links that caught 3 members of Foot Esports that had purified, by the way.
SRG Punya Bang.
Still wasn't enough. It's because of Finn, it's because of Moreno. And now BTR by Vitality. They're poised to take the top lane turret.
Conceal play, Golden Hour gets dropped down now. Shogun brought down really low, but the frozen moment gets a help, and Makazuwe gets spotted out by Emma and the rest of Bigatron. Right under the tower with the Lord pushing in. No more Harley for Foot. Is the Kimmy going to be enough? Because the Uranus is not at the fate. The links from Finn is perfect. A slow dismantling into the harsh reality. Bigatron by Vitality have taken game number 1 despite the great start by Foot.
When we talked about the draft, you were really scared for the composition
bagi
of
warna bang, bagi warna Okey, aku cuba. Aku bukannya reti semua benda ni.
It would only take the Radiant Armor or Athena Shield or a couple of magic defensive items.
Boleh ke bagi? Okey. Boleh warna.
For sure. But the timing was just so right in the bottom lane where they were able to find 3 kills out of nowhere. Nile was having a lot of trouble securing his farm.
Warna tak boleh tu.
It was not being activated. There were so many kills onto this Atlas, but eventually BTR have found the perfect team fight to get the game back around in their favor, and afterwards they have identified
Dia ada
all they had
font
to do
size
was to
size
get
itu je.
those pickoffs for them to be able to win the succeeding team fights.
Warna tak boleh letak.
Recognition of your conditions. Know what you need to do, and then you'll be able to start taking it. Early on, Foot Esports, you know that they have that early game damage going very well for them. This is very tailored to
At
them
Aloha
and
Risau.
their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Sky Piercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Sky Piercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning
Lane
it early,
Kelly Sabellum
you've
Stream
gotta put that Sky Piercer,
ABGSTN
don't be
BY
biased.
KNDTGTNYA Berkali
Okay dah, okay dah.
STNBY Buata Wall 2.
Eventually turn
Okay
it
dah macam
around.
ni.
Like around this moment, imagine if they had a Sky Piercer, it'd be way
Stand
too risky
by
for
letak.
them to try and take. And this was the moment
Wait.
right here where Fit, with a flicker and
Okay.
fatal links, slowly then got
Serious
to
lah.
bring Bigatron by Vitality into this game to this point where Foot Esports just could not get a footing
KNEA
anymore.
to WRNAPLK.
And
Left right,
afterwards, it's just
left
a
right.
slew of
Mantap ABG Lord.
-1.
At Hazid Silam and
Esports
Ingal.
just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour were on point anymore, coming out from Blood's but Moreno just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this app, playing at least once. 0 on this BTR. BTR are at that level right now of confidence. Should be difficult for Foot East back from. Well, at least this is harsh less all of those kind of composition. It just can't.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant armor, radiant armor, radiant armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the deadly magics. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as
Karena kulit bang
well.
Lodge nice tak putih sangat dah tak
more
dan tak tahu dah bongok.
At Amer 1-0.
You have to have Sky Piercer in someone. It's there's no.
Sekarang 1-0 nampak tak ke atas tu 17-7 bawah 17 tu ada satu tanda kuning bawah 7 ada kosong 2-2 kosong kan bermaksud dah 1-0 la ilaha illallah main game dah lama tengok tournament dah lama tapi masih lagi benar tak tahu nak cari kat mana nak cari point apa yang korang nak.
Know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kiras as the Radiant Armor. This you from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair,
SMPAIBNGUNMMBER.
that Foot Esports were winning up until up until Radiant Armors were picked up until Finn, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible
At Amer
to win
Buat
with it.
Spec
You just
Ako.
have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible. It's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will Bigatron by Vitality end it in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
Үлкеністер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Sabar. Mana ABG.
Tak boleh. Dia akan keluar. Bila dia keluar kejap lagi, sama ada kita tarik dia ataupun pilih dua number yang sama. Kita kena klik kan. Lepas tu baru dia akan. Maknanya dia nak tengok kita ni AFK ke tak. Walaupun kita ada je tak keluar kan, dia tetap akan keluar juga. Dia sekali perang keluar dia bagi 5 minit. Tempoh 5 minit kalau kita tak respon, auto end. Ya, dulu Mr. K pun buat. Kononnya nak tahu je TikTok sekali. Dia dah tahu orang letak macam tu apa semua. Muka letak je muka. Kononnya dia main benda yang sama je. Dia look balik. Dia tag. Sebab tu sekarang ni dia letak benda tu. So every after few hours dia akan keluar. Dia akan keluar. Macam sekarang aku dah 3 jam 20 minit. Tapi kalau jam keempat, kadang-kadang jam 4:30 dia keluar balik. Dia tak tentu, dia random. Dah BTR, first game dah habis 1-0 sekarang. Tunggu second game lah. Sebab dia banyak game kan, dia bukan MLBB je. Mana ada? Oh mana ada tengok Gotf sebelum ni? Gotf sebelum ni di mana? Di Rusia waktu tu. Yang ni Kazakhstan. Astana, Kazakhstan.
Magic! It's a way you can describe what Bigatron have to do in game number 1, the damage profile for the esports in game number 2, and what they might need to pull them inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly,
baju smart nampak segak. Ya ke?
Pedal to the metal.
Aku pakai macam baju pagoda je tu.
But it just hit them, and that realization of this isn't gonna work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance, not in terms of identity of what the
mulai bang. Itulah game kedua pun belum mula. Apa benda ni tu?
Have some physical in there, even just one. That's why we're looking for. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft for Foot.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they?
Bila nak end? Okay, korang kalau nak aku boleh je end. Okay, boleh aku nak end boleh
To just make it a difficult mid game, like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when we're thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage, just an opening for them, and even the late game. When they found the kill on the Shogun, they can do it quick. It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as their blue 3 pick. Went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger. Actually, I think they were literally expecting the
BTR guys.
But they can definitely counter it with the Harith.
Alright, kita tengok apa Selena band, Uranus band, Baleric band, Melissa band. Mungkin akan di ban Zuxin,
Esmeralda just to counter it.
Yeah, to be fair, you also did say that maybe
mungkin dia orang nak pakai Hirara.
They would be wary of picking up the Granger into the
area. Saya murung nanti.
Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, like it's a theory that they just decided, let's just
sabar boleh bang, sabar.
And then I don't know if they realize that with
thank you yang masih lagi layan setia bersama saya. Yang mana yang belum follow boleh bantu saya follow. Yang mana yang belum subscribe bantu saya subscribe. Tolong.
But again, if you want to do that,
saya punya subscriber dah berapa kejap saya nak tengok.
Someone needs to build a Sky Piercer. Foot Esports decided to take away the Hirara left open here.
Hari ni 6 orang je naik Tadi saya start 9344, sekarang 9350. Takkanlah 3 jam saya stream baru 6 orang subscribe. Kedekutnya tekan subscribe. Geng YT. Serius korang.
2-3 considering that Uranus has been banned out by Bigatron.
Yeah.
Yalah buat punchline dekat Encik Lori dia susah nak gelak orang tu.
Have secure the
Alah,
important
kenapa
hero in
Rain
the
sedap
metagame.
dimakan dengan ketupat?
BTR, how will they answer
Rain?
this one?
Sebab
I think
Rain
a third pick Brody
kan
might
rendang.
not be too far an option. Maybe even a priority with it.
Tak
But
kelakar tu.
of course, the Valentinas, the Barrett.
Selamat malam. Okay, Kunoha. Aku nak tanya pula Kelantan Red Giant ada ke Abang Lord? Tak ada.
This time they
Tak ada.
will have
Kelantan
to
Red
look for
Giant tak ada.
another source of damage. I feel like not only just the Hirara.
Saya fan Vamos
maybe just
Izin.
maybe
Let's
they're the ones
go.
to pick up
Noah's
the
MLBB.
Brody themselves. Or if they want to be
Vamos
really safe
saya mau
with
record
it,
lepas ni ke bang?
a
Labis.
Pakito will not be as bad. Although there's
Habis.
bad on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the
Dia orang
Valentine.
lari kat Mas bang Lord. Lari kat Mas. Oh. Lari dia tak ada masalah. Saya fan Vamos Izin. Okay. Kau tengok dia serius semanjang yang tak lawak dia gelak pula. Oh ya. Pula Vamos versus BTR semalam siapa menang? Yang menang
Lane
SRG.
McCam, Kelantan Red Giants.
Vamos lawan BTR menang SRG. Lain macam Kelantan Red Giant. Bosanan mengamuk dekat trash tu bang Lord. Kadang dia kecewa jugalah dengan ni sebab tak tahu lah. Nanti tunggu dia balik. Saya bawa dia pergi minum-minum, lepak-lepak.
Marcel is not as effective.
Semalam MAB lawan Homeboy siapa menang? Yang menang Abang Lord. Itu yang menang Abang Lord.
Really just
nampak tak ada perasaan cara dia rate something. Rain mana? Dah balik tu. Rain dah balik. Mungkin dalam sehari dua dia boleh stream juga tu.
Fans Myla Punta
Baru ada penambahan 4 subscriber. Daripada 178 180 orang duk lepak baru dia tambah 4 subscriber. Apa tu? Macam mana saya nak bagi 10,000? Kau tak ada kalau 10,000 dapat silver button
in the upcoming game.
10,000 dapat silver button kan.
Up there on the Harley. The Dora gets taken out by Bigatron, so that would have stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through considering that well, no, to be fair, that the Valentina might also want that other option for the mid lane ultimate to take instead of just taking the golden hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options instead of being so one-dimensional around it. But it worked out well for them in the previous game.
Untuk orang macam aku
getting taken away by foot makes sense. No roamer yet for
untuk
Bigatron.
mendapat 10,000 pun aku rasa macam keempat tu. YT susah juga nak naik dia macam dekat IG. Susah nak naikkan follower dan subscriber. TT senang sikit. TT sikit lagi tu. Saya dah nak 90,000 boleh tak guys? Saya nak 90,000 follower dekat TT ni. Apa bang untuk ke 1,000 boleh tambah 2 slot kosong. Ya tu. Boleh lah aku cakap aku ni.
Actually, you know what? Maybe they should be the ones to ban the Pakito as well. I mean, I've thought about Foot Esports, but for BTR, they just have to take. Okay, of course, the Hanabi.
Apa pasal Marcel dia orang lepas
Trauma response, PTSD.
Aku tak suka tu Marcel ni.
I'm gonna stick with that.
Sekali lagi, okay, Harley dah patah, berpindah tangan.
I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with.
YT Talk Ramaya Rangluda My Pakets. Pakapan Tango Tutorial.
Mungkin. Kalau di Indo guys, mainly YT.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so
compare dengan TT. Indo punya viewers banyak dekat YT.
Will they just go for their own choice?
Ciku tak ada ke? Ciku pergi jual cendol.
Probably is somewhere along the lines of a badan.
Dia tengah berniaga.
Or what else is there for the room? Because there's no glue.
Yes, dia berniaga cendol.
If they want the heal.
Senangnya nak dapat vlogger subscriber minta tolong member guys nak encik Lord kita kat sini seorang kuku susah nak cari makan.
I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too.
HP abang kurang tu kat YT.
Okay, no Minotaur just said it's fine. They do get the Brody. You did, if I'm not mistaken, you called this like early in the draft earlier.
For sure. I thought Foot Esports should have banned that, but also understandable that they banned out all of the Finn heroes. And now Foot. Oh wait, this opens up another good thing actually for BTR.
Tengok
Maybe they can
background
consider
music
the
ni lain
Matilda
macam
now,
dah semalam
apart
daripada
from the
semalam
Minotaur.
aku
Although the
duk
Minotaur still
perasan.
takes priority.
Dia
The Matilda
mengimbau
can be
kembali
good,
zaman-zaman
barring the fact that there is the
Naklaju Kat YT,
dia
Tenaguna
lagu-lagu macam
Bayatau Latak
EDM
Sub by Haha.
good way
Kan?
to activate the Barretts as well as the Brody.
macam EDM kan.
Are you gonna close this out? Maybe some good long-range poke or double down again on the Kimmy if you want. Just get a
Rin tak
Skyper
ada,
when
Rin
you
tak
do
ada.
need that
Kat Malaysia ni
reach.
population pun
So
berapa
close to
kerat je
mid-range
memang
might
lah
not
untuk
be the best
engagement. Ya
bet.
betul.
Some long-range bombs. That's the long range, and
Memang
those are
dia
some
punya EDM dah
bombs.
sebut.
You get the Moskov and get the low Yi to play the map.
Ya tu. Daripada semalam tu, telinga aku macam
Good picks here coming out from Foot Esports. It's just way too greedy.
segitunya nyari subscriber dari Indo. Iya, beras.
Quicker. As well as the Hirara. So,
Tapi guys, kau kena faham, RPM kita, kalau kata view tu datang banyak daripada Indonesia, monetization tu kurang.
To run and gun this very quickly, harkening back to a similar lineup.
Walaupun kalau kita, contoh, kalau viewer tu datang daripada Malaysia, walaupun kurang, tapi tinggi. Income dia tinggi. Sebab RPM, CPM di Malaysia lebih tinggi compared to Indonesia. Apa je RPM, CPM, the buying power.
Especially for Foot, if they want to force a game number 3.
Okay, you have to
Tadi Vamos belum terkeluar. Belum.
Securing your jungle first. And to be fair, they do have Louis as well as the Marcel, so they have a lot of information that they can get. And also,
time
they
ini pula
can take care of the jungle easier with that kind of combo.
Off sound kejap. Saya nak borak dengan Muntun.
Take care of your turrets.
At Lotaro SRG
Second is
10.45.
Be careful where you fight, right? It's best if you just farm on your side of the river. A few jungle camps. When you can, last until the 15-minute mark, and if you get to that point when BTR are not too far ahead, you do have a way to win this head to head when it comes to the late game.
One thing you have to watch out for with Edmund on this Brody is that big blitz. Where they start just grouping up together as an entire team to rack hella stacks on this Brody if they do want to still pack it up, with a Sky Piercer, or if this might be a Sky Piercer less Brody that we will see. They are paired up with a Harley after all. Usually, that's what we see from teams. You already have a Harley, don't need a Sky Piercer.
All right. XC will aid Kazaway in invading this Rock Ursa, but Finn is here, ready for the defense. As well as Shogun up top. They will keep their jungle camps intact. They still want to fight this. They want to go dive for Finn. Not sure who was able to take it. It seems like, just basing on the XP, it's going to be Kazaway, but Psyche now very low. Actually survives from that one. A very close call. That would have put BTR a good advantage, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they were able to equalize, and they also took away one of the jungle camps, which means that
at Chino Zep TGH call
war of attrition, Foot Esports has a little bit of advantage, especially because they also denied 1 million literally from Moreno.
And what Psyche was doing in the mid to disrupt Moreno, while the other members of his squad, specifically Blotsfet and XA and the rest, were just invading the jungle, and now Nile is getting zoned out of this turtle. You're still waiting for the Hiraro foot to drop by, but because XA, the falling star moon away, still got to land a bit of an immobilize and a bit of damage. It might be a little bit good, but the slight reset, and Nile winning the retry means bad news for Foot, as BTR can now invade towards the purple buff. They're trying to protect it. Kazue will get zoned out. He's trying to get close, but with the presence of the Barretts, it's gonna be too tough. They get away with Grand Theft Purple, and Foot won't be able to find a clapback.
Oh, movements coming from BTR, so pristine. I mean that with this Shogun.
a Bang Lord Tenga Jawab call.
Miss, and of course the Flying Dinosaur. Stuff of Legends, Finn able to help the Barretts get through the wall, away from his oppressors, and be able to get back to farming. BTR committed Grand Theft Purple successfully.
One thing I want to try out is if you can still hold the charge of the Detonus Welcome, press the guiding wind, still have the charge going, and then let go so you can like let go of it in the air or something. But topside, speaking of letting go, BTR did not want to let go of their momentum that they had, positioned themselves well, and Shogun got to bait XC into checking the bush, taking out the Esmeralda as a squad alongside Moreno and Nile.
And they were able to push up top because of this. BTR, great positional advantage that they have, economical move that they did allow them to have a 2,000 gold lead over their opponents, Foot Esports. Such a great way to maneuver across the map. And this time they will be losing Moreno in the process. Foot Esports are quickly going to be transferring down the bottom lane. Blotsvet might be way too fast in rotating. He gets taken out by a task force coming out from BTR. I think that was such a weird move from Foot Esports after winning the first fight. Look at this. Flicker forced from Psyche.
XN Kazue spot out Shogun. Already the Detonus Welcome committed. Eman close by if he wants to join in. RX ready as well. Level difference, Kazue and RX decide to go after the Brody, torn apart. Memory gets brought out, and the Falling Star Moon is a perfect mark onto the Brody. The Golden Hour gets drawn by Psychic, gets taken out here by Finn. Big draw by Vitality are able to catch one with a Detonus Welcome. Blotsvet is next. Once again, he just got back, and he got taken out. No contest here by Foot Esports for this hurdle. They have to back.
Oh, they have to back down for sure. XC, gotta be careful there. Fortunately, Shogun does not have the ultimate, so yeah, XC will get away for free. But then again, that's a turtle. Okay, wait. Eman finds one. No Sterara is there. I think 2 iframes, and that's the second one. Tries to get away. Will it be on cooldown? Doesn't need it. They will not push through. They will just have. They just wanted to get a push up top, allow Eman for to farm up, and at this point, Blotsvet is actually taking so much damage from Eman, and there we go. 5 minutes 36 seconds. There's the Sky Piercer now available for Eman.
It's time. It's time for good old Blitzatron. Hunt down the next target. Get that Sky Piercer for this Brody ASAP.
It's Eman time.
At PPRonyHub _ TK Tahu Ramalan.
Esports. You gotta be ready. There is going to be a teleport, a diversion play. Foot Esports wants to go for Eman, but Finn is there to save him. It will be enough. No, it won't. Foot Esports successful with their mission. Now they want to turn their eyes on to Finn. Not get the kill on the Matilda, but they do get the kill. But how about that takedown onto Eman, who just freshly picked up his Sky Piercer?
At Umber Racket Miskin Pawn Order Narcoba, Mentary Order
It's like they knew. They had a feeling. They saw the scouting report from the last time we saw Eman pick up a Brody. Don't let him get the momentum after he gets that Sky Piercer. And maybe this is where they find the light of hope.
Harang Kita Mula, Jengen Toxic, Aku Mute Japki.
Detonus Welcome, but actually already committed the Purify out. So that's a battle spell for ultimate. Foot Esports, if I'm them, I have to try and make a move, knowing that there's no longer
Lord
a Detonus
Tenga
Welcome
Jawab call.
available. Blotsvet with a frozen moment, but the Circling Eagle is perfect. Moreno gets to take out the Marcel, and Foot Esports gets split up yet again. Bigatron made that look easy for that trade.
Oh, and now they will just be able to get this turtle for themselves. Quick decision making coming out from BTR, and again punishing Blotsvet from being ever so aggressive. At the same time, though, that is how you should play this Marcel, but at this point, he has not enough Thunderbelt stacks. He is easily taken out. Nael forcing out this Retribution. Kazue will not be on time. Actually, he did not have his own Retribution, whereas Shogun wants
at
to take out RX.
_
Look
Cherry
at how
_ Yasmin
much
Bangla
damage
Talk
this
Lane
Bats
Game.
was able to do. And RX will not commit the flicker, knows that he can survive, but man, that's a lot of health that's taken away from him. That means that BTR can now position themselves around this orange buff.
You know, fun fact about Barrett's in the EXP lane, in game you can get a penalty for playing it if you don't play good. Because it's one of those heroes that you can't naturally select into the EXP. You have to go through that little prompt of, oh hey, this isn't an EXP lane hero. Are you sure you want to pick it? I think
At
after
Sindel
this
underscore
meta,
Cherry
Mutan needs to
underscore
adjust that
Yasmin
little
of
bit.
icon toxic
Barrett's
Nantiaku
definitely
mute
so
Mareka.
good in the EXP lane. Maybe a little bit too good, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, too good. Oh, and the version down, but this is just the farm. They just want to evade the army of Foot Esports knocking up top, what just to push down the bottom lane for a trade-off. And I think the BTR will be the happier because it means that they might be able to pop the holy shields up top.
Oh wow!
At Tush 1T Kaupan Sama, Takaya Tamba Abi, Young Mula 2 Arang Kita
They
Tadi.
weren't able to successfully do it. They still lose one of their heroes as the Louis is taken out. Bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. No Eman. It's actually not Eman. That's actually Moreno. Copy the Moscow. For a second there was Eman. Now Nael actually pops the ultimate. Castaway. Will he be safe? Yes, he will. But then again, there's so much control that BTR has around their base.
Yeah. We're good right now. Foot Esports very safe on their side. Begatron by Vitality will now control the jungle and
At
steal
220
away a purple buff from the Hirara of Kazue. Moreno cosplayed RX there for a moment as the Moskov. And look at the spread of BTR. They send the Barretts alone. Look at how nonchalant Shogun is. He doesn't care. The Esmeralda's dancing around him. Blossfett close by. Golden Hour, perfect death, and his welcome again finds the mark onto Psyche. No more Loye. And that's a good chunk of damage got, but Nile got a little bit too greedy. He got caught out. BTR still have the
At Sindel underscore Cherry underscore Yasmin Suda Yasmin.
Maybe they can get something out of it. For one trade, 4v4. Both teams back off.
BTR could find out the Psyche. I wonder why Niall was the
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Ada on call.
Psyche already means that you can actually win the Lord fight. Now, Psyche is back in the game. Niall will be back as well. XC, they want to be able to punish. Look at his backline. Teleportation coming out. Kazuwe might be in trouble. The Bronzefed actually will be taken out in the process. Psyche as well. A bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. They thought they
At
could
Sindel
win,
underscore
but Niall
Cherry
just
underscore
respawned, and Niall
Yasmin
will be
Diam
there
LH Co.
to supplement more damage. Foot Esports. A massive wrong diversion.
Mistimed, misexecuted, and a little bit too greedy. We saw a little bit of that from Nile earlier, but he got back just in time just to witness Foot Esports do the same thing. It felt like a Hail Mary play, but now this looks bad for them. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead for Bigatron. They're going to get a lot more resources. The Lord will march out.
At Prime Rec Arang Kita
Golden Hour
Mula
is
Dulu.
massive, but Shogun and now coming in through the back. This is going to be a huge sandwich play by Bigatron. Blossfett eats up. Oh my god, Shogun! Gets a perfect death and is welcome with the flicker. But the members of Foot Esports still alive. Emma gets to take out XC. That's 2 down. Shogun gets Psyche. It's these damned Barretts players who are just so sneaky and so good with it. It's not just about the size of the Barretts that matters, it's how you use it, and Shogun has used it perfectly. Bigatron by Vitality will sweep Foot
2-0, let's go.
It is best of 3.
Huh?
Shogun has showed us once again why you should ban the Barretts against BTR by Vitality. They're just too good. It's
Mudah
like
bagi dia.
he always knows who to target. I think he really set the standard on how you should play this type of Barretts. It's, you know, it's like a proper hitman Barretts. Knows exactly where to point Daytona. Always perfect. Finds Psyche and then eventually another good find down the bottom lane with that flicker. And with one
At Sindel underscore Cherry underscore Yasmin Buria Amic LH counter ban NKSGT.
Obliterated the rest.
Lay in game Yala. Kurjanak Toxic
Foot
Cat Live
Esports.
Arang
Foot
Apabenda.
almost took out Nail and then eventually Nail was taken out, but my oh my, what a great play coming up from Shogun.
You can see the potential ideas around foot, why they
Pukul
are
berapa
strong
kenapa ini aku
competitors
sibuk sangat?
against the likes of Aurora Gaming back in Turkey, but this time around the champions of Indonesia
Sorry dah, aku tak
relentless
fokus game tu.
in their pursuit. They were able to solidify their win. Clear ideas.
Better for Clinton. Honestly, for Diangfeng Yaoguai, they don't mind this. This is
Weh,
like not
satu
the
sama.
worst position in the world. A lot of this drags out, and as long as the
Bigatron look so good.
Was it Diangfeng Yaoguai?
Satu sama.
Diangfeng Yaoguai wasn't a team that used.
Falcon.
Oh,
actually,
kalah balik ni.
There's still Marcel of Team Falcons walking. They're debating about it right now. Like, do they want the Marcel? Do they want the Hirara? And it looks like they go for the Marcel over the Hirara.
good read by Diangfeng Yaoguai, where they're saying that they're going to prioritize the Marcel over the Hirara. That's why they banned the Selena. So,
wait, ini tak. Ini tak. Ini dua-dua menang. Ini dua-dua tim yang menang kan? Okay, sorry. Ini nombor 1, nombor 2. Sorry. Ini tim dua-dua yang menang. Okay, tak balik. Sorry. Ampun. Salah. Apa tu? Aku suka bola sebab dia tak racist. Macam mana aku nak racist? Kulit aku pun hitam bang.
@Cinta_Cherry_Yasmin Way Organ K Lion Game Bukan NK Sherahan.
Kulit aku pun hitam. Macam mana aku mau racist? Aduh, mana kalau balik? Ya, sorry. Ini untuk menentukan 1 dan 2.
Alright, so one tank if they're own, do they need to show anything else? They know that they're at least going to get that tank, and I think they want to kind of influence Haji to pick up the Valentina overall rather than, you know, him.
Abalot tak baca. Okey, kejap. Okey. Baru tahu alamat sepatutnya tak boleh leak balot. Tak off mic boleh dengar pula. Habis lah rupanya jeng. Tak. Kalau aku dengar tadi dah ramai dah type dah. Bang, mic tu dengar. Seorang pun tak komen. Yang banyak komen, abang tak dengar suara. Itu bermaksud aku dah mute mic aku tadi. Korang tak dengar perbualan aku. Kau jangan nak menipu. Itu sebenarnya adalah satu perbualan negotiation. Satu perbualan negotiation. So, korang tak boleh dengar. Mana boleh belajar daripada aku macam mana aku negotiate dengan orang. Abang, sejak bila main? Goal? Aku main goal? Itu long! Kau nampak tak warna kulit pun lain? Kau jangan racist tu. Jang tu racist tu. Kau nampak? Botak sama, warna kulit lain. Boleh tak aku nak kalau turun pergi beli makanan ke apa ke?
Saya Cuba
boleh
our
kan?
topic.
Saya beli makanan kejap boleh tak? Saya suruh producer saya tolong jaga sekejap.
Boleh too.
That's not a bad idea as well, actually.
Wait, I'm dumb.
Boleh too, Bangalore. Silicon.
It's all good. They still can open up a lot, but I think the Valentina will be like the real tell whether or not they're still considering the chill or whether they're still going for like that big AOE. This Alice has always come into the second phase.
Hello guys.
Whenever they're on red side, they just don't want
At New Rape Young Sedap.
Hello guys. Test mic.
As well as a Lapu ban here. So considering they ban out the Alice, maybe they want the Uranus for
Ingin nak
themselves.
usap kepala. Kau dah kenapa nak usap kepala dia? Kalau banyak kepala dia juga kau nak kacau kan? Apa pula ni? Ini adalah
Bangalore Belly Kuachi 1.
Ini adalah Abang Lot punya producer guys. Ini siapa? Raju ke? Tak, ini bukan Raju. Ini Laju. Tak minyak guys. Abang Lot dah tumbuh rambut. Abang Lot sudah bertambah muda. Abang Lot pergi beli makanan sekejap guys. Dah jangan.
Yeah, so I feel like after this, Yaoguai will either pick the Lapu
nak tanya
or
Saji pukul berapa ya? Kat sini tak ada tulis. Okey, kat sini tak ada tulis. Kita tak boleh marah. Saji pukul 10.45 malam. Malam. Malu lah saya.
Janganlah berhenti puji. Pujilah lagi. Beli makanan dekat mana? Jauh ke? Tak jauh pun. Dekat bawah je. Oh, kita baca kat YT pula. Abang Lot tak ada, baru tak. Jahat lah korang. Ni abang Turtle kah? Ya, ini adik Turtle. Abang Turtle dia pergi beli makanan jap. Jangan pakai kronism lah. Pasal kabel nak join community tak ada lah. Betul? Abang Lot bila belerang. Awak pendek ke bang? Dah. Handsome Bang Lot begini dah ada rambut. Kan? Kau pernah tengok tak Abang Lot yang sebenar dia ada punya rambut guys? Kalau korang tengok Abang Lot version ada rambut.
So Team Falcons taking a bit of a Delphine Yaguai's book to deal with this Melissa.
Handsome.
As well as the Eudora.
Tak silap.
Has a very
tak, Abang Lot pergi beli makanan jap. Nanti dia
Bang
balik.
more dulu Rambat Fun.
Berapa kosong dah game ni? Sekarang ni satu sama guys. Kalau korang tengok kan dekat tepi hero band tu ada yang warna kuning dan biru tu. Kat situ dia menandakan berapa point dia. You je aku ni, padahal aku baru tengok. Feel gambar Abang Lot yang ada rambut bang. Untuk korang untuk korang. Tapi jangan klip. Mampus aku kena ni. Sabar jap.
For that feather airstrike to get cannons off, but most of them, unfortunately, are very short range. It's going to be difficult to get into that position in the first place, assuming that Fab is able to kind of keep Fish God from leaving the lane. So that first movement here and hitting level 4 is going to be super important, and I would argue that Team Falcons probably don't want that first turtle.
Yeah, I gotta say, good draft coming in from both teams here.
Ini kalau korang tengok gambar Abang Lot ni, ada rambut mesti korang pun jatuh cinta guys.
Which is they want to fight as much as they can, and they want a lot of disruptions with the hero that they have. Having the Badang, having the Harara, as well as the Eudora, there's a lot of mini interaction that you can stop Team Falcons from moving about. And as long as they keep their jungle safe, it's looking pretty good for Delphine Yaguai here.
Nampak tak? Nampak tak? Abang Lot dah muda. Abang Lot dah muda guys. Ni Lot kat tapi Abang Lot sekarang dia dekat sugar tau. Dia betul-betul berusaha untuk menjadi seorang Abang Lot yang kurus. Okay, game dah start guys. Game dah start. Macam hero Tamil lah. Baru awal. Dia sebenarnya handsome kalau rambut dia panjang. Kalau rambut dia handsome juga. Baik jangan kalau
And I think it's on Team Falcons whether they want to,
bukan janganlah macam tu
or they want to give the space that Delphine Yaguai deserves, because I kind of feel like
SRG dijangka pukul 10.45 malam. Kita tengok game guys. Kita tengok game sekarang ni. Yan Feng Yao Kuai. Nama tim dia. Kawan tim Falcon.
Go Purify instead, and now the early mid trade here has been looking really good.
Tak faham pun kenapa Marcel sekarang ni orang tak nak ban. Padahal dia antara hero yang memang menyusahkan kehidupan tu. Bukan menyusahkan kehidupan je, kematian pun menyusahkan juga guys. Mana Abang Lot version 1 lah. Version 1.
Which honestly with the fighter emblem, I don't think you can do, but hold on, a gank up top forces out flat to use the Purify, and I think that's gonna be good enough. Long now losing the trade.
Dia macam pelik je buat macam.
Yeah. Well,
Task Sicket Bang.
Kita kena buat tahu. Asalkan kita tak pala tahu. Macam edit je betul ke macam ni? Betul. Abang Lot dia kalau ada rambut memang handsome. Tapi dia tak bagi orang, dia tak bagi public tahu sebab kalau
Yaguai secures the first turtle for free. Look, has a flicker, able to dodge it out, everything. And somehow Zaushi was able to get a kill on.
Oh, siapa? Oh, saya producer untuk tolak guys. Siapa ni, aku salah channel ke? Tak, awak tak salah channel. Abang Lot pergi beli makanan jap. Tak boleh lah.
At the very least, they've already found that early lead that we were hoping for. And now, how
Kalau
is the
ramai orang
conversion
tahu
going to go?
dah
They already
kahwin
got
for
stolen the
dia.
purple buff away
Kalau
from
ramai
Team Falcon, so
orang
that's gonna
tahu dah
affect
kahwin
Kyle
pak
a
dia.
lot.
Ya,
He's not gonna have
ni
as
orang
much
tak
presence.
ramai tahu
And Zed,
pun
he's
dia dah
already
kahwin
seeing the
2
timing.
guys.
Look at him. He's
Macam mana?
already trying to zone out this
No,
Marcel to
tergamak
make
je
sure
tu
that at
guys.
least
Bang.
Long is able to actually catch the Clint underneath his turret.
Yeah, I feel like they understood that they lost because Kyle
Baik,
had
tak payah
access to
berambut
the
lah kalau macam tu.
jungle.
Encik Lord
They're just
better
gonna
butt.
stay inside Kyle's jungle where basically Zed is gonna
Kenapa
be in
TLPH tak join?
to see where this
Berat
where this
soalan.
Nolan is gonna be.
Abang Lord dah
As long
sampai
as
ke?
they
Abang Lord
have
dah
good
sampai.
vision on the Nolan, they know that they're not gonna get
Betul.
invaded.
Laju dia punya ni guys.
Thank you bang introduce sikit bang.
Dah. Dia sambung, dia sambung.
Away, but they get the trade
Come on,
down
okay.
towards the bottom side as Zed ends up going down. Is this going to be a potential steal on the Zhaoxi small green camp? We'll find out.
Right. Thank you.
Retribution is used, and that's going to be honestly very important. I would say that was worth it for the
I'm back.
retribution in terms of the gold lead.
Tutu
It looks like Team
Karada
Falcons
Ramba Terrace
actually
Nate
does
you.
have a bit of advantage here. I
Oh,
wonder if
tukar
it's
dalam
just because Dumping Yaguai
shawarma guys, shawarma. Shawarma healthy, tak ada sauce banyak-banyak. Ini healthy food.
Shouldn't though. Well, a pause is here.
Nampak?
So
Kenapa dia pause?
That's great.
Sebab dia suruh aku makan dulu.
You know.
I mean, it's not the
Okay, dia
greatest in the
suruh aku
world,
makan
but at
dulu.
least we can see where the leads
Dia
are
pause sebab
falling,
aku nak makan.
is starting to
Terima
build
kasih.
up for. And Diangfeng Yao Guai, it's really just Zhaoxi at this point. Kyle, unfortunately, losing out that purple
Jumpa
buff
makan
means
guys,
he's
jumpa
not gonna
makan.
be, he's not going to be able to really force too many things. And Zed has been body blocking him down on this bottom side to deny reinforcements over for Super Marco. And that's the thing, Super Marco actually wants the lane to be pretty 1v1. He got a great trade onto Lung's side. And here at level 4 and beyond is when we're expecting actually that Super Marco needs to start controlling this lane even better and should be dominating it, because his trades with or without the endless battle generally is going to be at a higher
Lepak shawarma
DPS in
tango
comparison to Lung.
Yeah, Diego has to be careful of that because Team Falcons, they skill much better. And we're looking at a clip here of how they were able to
At
get
Anik
Kyle
Damon,
earlier.
55 jump
And this
attempt.
is just where Zed is just in an unfortunate situation. He gets caught. Anyways, as I was saying, Team Falcons has a better scaling comp. That Haji, I would say, has better value in the late game by just
So
pushing
Wamos
everyone
akan
away.
jumpa
And then Super Marco compared to the Melissa
antara
being on
Pro
Fire
Esport
Emblem
dengan
does
Alpha
mean that
7 guys.
She can kind of fight all day, but she does not have
Hey.
the damage using any other emblem types compared to Super Marco on this
Aurora
clip.
Gaming ke?
Kind of doesn't care what emblem he's on. He just does a butt ton of damage.
Team Spirit.
He just does so much. Now, as we see that E1 is getting some pretty good damage
Foot.
on towards Ogo inside with the help of their Hirara, and they want to make sure that Zed doesn't really show his face first. Now,
Yep.
I mean, at this stage,
Foot.
Kyle has to worry about two separate things. Wait!
Yep. Almost bursted down Ogo and still
Also Foot pun juga
surviving.
situ.
Long, unable to get the kill. Able to get that basic attack in.
At
Fish
Luis
goes
Peggy
in. Does
Tanya
not use the shifting
TLPH
skies
Sindiri.
just yet. Does not see Team
AB.
Falcons clumping up. But yeah, why? They still want to get this turtle. And now Fish God just trying to zone them away. Zhaoxi's still on the turtle, able to get it now. Why? They should disengage. Flap able to get a kill onto Zed. And that's just gonna be it for Dumping Yaguai.
Put a tau BTR kala akan jumpa Team Spirit.
Gotta get taken down by Kyle.
Nicely played by Haji. He saw the dive angle, but he's got to be careful not to get traded out. Zhaoxi shows up. Does he find one? And it looks like he will get at a bare minimum one as he gets back out. Feathered Airstrike does help him actually trade back to the bare minimum, and Falcons now take a T1 off top side because the cleanup.
BTR dah habis, BTR dah menang 2-0.
That was very not worth it, but they were able to get Super Marco, so that's good. Good and bad, Falcons.
At Donut BTR dominang
Even in this
TD.
tournament, it's more than
That they were not able to kill off the EXP cart, so Fishgod wasn't super punished there. If they somehow let the turret just attack the minions for free, denied him of that EXP cart, then maybe they could have had
Mereka
a better
pakai
lead.
ekor
But,
email
hey, you know
sendiri ke?
what?
Tak.
The turret's a turret. Still a
Pakai
good
dark
trade
system
overall.
Kazakhstan punya.
Bad trade for Zhaoxi.
Sambil-sambil
'cause I think
joki.
he
Nanti dah habis tournament, dia orang bagi
overestimated his
balik.
damage at that point. But at least he doesn't have a Sky Piercer, so there's no stacks that was missing.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He only got the Sky Piercer after he died. So at the end of it, he loses no stacks whatsoever, which is great for them. But at the same time, hold on.
Well, was able to use the golden hour, denying Fish God of that engage.
bot side. It's only going to get worse from this point
At
onwards,
one
right?
Akun Jurin,
Thunderbolt's already
Akun
completed
Nenek
5
KLU
seconds.
ranked
Shawarma, guys.
non-mortal.
Build up those stacks, and Ogwen at this stage still pretty
Shawarma.
squishy overall.
Sikit pula tu.
Starting to scale up pretty quick flicker from Marco though.
Yep, still able to catch Marco there. The damage is not going to be enough just yet. Haji used a defender airstrike onto Lung. So both gold laners have took way too much damage in that
At
bout.
Mui's Tanya
Looking at
Jurin
mid
Co.
here, Team Falcon clearing up fast, and all the while Cal is getting free farm down bot. And I would say this is the strength of Cal ever since 24. Hold on, Ogwen. Able to escape there. Looking at a turtle. Turtle secured by Kyle. Team Falcons able to extend their lead here. Almost 20k against Dumping Yogwai 18.4.
Really good delay here from both Ogwen as well as Flap. They're looking for just a little bit more. The Falling Storm doesn't land at the bare minimum, but Youngfun looking for the punish.
Ui, baik tu. Tim China ni main.
Trying to continue on the fight, but again, the damage is not enough. And look at this, Kyle is stealing the creeps away, stealing away this purple buff. Oh no, he's just waiting for someone.
Memang
Able
laju,
to
memang
get
laju.
Long. Now Team Falcons
Memang laju.
have
Sekarang ni gameplay memang laju.
basically won the map.
Onyx belum.
They've won the map. They should be able to
Apalah,
get
sedap
bottom
abang
tier 2
makan.
as well.
Sorry doh.
If they recognize
Saya makan shawarma.
have denied them information. Purple buff is up, so he's
Ayam,
gonna wait
daging dah
until they
habis.
show themselves.
Nak
That's when we're
muda
going to see
sikit
the
SRG
Letak sos
Channel
sikit je bagi ada
malam
sos
ni.
sikit.
And you can see even
Sebab saya tengah on diet
Haji's
sekarang ni.
POV,
Bulan ni saya
he's
target 3
sticking
kilo.
close towards
Nak
that bottom
turun.
side. He is ready to dash into that direction with the wings by wings when
Belum
necessary.
main.
But
Bila
right
saya dah
now,
cakap
he's got
Onyx
full
belum
vision
main,
over the
kau punya
rotation
soalan
of
Onyx dah
Youngfun
kalah
Yagwai to
ke?
protect this T2 side. So
Astagfirullahaladzim.
luckily,
Macam mana
they
kalau
are
aku
able
tak
to save
marah
it.
korang,
It's
aku
only
tak
a purple
maki
buff
korang.
net for Kyle.
Saya daya dah hancur bang.
So far,
Disiplin guys,
I
disiplin.
think Dumping Yogwai, they're just not able to use this Eudora to catch someone off and then giving a kill over to Zhao
Rasanya
compared
Kena
to game number
Tulis
1 where the
DKT
Farsight
Bawa
just
2 Jugek Onyx
has
Bella
burst
main.
damage but can do the burst damage multiple times. Here it really is just E1 one time ult and then that's it. So that's quite a big change that they have to get used to in this
BTR menang
second
2-0.
game. Look at Team Falcons, they're all clumping up. They're basically getting free turret up top, probably setting up hoping that the Lord next spawn will be down bottom so that they have that long lane advantage.
I do want to talk about the fact that E1 has a genius wand as his first item. He's going for the glowing as his second, but honestly,
Okay, let's go.
I think they need
Dapat mid.
just a better answer to Flap because I don't think they're going to close the distance on Haji anytime soon.
Yeah, no,
Ui,
I
tak
agree.
dapat tu. Ui.
Oh, good set. 3 members in, and looks like the golden hour not gonna hit onto anyone. Fishgod is all alone though. Zed is there trying to follow up, able to get Flap. Flap is surviving everything, and Owe gets a kill onto Fishgod. This is not looking good for Youngfun Yagwai. Good set, but the damage simply isn't enough.
What an overheat. Like, Fish God's set was completely fine. He didn't need to start dashing for it after, and so
Game
far...
Vamos
Aha,
Zsok
betul.
6.55 to tank.
They still survived though with that flicker, so looking pretty good. Lung takes a bit of damage, but should be able to heal from there. But he is a marksman. He should not be moving that forward.
Rajin tu. Goshen buka Wikipedia.
And Flap is A-okay. Yeah, definitely Yagwai needs some kind of anti-heal here.
But Falcons, they can just drag this out because of that, and now look down towards the bottom side. They want to make sure that they get the orange buff and also clear down bot lane before they end up losing their holy shielding. But look at the position that they're fighting for. This tri-brush is now getting
Lawan
forced out.
Sapa possibly?
Flap got caught in that wall. But again, this Esmeralda
Mal
is
Buat
way
Content
too
Buasa
tanky.
Oh,
Labas.
number
He has to
2
be
group
careful,
A.
man.
Okay,
Edgusen,
okay.
Ganti
I
Sat,
gotta say,
Kenneth
he is making
Jari.
me very nervous. Almost everything can hit him, including the Lord here. And look at the minion wave at mid. They're gonna get this mid for free. Ogwen taking a lot of damage from Lung. Flap trying to get Lung, able to survive. And now they even got the
Kalian tak
better
boleh
right
jawab
now,
elok.
almost
Orang punya
killing
tu jangan
Fishgod.
jawab.
Oh, Ogwen, that was
Yang jawab je. Nak
was
yang
an
acah tua tu. Tapi bengak.
That wasn't all, but Zhao
At Jang the Pan Jang Banyak
Bodoh
Seal.
datang satu lagi.
Ogwen able to start Lung.
Kal, kawan okey ke Kal?
From death. And Flap looking for
Kal.
a position. Team Falcon secured
Yo, borak
the
kejap, Kal.
board. And Lung able to get Ogwen. That was a lot of awkward positioning coming in from both
Kal.
teams. Zed will find Haji there. Haji should be able to get out of there. And Zed burn.
Main lah borak sikit.
The burn is not enough to get him down.
He breathes a sigh of relief. Cloud Shift though, they're trying to turn the fight to the bare minimum. Fishgod's got
Kau marah siapa tu, Gal?
as Super Marco teaches him, no. It doesn't matter how tanky
Kau
you are.
marah aku ke bengap tua tu?
Please go back home. I want to still hold on to my flicker and everything
Gal.
is okay. But I agree with you. It was a really
Hati kau tak keras, Gal. Bukan kau lah. Oh,
Bangor
okay.
Delegado and excited Rujugic.
Lah, sebab bila baca balik, macam kau marah kat aku. Kepada yang tak boleh jawab elok-elok, orang bertanya tu jangan jawab dia nak yang acah tua tu, tapi bengap. Aku seorang je kat tua, Kal. Lain semua muda dalam live aku. Aku seorang je yang acah muda. Tu atas sudah tadi maki orang. Oh ya ke? Janganlah maki-maki. Sini siapa yang maki orang tu? Kau maki sangat kau. Siapa yang dah maki-maki dalam live aku ni? Janganlah tak tahu.
Top fake do Jang Maki.
Biar kerja tu aku seorang yang buat. Kau tahu?
Pick up the kill onto Zed and then walk away. Have a one
Orang
for one
lain tak boleh
trade
buat.
with missing a top inhibitor. That's
Orang lain boleh tulis siap info Bamba Senang. Asal senang-senang baru tengok. Terima kasih. Awak orang pertama tu dapat Bamba menang 2-0. Orang lain masih lagi tanya. Rasa tak garang dah bila bolak buat gitu. Ya ke? Nampak? Aku pun nampak elok je tanya kat Kal. Sorry Balak, rasa saya elok. Okey. Nampak?
Falcons are just making sure that they just don't
Aku pun nak kepastian tu je kat Kal, masuk Kal, nak borak. Ini kalau abang Lot yang dulu tu, bapa terus dah maki amun tu Kal. Abang Lot sekarang ni dia tanya dulu. Nak ada kepastian, mampus kau. Apa yang korang susah sangat dah Falcon? Tim China je kot.
Ogwen tries to get
At Mare's VH Bank.
into that golden hour, and then Flap goes in. Flap gets caught using the Purify in the back line. Zed catches the members of Team Falcons. He wants to secure a kill. Same as Long. Now only 2 members. One Falcons is alive. They're chasing for Flap. Kyle is too far away. Now Diangfeng Yaguai. Amazing flank from both Zhaoxi as well as Zed.
Oh man, I gotta look at that VOD one more time. I was pretty sure that Lung somehow tethered Ogwen and was still getting
Aku rasa dah habis tak game menang ni.
I'm not 100% sure if the damage went through, but we'll double check the VOD afterwards. But for now, at least Fishgun is able to protect that top side, not let him shove
Siapa
all the
grup
way
A nombor 2, Gushen?
because of these 3 deaths from the side of Team Falcons. Yang Feng Yao Guai should net
Grup
themselves
A nombor 2 nanti
they
siapa?
desperately need to get an inhibitor here off of Team Falcons if they want to even out
Has
that
to
pressure.
be
Rather a 50-50
Inilah dia.
rather than nothing at all as Yang Feng Yao
Inilah dia. Siapa kalah lawan Vamos?
Yeah, honestly, a VOD would be pretty nice because it does seem like Team
Ni,
Falcons
siapa kalah ni lawan Vamos?
quite a lot of abilities coming in from Diangfeng Yaguai by using the Feather S-Strike. But again, I'm not sure. Perhaps Zed alongside with Zhaoxi was able to use the conceal and draw all of those chaos. A lot of, explosion, fireworks, and the likes. They just didn't notice
Grup
that.
A number 2 yang akan menentang Vamos.
Badang as well as this Herrera just came through and then got majority of the kills.
And now it's going to be
Yang kalah ni balik tak? Kalah ni lawan dengan Vamos besok 6.55.
They're not synchronizing the waves. They want the traditional front to back. And with the base open, they're hoping that Haji would at least use the feathered airstrike to try and chunk down this Lord. But he's not going to use it. He's holding, and now he's trying to zone him.
Yep, able to get quite a lot of damage onto the Lord, so this should be pretty safe here. I think Diangfeng Yaguai, they were waiting on Fishgod to find a good catch, but good spacing by Team Falcons to deny that. And now, instead of going for the dominance ice, since he is the setter for the team, he goes for the
kalah menang lah Falcon ni.
In case he messes up, he's still able to outplay the situation.
I don't understand. What do they want? Do they
Tak,
want
dia orang ni pandai. Sebab bila ada pasar, dia orang tak masuk.
Keep on changing the priorities.
Well,
lepas tu Melissa pun dia
E1 was able to
macam high ground juga. So tak kena. The damage tu tak kena.
At this point, I feel like he is gonna auto crit, so the damage should be enough to take down Diangfeng Yaguai. His problem is getting in range. That's it. Because if he goes too far forward, he might get catched by Zed or
pasal mati habis lah, tak ada high ground.
He has to keep himself far enough so he doesn't get caught, but somehow close enough to still deal damage.
But that's only if Ogwin is kind of in a position where he's not engaging and he's proactively peeling, right? Because that's
Sila
kind of the
tu
only
masalah
safety
tu.
net that
Rindu
he
tu dah banglot.
has, that Super Marco actually has besides Haji.
Malas
And
aku
even
nak layan
then,
kau rindu
we've
tu
seen
dah.
Haji let that feather
Aku
airstrike
kalau korang
break
kata rindu
super
abang lot,
early
okey lah.
in the fight to get the guaranteed damage. Because Dianfeng Yaguai, they
Kau
don't
rindu
have as
kau
much
dah apa benda tu
sustainability,
2
right? A
season
lot
tak
of the
masuk
damage
playoff
that's
punya
being
team kau
applied to
rindu.
them as poke generally is pretty permanent overall. And I think that Dianfeng Yaguai, look at this, they know.
Yep, they found Long. Long
La
still survives.
ilaha illallah, Kyle.
And now has to use the golden hour defensively. Dongfeng Yaguai gets a kill onto Kyle.
Serius
That
ah.
is not what Team
Macam ni dia
Falcons want,
main.
Gideon.
Dia rindu nak bantu dah. Okey ya.
Now that Kyle is there, I don't think he'll be able to get into position without some kind of sacrifice coming in from Team Falcons. Ideally, it's probably just the golden hour to buy just a little bit of time. First position would be nice, but Dianfeng Yaguai is already here to punish.
Masih baik dah.
And do you really want to get Lab out of the way? Already force him to use the Purify. And now, even the ult got cancelled out. It's a pretty quick ult, so they
Go
should
late,
be able
fast
to get
lord
that
me.
back pretty soon. Feather Strike used. Unable to get the damage onto Lung. Only the Fish God as well as Yuan. Fish God goes in, gets 2. They were able to dodge that out. Zhao Shi still
Teres
secured
Gak
the
as
lord,
made
which
to
is
Han
now
ulti
used by
Eudora.
Yuan, and now gets caught by Zed.
Boom.
Still standing strong in the
Macam
front
tu.
line, but Super Marco responds, getting 1 kill.
Baik dah Super Marco.
Super Marco, Dianfeng Yaguai overextends. 3 members have to pay the price.
Ini baru PH yang kita kenal tu.
Great reaction time, really great reaction time, being able to flicker out of the wombo combo coming in from Zed, and he found like a really good engagement on top of it. Luckily, they're able to buffer their abilities, and they're going for the.
Nampak baru kena damage, baru kena damage. Baru kena damage Parsa. Okay, settle ke? Settle ke? Macam settle je.
Esme HPBYK. Jaring Clint Bole main cam.
Oh. Vamos versus Dengguang Zhang Chen Chiao.
Yaoguai have finally gone
Yaoguai.
and got to the
Zhang Feng Yaoguai.
Put a heavy smackdown with great reaction times to the
BTR tadi menang 2-0.
engagement coming in from Zed.
Okay, saya boleh macam confirm kan Vamos lawan Dang Feng Yaoguai. Dai Feng Yaoguai. Aku tak boleh sebut dah. Dah start ke? Si Dai lagi pro dengan A7. Si Dai sana. Kajar Abang Lot. Kajar. Rematch GOF season lepas. Oh ya. Dengan Dang Feng Yaoguai.
They were attacking the Lord.
Wih, ini best.
70 minutes. At that point, the Lord does quite a lot of damage.
Kalah kan? Vamos kalah kan time tu.
So I feel like they really should not have
Dian Feng Yaoguai. Ya. Dian Feng Yaoguai. Thank you. Loi Guang Jong. Saya susah nak sebut.
Yeah, it's just a missed call. You know, a bit
Dian Feng
unlucky, some
Yaoguai.
abilities
Yes.
missed and etc. But overall,
Dian Feng Yaoguai.
very strong team.
Tahun lepas ajaran Sasa dengan Long. So Vamos kalah ke waktu tu?
Me too.
Ini rematch tu.
They've shown that they've got mechanics. They've got hands. They've got hands. They know. I mean, Fish God, he knows how to engage when he has that flicker. But there are times
Oh, so dia orang kalah. Vamos kalah. Ini time untuk revenge.
And I think that Dianfeng Yaoguai, like Zed,
DFYG. Itulah DFYG dia lah. DFYG. Senang lagi senang. DFYG. Dian Feng Yaoguai. Dah tak kalau sebut je dia dapat. Dia dapat. Dian Feng Yaoguai. Dian Feng Yaoguai. Dian Feng Yaoguai. Ha, nampak? Dia kena sebut. Dia akan jadi macam the pronunciation will be very perfecto. Excellent. Dian Feng Yaoguai. Pemain besar SRG Vamos lawan. Macam Chino Rio. 我知道啦，一点点啦，我知道一点点啦。Kalau abang lah sebut panjang macam sekejap lain sekejap. Dah Syakila Moy. Kenapa kena ada nama Moy kat belakang kan kalau yang sedap-sedap ni?
Gotf Yaguai quite a bit because we
Dianfeng
see
Yaguai.
them trying to
Dianfeng
zone
Yaguai.
Flap away.
Okay, let's
Most of
see
the time
whether
E1 is there, so he still applies that life beam.
come on, rematch.
You can't really rely on
Belum
one
update
person
lagi.
at 18,
Belum update lagi.
16
Kita
to
nak
18
tengok dia
minutes of the
update
game.
doh.
Because Flap,
Dianfeng Yaguai.
crazy enough, how many times he's been attacked, but he never died in that game. That just shows that there's not enough anti-heal to deal with this Esmeralda.
And Yuan, he's not really looking at Flap. Let's be honest
Refund?
here. He's looking at whoever
Tak
he can
sedap.
peel off. He's looking at anybody who's trying to get on towards that back line.
Abang
right?
Lot,
And he can-
yo!
and ideally, if Kyle shows up,
Yo,
he's
Bang
going
Lot
to
kalah.
try and one-shot
Oh
him.
ya,
And that's what's
yang ni.
happening in these games. I think the big problem with Yangfeng Yaguai is that when you get to
Kau nampak tak Sidai macam mana? Aduh, betul-betul tu kali ni.
At Adam and Rift Jengen spam.
break before we head on into our third series, and we'll see
Ya, defeat.
what
Dah,
the results
settle.
and winners
Dah.
of that one is going to be.
Aku dah sebut. Defeat. Dah, cukup kan? Jangan spam. Dah puas kan hati kau? Aku dah cakap defeat. Dianfeng Yaguai. Lepas ni game apa? Sepatutnya lepas ini game Abang Lot tak kisah. Ya. Macam Aiman tak kisah tu, Abang Lot pun tak kisah. Lepas ini sepatutnya sekarang ni Pro 850 dah 9. Okey, Pro Esport lawan dengan ni Aurora dengan Mongols. Aurora dengan Mongols
Boleh
dan
guna
Pro lawan
DFYG
A7.
JD Tongue Twister game.
Lepas tu 10:45. Ada Onyx dan juga SRG. Onyx GK, SRG Run. So sekarang ni ada dua match. Sepatutnya 8.50, sekarang dah 97 minit. Mungkin 9 suku yang akan start. Saya rasa tak delay banyak sangat pun. Sebabkan game banyak yang habis 2-0. Kan? Tak delay sangat. Tengah asap ke? Belum masak lagi, kejap. Nampak tak? Ada bunyi kan? Apa maksud dia Bang Lot? Apa tu? Dianfeng Yaguai. Yang tu Itu mungkin nama organisasi Dianfeng Yaguai. Saya tak tahu apa maksud tu. Saya tak nak pun mandai-mandai, takut nanti macam kita memperlekehkan bahasa pula. Saya tak nak jadi orang yang seperti itu. Kan? Biar disebut nampak macam kelakar ke apa ke, jadikan itu dah cukup. Jangan kita memberi apa benda-benda yang merepek-repek dan macam jatuh nanti macam hina pula bahasa orang. Saya tak nak ke arah situ. Saya takut nanti sensitif. Memang kita boleh buat jadi bahan lawak, tapi tak kena. Puncak raksasa Bang Lot maksud dia. Oh ya, puncak raksasa. Serius? Awak tipu ke apa?
Mamaleda Cat Pokak Penang
Bukan Penang. Ada nak apa ke Daddy? Tak nak, baru lepas makan.
Maxid DFYG 2 Peak Demons.
Baru lepas makan shawarma. Dianfeng tu puncak. Oh. Ya, kita ada batas. So, maksud dia adalah puncak raksasa, Bang Lot. Puncak raksasa. Dianfeng Yaguai. Yang kata maksud dia raksasa, makhluk gaib. Patutlah dia orang keluar masuk gaib, lain macam je. Oh, gaib dah nampak.
Senang Sarita Diorang final boss left.
Final boss lah, okay. Tapi Chinese kan dia ada kepercayaan itu. Kan? Kejarah holding Abang Lot. Kejarah holding Boom, gone. Tim puncak raksasa. Okey. Tim puncak raksasa. Kita tengok bawah dah update ke belum kita punya bracket. Vamos lawan dengan Dianfeng Yaguai. Tak update lagi. Sabar bagi dia orang update. Kenapa dia kau sebut nama penuh aku? Toby? Apa kau dapat? Toby? Bangga ke apa kau tahu nama full aku? Letaklah nombor IC sekali kat situ. Dengan alamat rumah aku kalau ada sekali. Letak lah.
Isaac,
Aku semalam tengok Irara SRG macam budak Penang abang lah. Padu sangat. Budak Penang Kenapa tu? Kena budak Penang? SRG pukul apa? 10. Kau nampak tak ada bawah tu aku dah letak?
Vitamin
Mata mana
Tabas.
mata? Vitamin.
Sabar,
Sabar. Kau nampak tak ramai orang backup aku. Toby ni tak tahu mungkin kawan aku ke siapa ke. Kan? Jangan cakap dia orang geng-geng IPK IPK Perak. Ada juga IPK Perak kadang masuk. Geng-geng COC aku. Aku kalau geng-geng IPK aku minta maaf lah. Nanti aku balik Ipoh kena tangkap pula ni.
benarkan saya tendang rem tak membaka.
Kalau geng-geng IPK aku minta maaf lah. Ada. IPK Perak. Kalau geng-geng tu aku minta maaf lah. Sebab dia orang kenal nama punah aku. Lalu tangkap aku. Kalau selain daripada tu, peduli apa aku? Kalau nak tengok previous match kat mana? Nanti tengok dekat saya punya YT. Abang Lot Official. Abang Lot .official. Previous match semua yang mana yang dah restream ni ada dekat yang mana dekat YT lah. Dekat YT siapa yang stream juga adalah selalu tangkap.
Selalu tangkap kes menggait ramai awak ke.
Selalu abang kenal Fauzi Ismail ke? Fauzi Ismail. Fauzi Ismail. Siapa tu? Bang, tadi BTR main siapa menang? BTR menang.
Ismail Sabri Kanala.
Ismail Sabri saya kenal lah. Betul. Falcon menang 2-1. Dah banyak kali tap screen kat YT tak jadi apa pun bang. YT tak jadi apa? Tap screen kat sini nampak 68,000 je. Apa benda tu korang 68,000? Pula tulis biar penuh screen baru dia orang dapat baca. Saat lagi aku penuhkan screen baru tahu. Okey, kita tengok grup satu lagi dah start ke belum? So korang nak layan mana? Pro versus A7 ke ataupun Aurora dengan Mongols? Nak layan mana satu? Saya nak tengok majority. Aurora ke Pro Esport? Like Hazel tak main MPLM boy. Hazel tak main.
Aurora MCM best. Aurora.
Nak tengok Rosa, okey?
Aurora.
Okey. So majority dekat Aurora. Mat, awak seorang je pro Mat. Minta maaf Mat. Awak kena panggil geng-geng awak masuk. Abolok Masam. Okey. Dekat TT semua Rosa, Aurora. Dekat YT seorang je pro. YT, geng-geng YT kebanyakannya dia orang layan TV dekat laptop kan, malas nak type. So kurang. Dah padam.
Rosa Aurora.
Kenapa TLPH tak ada? Oh, sebab dia nak meniaga. Off season ni dia nak balik, dia nak meniaga. Kau tengok tu. Lagu EDM tu ni.
Kijan dia kala majority bang.
Dah cakap
Kadam
dah.
sabab hilang deposit.
Kazakhstan ni aku rasa ni kaki gelap duk dia orang ni. Lagu-lagu ni dia orang pasang. Asal tak ada penonton Kau tak nampak ke stadium ni penuh? Hah? Kau nampak tak tu? Semua penuh ni, ramai orang.
Asal takdi
Kau cakap tak ada
penejener.
penonton.
Hahaha see it.
Di dalam taklah penuh penonton tu. Ha.
Diorang DGN Ruja Satu Jeng, Taki Edem Hardstyle.
Oh, patutlah. Tengah kemas rumah sambil layan-layan. Okey. Aku tak cakap malas pun. Aku cakap biasanya orang dekat YT ni dia layan dekat skrin-skrin yang lebih besar. So, dia orang jarang nak menaik. Pulas macam FIFA kan? Lagi nak tanya pasal penonton. Dia orang dah tahu dah. Penontonnya macam ini. So, dah bagi jawapan dah siap. Oi, tak update lagi lah Gushen. Game tadi. So besok adalah
Massive cat
round of
Malaysia
16
top
punya match
Buka Duga.
Besok round of 15 punya match. Lepas tu
Game
hari Jumaat quarter final. Hari Sabtu semi final. Hari Ahad ada third, fourth place dan juga grand final. Okay. Semua game best of 3.
Semua
Yes.
game best of 3.
Grand final pun best of 3 untuk makluman korang.
Both 3 tapi banyak sidai haha. Grand Final BO5 La Banglord.
Oh iya tu, grand final BO5. Betul. Semi final BO3, third place match BO3, grand final BO5. Ya. Salam abang, waalaikumsalam. Nerf care. Wow, nerf care. Ada buat rawatan apa Kamu tak salah hadir tanda support. Terima kasih. Welcome. Kenapa saya tak boleh buka dia punya ni? Aku request Mia sekali lah Bang Lot. Request Mia. Dia orang main kat negara mana? Sungai Petani?
Dapatkan info 2 latest di channel Freds dan TikTok Gujan TikTok.
Weh, sempat promote tu. Sempat promote tu. Ini lagu lain sikit. Saya sedih sampai kena padam suggestion tadi Bang Lot. Oh ya?
Info, Chelsea 0-1 Juventus. Tidu.
Tidur. Weh, ni memang
At John Elmi da Menang Baka ABG Lord Tullis 2.
Okey, dah confirm dah.
At K Alpha U
Dang
Iota
Feng
Alpha T
Yao
da
Guai,
Tullis
Dang
Cat
Diok
Sprint
Dai.
2.
Dang Feng Yao Guai lawan Vamos besok 6.55 petang. Confirm. Okey. First game besok pukul 5. Root
Puncak
dengan
raksasa.
Team Spirit. Lepas tu Jan Feng Yao Guai. Grup D, Grup C. Nombor 2, nombor 3.
Pesakagak.
Okey, SRG dia akan jadi champion.
Puncak Raksasa akan ditakalakan.
SRG group apa Kejap. Overview.
SRG Leluhon Team Spirit.
SRG Group C. SRG Group C. So dia boleh menang ni kejap lagi. So Group C champion. So kalau Group C champion, dia akan duduk dekat Team Spirit atas. So macam mana pun, kalau kata Vamos pun lepas, SRG pun lepas, kot mana pun dekat semifinal pasti berjumpa. Okay, kalau besok Vamos menang and then dia pergi ke quarter final,
At Generation YCER sent
so dia
game.
akan berjumpa dengan Grup D nombor 1. Grup D nombor 1, kalau
SRG
besok dia menang, dia akan
Kena
jumpa
Malam
Grup D nombor 1. Grup D nombor 1 could be Onyx. Onyx. So Onyx dengan SRG berada di atas. Kalau SRG tak jumpa Vamos, pasti dia akan jumpa dengan Onyx.
Second bang.
It's
Onyx
revenge
Bonadas.
time. Yes. Revenge time, bro. Revenge time. Let's go. Ini menarik, guys. Menarik. Menarik. Ini menarik.
Kita lawan.
Kita lawan. So aku nak pakai
Two
baju
match
SRG ke
Young
baju
menjadi
Onyx, guys?
revenge match.
Alamak. Macam mana eh? Aku nak jumpa pakai baju Onyx ke baju SRG?
Bahu SRG Labang.
Baju SRG
Sama
apa
Aiden
doh?
jumpa SRG
Serius
Atau
lah bang,
Onyx
separuh-separuh. Aku pakai baju
Jahit
todak
sebelah
lah.
tu.
Baju todak lah aku pakai. Okay, so SRG menunggu pemenang di antara Spirit dan juga Root
K
Esport.
Bahu Mab Banglord.
Onyx akan menunggu pemenang antara Vamos dan juga Dianfeng Yaoguai. Macam tu. Haziq sihat ke? Sihat, alhamdulillah. Haziq yang mana Haziq yang abang ke Haziq yang adik?
Tenggok 2 SRG Kala Malam ni.
Mana dia kalah? Kalau kalah dia sengaja dia kalah duk. Dia nak pergi ke
Fusion. Info Jacket BTR berapa harga?
nombor 2 grup C. Dia pergi bracket bawah. Jaket BTR berapa harga? Dia sengaja nak kalah ke pergi bracket bawah? Tapi baik, BTR dengan Onyx berpecah. Cantik. Bracket BTR dengan Onyx berpecah atas bawah.
Leluhon Bawa Muda Bang. Tapi Leluhon BTR.
Bang, dia ada dah anak ke? Belum. Bulan 1 nanti. Ini ada dalam live tadi. Ada tadi. Dalam live
RI
saya.
Aurora versus
Dia tengah
Mongols.
makan kat kedai bawah. Saya kat office atas, bawah ni ada kedai makan, dia tengah makan. Tadi baru
SRG
dia
Dengan
masuk.
Vamos
Pakai baju
Shakita Tak
MAB bang.
Tahu Ni.
Kalau homeboys yang main saya pakai tu baju MAB. MPL kapan mulai bang? Sama MPL ID sama. Tanggal 14.
Jul Bahu Mab Salai Bang.
Jual maju map slide. Tak nak ah. Aku ada 3 version yang aku pernah keluar, 3-3 ada kat aku.
McKay Bahu
Amin,
Liverpool
terima kasih.
Jela Neutral.
Pakai baju Liverpool je lah neutral. Mana ada pakai baju Todak lah neutral. Kan Todak support SRG, Todak support Onyx. Barulah neutral. Oh ini lain kan? Oh ni betul lah Aurora.
Liverpool 2 Nanti BTR.
Ini pun belum Liverpool tu nanti BTR. Guys, saya nak push rank 1 game boleh ke?
Bake Mabar Jap Bang. Bahu Liverpool Bole Farming Engagement Haha. Jambang.
Aku rasakan setiap kali kan habis
Gas
match
Mabar.
ni sempat main 1 game tu. Ada yang nak mabar ke? Kalau buka mabar 1 orang Kalau ni boleh juga RM20.
NK
Good.
Bang. MPLPH Pulik Lambat start season ni
MPLPH
EK.
bila lah? Saya tak ikut dah. Saya sebab kita tak ni kan. Tak
Dua
ikut.
3 game Jugik Lepis Gaya ni.
Tak. 2-3 game tak
Mabar
dapat.
Guy Serum 3 second.
Kau diam. Bila masa pula aku letak RM3 satu game?
21 Bang.
Oh, 1 week after. Okay. Pakai Franco Bang Lot. Tayar Chow. Kajak lah. Kajak kan dah revamp. Boleh ke? Satu game nak ke? Kita try Kajak baru.
Ed Gujant, Mamandile Attack Harga. Mana Kufra ABG Lord. Samalam CKP Nak Pake Kufra.
Until the
Kaya
final
Baku
curtain
Rosak
call,
Bang. Pasang Jaring.
let's cherish the moments in between.
Kajak baru rosak bang. Pasang jaring. Ya, aku nak try. Semai dah 15 minit tu. Mana Gushan? Satu game. Sempat. Jangan AFK. Mana ada AFK? Tak. Belum. Sempat.
On Gary Y.
Okay, so macam ni saya tanya. Korang nak aku buka on mabar ke? Aku boleh kutip RM15 ni. Ataupun nak buka room free.
Free.
Laju je kan korang. Dah buka email korang belum? Okay, room free Room
Otta's a
free
bang.
Disebabkan korang
Free
setia
love
bersama
bang,
dengan
ha, ha,
saya.
ha.
Korang setia bersama dengan saya. Kita layan-layan kan. Saya buka room free. Masuk. Okay, masuk. Siapa cepat dia dapat.
Pantas.
Gushan, meet. Gushan, meet. Satu dah keluar. Gushan, meet. Lah bila dia main EXP? Free pun slow ke? Itulah. Jungle. Settle. Okay, let's go.
Gujan Bukan Power Pun Express.
Tak payah follow. Pantang tu buka terus follow. Waalaikumsalam, Afiq. Follow suruh kira.
By a bird call, I was led to the underworld. And in fear, Shakenya.
Kita keluarkan kita punya gajah Gajah. Tolong kasih aku. Battery kasih Ben.
Please ban a hero.
Scully enemy ban.
Tak ada. Marcel buang. Lepas tu Glue buang.
Your team is banning.
Cantik. Glue ni buang. Kejap, ada. Kirara dah ke? Apa lagi yang kita lupa? Fanny tak payah.
Please pick a hero.
Melissa tu.
Tempest and steel. I am the divine storm.
Kenapa ada bunyi krok.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale. I swear to protect it till my last breath.
Freya tu. Pasang jaring, tarik ramai-ramai. Ya, okey, kita try. Kenapa dia punya skin macam tu?
The southern seas are my domain.
You find tranquility in battles.
The enemy
Dari
is
revamp ke?
picking.
Itulah dia orang cakap dari revamp.
Kaya Bella made a collector con?
Apa? Raja belum ada collector kan? Dah, ni collector lah ni.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows that plague this world.
Go back to your crypt with your minions.
Ulti boleh tarik ramai. Itulah aku nak try ni. Aku nak try. Tunjuk dulu.
Tak sama bang.
Oh, tak sama Okey. Tak ada lah tu. Sebab aku ada semua.
Even under the withering shadow, life will not yield.
Pekan tutup. Aduh.
Welcome to the greatest mag show of all time. Is picking.
Belum start okey. Tapi epic skin. Lucky boss epic bang dulu. Oh ya. Yeah. Kena tipu dah macam tu. Ji, saya tak letak link dekat apa profile dia orang tanya bang mana linknya profile. So yang mana yang nak top up dengan Todape korang pergi dekat direct ke website dulu. Besok saya letak link dekat saya punya profile. So korang boleh pergi ke www.todape.com dan korang masukkan tu kod aku tu Abang Lot. ABG Lot, ABGLORD, Malaysia Indonesia boleh. Korang boleh top up. Ada diskaun. Weh, tak boleh cakap tu. Kalau tak masuk ke lambat dan bersifat korang komplain dengan aku. ABG Lord. Ya, ABG Lord. ABG Lord. ABG. Macam mana makin lama makin kuat. Ya, kuat. Dia orang kuat.
Sosiabuzz.
SB.
5 dari Nesuno. Abang Lord, saya dah lama pendam. Nak cakap last kali, Abang Lord mana rambut ketawa tergolek-golek?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Saya dah 20 tahun tak pernah ada rambut. Kenapa kau lama sangat pendam? Kalau nak sangat tengok, saya boleh beli rambut palsu semata-mata untuk awak. Boleh. Saya ada. Kat rumah ada. Bini saya ada rambut palsu saya boleh pakai kan. Kalau dah rindu sangat nak tengok saya dengan rambut.
Lama betul pendam.
Itulah lama sangat pendam ni. Okey, kau nak apa? First kill dia besar doh, range dia. Tengok range dia besar doh. Kenapa macam tiba-tiba hilang mana tu? Hey.
First blood. Well played.
Wih, macam mana aku boleh terbang?
Enemy reached level 4. An enemy has been slain.
Hey.
Uni up Sergeant Ni.
Skill 2 boleh terbang dah?
Terbang.
Alah.
Da X PK mana. PK energy bang lord.
lemahnya.
Skill 2 Bole Terbang Lintas Batu 2.
Tu dia. Tapi lambat Dori nak pusing balik.
Macam Flying Cloud Toppy Slow.
Enemy reach level 4. Enemy reach level 4.
TPXDE damage. Data stack bang.
Wih, tapi kenapa?
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Kalau Dr. Bang skill 2 dia punya CD 4 second.
Masalahnya dia tak gerak.
Kalau Dr. Bang CD 14 second. Cantinia skin. Rasanya dia dah JD pure support bang.
Sabar. Itu kalau kata aku dapat ulti tu, ramai-ramai aku dapat ulti tu. Tapi, it's okay.
Skill 1 Bole Tamba Nyawa dia bang lord.
Oh ya?
Takli TB. Karas Ladai. Skill 2 Kalau target Bole knockdown.
Slain.
We cleared the wave. And on CD.
Dia boleh jatuh balik dekat mana dia nak tu.
Lin Cam recall dia.
Tengoklah. Sabar boleh dah. Aku nak tim 45 orang ni.
Enemy invading jungle.
Tapi kenapa dia
Shut down. Instant kill. That was
lepas tu kita tarik
amazing.
Who senang cannot burn early. Habis.
Killing spree.
Enemy invading jungle.
Skill savvy best.
Dia betul guys.
Battle spell including battle spell including
Besar top that tiny damage.
our turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Kenna Belajar tiny dia.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack.
Tesla.
tu tadi. Bolot dark system. Sumpah aku dah tak main dah. Lepas tarik flicker, tak aku tak main dah. Aku tak best tu. Dah lah tak keras dah macam dulu.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Lepus Tariq Flicker. Udia Top 7. Tuna Tariq Ramad.
An enemy has been slain. Our turret is under attack.
To boundless sky, I return.
Aku test, waktu aku terbang tu dia boleh tangkap aku tak? Boleh rupanya. Package mati dah sekali dapat.
Our turret is under
Ya,
attack.
nak test kajar revamp ni. Tapi sumpah, tak tahulah kan. Aku tak suka dah ni. Hai Weaver. Korang jangan say hi dekat dia
You are mine.
Shut down.
Nima Mangu Gawar. Love
nampak
Belly
tak?
Banner Hero.
Tempur satu Bang, sorry bang. Sorry bang.
Your team destroyed a
Jangan
turret.
lembab. Okey. Dia tu. Tiga lawan tu. Ada orang. Mampus. Okey, dia ada timing dia. Okey, aku dah faham. Sabar Main
Combo
sini.
Dengen Eudora Gomni Bangalore.
You are mine.
An enemy has been slain.
Baik. Good one. Good one. Baik, Dora.
Our turret is under attack.
Roma clear lane padu. Ya. Sabar jap. Jom guys.
Kaya Tariq Eudora Ulti. Depat Tankab 5 Eudora Terrace Savage.
Ya.
Open Mabar Talk Bangalore.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Jom. Okay, standby. Ikut aku.
Enemy rampage.
Aku tak ada ulti tu.
Our
Sorry dek.
turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Destroy the turret.
Clear up lanes. You are mine.
Aku try macam-macam cara. Santai jap. Korang tak ada kan?
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Tolong. Aduh.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Belum start lagi.
Our base is under attack.
At Jeet spread alternation are 10.45.
Best tu kajak. Kena tidak. Sumpah tak best tu. Lepas tu skill 2 dia lembab. Dia macam terbang slow je atas tu kan. Lembab tu.
When open, my fans exude elegance.
Ya. Aku ada.
Closed.
1, 2.
Tabi Kalau Combo Wombo Gom 2
Are you
Banglord.
sure
Kalau
you want to know?
tu Bang Lord.
Selamat Tak Kaya.
Selamat tak kaya.
Open Mabar Tak Banglord.
Tak, saya tak open mabar.
Satu Laji. Keu.
Saya tak open mabar. Weh, apa hal
Tak
ni?
di Moment Bang.
Okey, saya ajak Haji. Haji mana Haji? Masuk Haji. Janganlah. Okey, 2 orang saya buka room.
Kenneth Sekali Dengan Chain Stun Baru Gam.
Okey, kita main dengan Haji Roslan. Sementara kita tunggu game, kita main dengan Haji Roslan. Test lagi sampai jadi. Tak nak. Saya rasa saya dah tahu dah saya nak main apa match ni. Goshen jungle. Takkanlah suruh aku jungle Goshen.
Buka Gelung Pastu Ultimate.
Buka gelung pastu ultimate. Tapi aku tak suka dia punya second skill tu. Dia macam lembab tu. Lepas tu dia... Macam mana ayat apa yang nak pakai? Dia tak keras. Dia macam lembut sangat. Faham tak? sekali dia libas je settle. Abelot betul
Please
betul.
ban a
Ya,
hero.
saya first time try saya punya
Squishy.
new Kaja punya revamp tu. Tapi macam tak berhasil tu. Belum. Haji Kaja tak ah. Saya
Your
main ni.
team is banning.
Balerik buang. Balerik buang. Mana Balerik? Apa tadi ya? Kita lupa.
Supra Bangalore.
Buang ke ni?
Please pick a hero.
Okay. Ada nak pick ke? Cepat. Ada nak request? Ruby tak apa simpan dulu. Haji pun tak apa simpan dulu.
The enemy is picking.
Now a guy enters the scene.
Kaya open ha. At Omar TC 10.45.
Baca ke bawah bang, ya. Balat. Sengaja kalah sebab tak masuk.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Your team
Tadi
is
aku
picking.
Weh, betul-betul sidai tu. Sumpah tu. Serius tu GOF kali ni. Takkanlah selepas satu match dia nak sidai this long. Kan?
Little baby, don't say a word. Kimmy's gonna bring you a cold iceberg.
At once. The enemy is picking.
Kau tengok combo antara aku dengan Haji Roslan. Dua orang tua punya mid. Kau tengok. Dicampur dengan yang bakal tua ni, si Gushen. Troll weh. Tak adalah, mana ada troll Haji. Serius. Sini saya tak troll. Saya pandai main.
I am sovereign of the abyss, the slayer of gods. Fight for the ultimate
Your
answer.
team is picking.
Sekejap saya nak letak yang ini. Sebab banyak sangat soalan kan. Ni saya nak letak dekat sini. Letak ke atas. Supaya tak banyak bunyi dia orang ni. Kan? Ambil kau.
I am vengeance incarnate.
Dah bagi tahu masa dah cukup. Lawan siapa? Pakai jersey warna apa? Dia orang pakai boxer warna apa? Semua kena bagi tahu ke?
Awak nama apa?
Valor and royalty in a dead body.
Fu kaki dah naik.
Kaki dah naik dah ni.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
仕方ないな。やるか。
Enemy not taking orange. Enemy level 4.
可能翻整个。 An enemy has been slain.
Level 4. Enemy reach level 4.
Ya, tahu. Okey tak aku punya sound guys? Okey ke tak okey? Jom di atas.
Banglord Open Mabarke. That game Baraba.
Haji tinggalkan dia seorang Haji. Haji macam tu je Haji tinggalkan dia Haji. Haji.
Launch attack. Request backup.
Tak open mabar. Bang.
An ally has slain the turtle. Killing spree.
Aduh.
Team destroyed the turret. We're ahead in goal. Launch attack. Okay.
Push bawah, jom. Depan mata kau tak ambil tu. Belum lagi ya.
Enemy invading jungle.
Double kill. Mega kill. Double kill.
Aku flicker tak boleh siap. Bina weh binatang. Aku pergi clear lane lah.
Turtle Slayer.
Baik.
Well played.
Report fusion. URNA active. Salah Bay.
Request that. Okay. Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Has been slain.
Okey, stay back. Stay back.
Destroyed the turret.
Sorry tu. Aku tak perasan tadi. Aduh. Abang Lord. Apa dah jadi tu?
XDE Ulti K Ward.
Standby. Rupanya tak lagi. Okay, standby. Ini confirm dapat ni.
Initiate retreat! Launch attack! Okay.
Brilliant tanking!
Betul, susah masuk. Aku faham. Susah masuk. Memang Chow user ni memang susah masuk. Betul. It's not easy to play dengan draft macam ni. Betul. Aku setuju. Siapa yang kata susah masuk tu? Betul. Terima kasih. Backup aku.
The enemy has slain Lord. Your team destroyed a turret.
Jom, top. Jangan bagi.
Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack!
Understood.
Rupanya susah memang Chow ni.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Stand by, guys. Stand by, guys. Kali ni aku tak tipunya. Betul.
Monster kill!
Cepatlah start pun. Aduh. Daripada aku tunjuk gameplay macam ni, start aku boleh jugalah tukar. 7 kali mati.
has been destroyed. Okay.
もらったやけどするぜせいやせいやせいややけどするぜ
Kenapa tu Obsidia? Apa masalah kau dengan aku tu Obsidia?
Our turret is under attack. Attack enemy lord. Our turret has been destroyed. Inhibitor turret is under attack.
Kawan aku tak ada bang, kawan aku tak ada bang.
Launch attack. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been launch attack. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Mana dia? Mana dia? Mana dia?
Request backup. Ally has been slain. Attack the Lord. Slain more.
Belum lagi ya.
逃がさん 行くぜ
Request backup. Attack enemy lord.
やけどするぜ
The turret is under attack.
Sorry bang.
Under attack.
Sorry bang, salah tendang bang.
Our base is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Has been destroyed.
せや せ
Dalam ni ada. Sabar.
Enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Bye, Doji. Okey, dia dah. Alhamdulillah. Kita lupakan sementara. Jangan borak apa-apa. Let's watch the game. Finally.
It is going to shit, but I'm actually really okay with this from Aurora Gaming.
Okay, kita fokus.
That the Nolan into Aurora matchup is early game favored for Nolan in a lot of these types of situations. He's just, again, Aurora wants to chase. Nolan can run forever as long as he has purple buff. And now, final pick here in the first phase for the Mongols.
Ji, saya okey dah Ji Chow tu, tapi saya kena belajar ulti dia je Ji. Ulti kalau saya dapat Ji, Yus pun kalah Ji dengan saya. Betul.
Then again, there is the possibility of like, even though you have the Melissa,
Sorry though.
you can still
Marah lagi ke bang? Marah? Kenapa tu marah? SRG kalau ikutkan 10.50, sekarang pun dah 10.20. Saya rasa 11.5 baru start guys. Mungkin dah 11.5 kot. Itu pun bergantung game ni 2-0 ke 2-1. Sepatutnya 2-0 lah.
Haji Roslin Todak Patut Barat La Haji TDI Gahaha.
Pantu paling susah, kena hadap betul-betul dulu baru tendang. Ya. Pemain Chow ni, user Chow ni aku cakap kan, korang memang gempak tu. Bukan not that easy to play Chow. Diorang selalu buat SRG ngantuk. Apa? SRG ngantuk main tengok semalam apa? Sidai pula kita ni SRG. Tak apa, kita settle ini, lepas tu mungkin kita boleh lah kita bersukaria dengan rank bersama Abang Lok.
SRGMMGKNE Sidai je selalu.
SRG memang kena sidai je. Tak silap. Apa kata awak beli kopi ke apa ke main sini? Main ke Cyberjaya. So dia Lika akan jadi terbalik arah Abang Lok.
The Rafaela, I don't think the Mongols have enough
IKTJBBNG
to catch up with them. So they're gonna ban out the show.
SRG pukul berapa bang?
So now the last ban coming in from Aurora. If they're gonna ban out gold laners, I think it's either the Claude or the Moskov that's gonna be pretty good. Other than that, maybe they look to ban me at something like Eudora.
Ya, saya rasa dia dah boleh buang dah.
All of them seem pretty good.
SRG saya sendiri tu kalah 11.5.
I'm thinking if there's any other mid laners that could possibly
Alhamdulillah.
They've already gotten rid of the Melissa. If there's a short range mage on the opposite side, if Farsa is possible, that would be nice, but that means that Mongols might just pivot to the double fighter and then dedicate their entire composition to the early game. Then again, it's a little 50-50 here, no matter what. Arlet, really good
Cam MNE.
from Aurora.
So now the Mongols, they can pick up their mid first just so that they can really flex this Esmeralda and see where she's gonna go. Because I feel if you give Aurora that Eudora, I think you're just giving too much because they already have a lot of damage. In terms of crowd control, it's not entirely the best, but Baras definitely has one of the better engages in the game for
Kedua kali tanda nak tambah bini dua lagi tu bang. Oh ya? Mak aku tak pernah ajar benda macam tu pun.
I mean, Eudora will be the safest. Another
Kem mana kejap-kejap
potential
tengah
pocket
vitamin.
pick would be Lilia, but then that does come with its downsides of being
Ji,
very
macam ni Ji,
easy
Haji ada ke dalam live ni? Macam ni bila kita letak overlay untuk top up pay tu kan. So dia akan kacau bawah tu apa semua. So untuk waktu nobar memang tak sesuai letak.
At least Aurora, they're thinking about priority. They're thinking about using this Lilia as a means
Dia akan ganggu.
to push out this wave fast.
Kalau kita main rank game, itu tak ada masalah.
Extra quick, and then it's just trying to control the early stages of the game so that at least K doesn't get to move out of the lane as fast.
They also have a healing with the Minotaur as well. And this Lilia will not get punished too much by the Mongols because Lilia gets really punished with a very long range mage like an Eve, like a Farsa. Now you know you're going up against a Eudora. It's not that big of a deal because everyone else can tank the damage for you. So this is going to be the big question. Mongols, what will be your gold laner or EXP laner here? Because I think they're really lacking in damage. They're going to pick up the Sora. So I think in terms
Yang ini kalah balik guys Yang ini kalah balik. Yang menang akan duduk dekat mana tu pun tak tahu lah.
I think in terms of damage they're both pretty equal.
It's not bad.
Yeah, they're
Rasanya kita akan balik pukul 1 malam loh guys hari ni. Dah start bang? Ya, dah start. Sambung kisah cinta tadi. Delay around 5 minutes. Mana ada delay around 5 minutes?
Mongols will have to dedicate like a lot of CC onto Freya specifically if she gets into the back line. Like if you're caught in a compromising position, that's a lot of resources that you've got to blow. And on the opposite end, I feel like as much as I want this Lilia to work out,
kita orang dapat direct feed guys. Apa yang dia orang bagi itulah. Mungkin dia orang akan delay kan lah dengan dia orang punya official dengan kita. Sebab kita dia orang minta untuk 10 second delay. Lawan Aurora ni dari mana bang?
Well, now we're jumping into the game here. Looking at all the rotations going around. Looks like both
Mongol.
at the same
Nampak tak?
side
The Mongols. Mana? Nama pun dah bagi tahu itu dia datang daripada Mongolia. Terima kasih. Apa salah aku punya SP tak bunyi hari ni orang ni.
They could like, oh, since we're both playing double fighters and we have the counter matchup, we could maybe do a cheeky little lane swap to kind of influence how this could be played out, and then after that lane swap back after level 4. But we haven't seen too much of that just yet. You see the first interaction's not going too well.
Zixora wants to get a kill. Pagu has to flicker out of there. Early rotation coming in from Zixora, making sure that Meike as well as Ox gets a lead in mid. I would say that's a pretty good rotation.
Suda Senkek La Banglord TKDPT NKSB hahaha.
Zixora does, but at the very least TNZ was able to clear out his camp.
Tua balik. Alah, tak adalah semua benda perfect bang. Sabar bang.
While hitting level 4. The Mongols do know this though. They did spot out.
Mungkin dia orang ni first time dia orang hancurkan tournament. Kadang-kadang kita kena meraihkan kelemahan orang juga. Tak bolehlah semua benda kau nak expect perfect. Kau sendiri pun tak pernah perfect dengan girlfriend kau. Kau sendiri pun tak pernah perfect dengan adik-beradik kau. Kencing je manjang. Semua benda nak perfect. Mana boleh. Sekarang orang first time anjurkan, mungkin dia orang tak ada experience. Dulu MPL kita pun sama. Kau tak dah lupa ke?
Kesitu PLK.
MPL kita pun sama. Tapi sekarang tengok, pause pun dah tak ada. Asyik-asyik give friend. 3 minute delay je, okay je.
Puts pressure on Rosa dies to Meike, and now the turtle's still there. Looks like Shifting Clouds didn't actually hit onto anyone.
Pagu mati ke?
Able to eat this Sora.
Mati tu.
Is taking all of it though. Pagu gets taken down. Not appealing just yet, and not enough damage from TNZ to take them down.
They really are taking advantage of these, early interactions and early lack of battle spells thereof from Pagu and as well as Rosa. And by the time they actually get it back, it's already too late, right? And now the conversion is looking good for Zixora. He's got the turtle and 1 green cap.
Mumu now, looks like he gets caught.
Okay, dapat
unable
satu.
to get away. TNZ secures the kill. But I think for Mumu, that's going to be worth it. He dodged a lot of abilities in the turtle fight. If he dies there, it's like, you know what? I use a lot of my luck there.
Yeah, but it does mean that Lunar is only going to get stronger, right?
Waalaikumsalam. Welcome guys. Aku request Mia lah Bang Lot. Apa benda Mia daripada tadi kau ni?
Next to come, but Pagu, is he going to survive this? Oh, manages to get his regenerate just in
Baru datang ada
time.
internal issue ni katanya. Akan ada rombakan besar. Ya.
Looks like finally
Baru satu game dia orang
however, is having
lock.
such a good time going up against Siggy Bomondes Freya. And for now, the Mongols going up against Aurora, in terms of gold lead, there's not much difference. Siggy Boom, though, winning out that, making it so that he gets his golden staff, makes it much more manageable for him
letak
going up
atas
against
tempat
K.
biasa boleh. Alah, tak best lah. Bawah bukannya kacau pun. Bukannya kacau pun bawah.
Zixora gets kill onto Pagu. And we see Siggy Boom was able to heal back up on the minions
Atas
as well
tak
as
boleh
onto
tutup,
K.
tak boleh
But
tutup
for now,
sponsors.
looking at the position of
Saya nak bagi tahu
Zixora,
atas
he is
kenapa
gonna
tak letak
chunk
sebab
Siggy
tak
Boom
boleh
just a
tutup
little bit.
sponsors.
Siggy Boom
Atas tu
still
nampak
has
tu
that
ada sponsor
purify.
punya nama keluar.
Actually, maybe he did use it.
Brand-brand yang keluar so tak boleh tutup.
Whatever. For now, it does look like they have advantage. They're gonna
Nampak
let
tu
the minions
presented
go
by
through the
Freedom. Mobile Freedom tu nanti kita tutup. So dia orang minta jasa baik untuk tidak tutup sponsor. Okay, kita apa tu? Ada banyak game. Dia bukan MLBB je, banyak game.
Good engage coming in from Aurora Gaming. Lunar is all alone. Unable to get out just yet, but Siggy Boom goes in as well as Pagu. Rosa secures the kill onto Mumu. K as well as Zixora try to get away. 4 members of Aurora are here. K is surviving all alone. His Esmeralda is tanking quite a lot.
I mean, just good movement as well. Now Siggy Boom in some trouble.
Serius dia nak masuk lagi?
Okay, trying to 1v3. Maybe he bit off more than he can chew.
Selamat!
Still surviving though. Unfortunately, Zixora is going to be the one taken down. Pagu secures the kill. It looks like TNZ does go for that Sky Piercer. So all the kills after this should make this Nolan much more scarier. Ooh, Zixora also has a Sky Piercer as well, but I'm not sure when he completed that.
Nah, he completed that before the fight, and I mean, he was trying
Assalamualaikum
to go for
salam,
a
baru balik
clean up
dinner
there,
dengan
but
wifi
didn't exactly
baik.
go the way
Zarim,
he was hoping to.
dia mungkin game Sarji satu parti ke atas. Punya work from home. Cantik. Okay, jangan letak atas. Okay.
But it's fine now. At least with the pressure,
Macam mana warna hijau dekat bawah tu?
they're not at a deficit, and so
Warna
far
hijau.
the only leads that we have was technically on Zixora. Zixora as well as K. I cannot forget about K. He's doing a very good job in this Freya lane, but eventually will fall off.
Yeah. Right now for Mongols as well as Aurora, the win condition is clearly the jungler because they are carrying the Sky Piercer. So at this point, a lot of priority is going to be onto them. I think it's easier for Aurora because they do have Lunar.
Oh, yang tu aku padam tu.
So now stun it up. Pagu is there just in case Lunar needs the backup, which looks like Lunar doesn't really need it just yet. So back to my point, Aurora, they gotta look for Lunar to catch Zixora or Pagu, and then for Mongols, I think it really is just Makey, hoping that Makey is able to burst down TNZ.
Yeah, it looks like the Mongols are really funneling like a large amount of gold over to Zixora. Even Mumu opting to like walk away from the lane, and now they're engaging.
Flicker use, gets onto Lunar. Lunar's still pretty tanky, surviving even now. You see the flicker.
Ui,
TNZ gets a killing spree. Mumu tries to go back, able to pull in Luna. Lunar is still surviving. Zixora will not go for it, but K will secure the kill for the Mongols.
I don't know what the target priority is here.
Betul-betul gangster tu dia ni.
Remember, it's like, sure you are tanky, but he's forced to flicker on out of there and somehow gets Siggy Boom mid-air. That shield did not protect him at all. With the call of the Valkyries just getting him shot out of the sky.
I feel like Siggy Boom also made a mistake. I think he was supposed to use the ult towards his own turret, but actually went towards Mongols, giving over a free kill there. I think that Aurora can still contest for this, but good zoning from Ox as well as K. Looks like Zixora is going to get this turtle for free. Mumu tries to engage, but Lunar was able to escape that one.
Yep, good
Aurora lepas kalah dengan SRG terus drop do game.
Doesn't get dispositioned and able to disengage from the fight entirely. I mean, the neutral objective is already done. He won't need his ult for the time being and needs to actually get back into
Balot, yo,
lane.
atau dalam.
And speaking of the lane, Aurora alongside with the Mongols have opted to actually go splitsies here, right? Swapping very early on into this game, making sure that
SRG
Freya
kalau
is on
ikut
the long
jadualnya
side of the
10.50
lane.
tapi
They don't
delay
need
guys,
her
delay.
just yet.
Mungkin
They just
11
need
setengah
her
kot.
to scale for as long as possible. But this means up in the top side, you can see that Mumu finally getting the wave that he was asking for after so many deaths, and the 3 assists. He has been pivotal into opening up the fights
Macam
for
Lama
the
Jabang
Mongols.
Lord.
You.
You know, for the Mongols, I would say for both Mongols as well as Aurora, not much is going on because Xora is using this time to cut the wave. Mumu though, using the shifting skies to reposition Pagu, but Pagu wants to be there anyways, make a kill for TNZ, but Log got pulled back by Ox. TNZ gets a double, triple now for TNZ. Will he get a minute? He does. It looks like this is gonna be a savage. TNZ with this Nolan gets a savage.
Holy cow, and especially with his
One
efficient
tower
item
pun Blom
build
Tumbang
and
Ni
making sure
Bang
that he
Lord.
has that malefic roar. Can they actually get this tier 1? I don't think they can get the mid tier 1 yet. It was too low, but they have to wait for the second wave. Great stuff. I mean, the wombo combos were good, and I think the best part about it was unfortunately Xora just didn't have enough combo points to try and double iframe his way out of that. He still got clapped upon. He still took
8.2
5 dari Serang Die Hard Fan. Salam Bang Lot, terima kasih buat live. Semoga Bang Lot kekal sumpai Serang Meng. Sinak Tanjung.
Terima kasih Roy SRG Daya fans. InsyaAllah. Disebabkan awak yang bagi kan, saya akan pastikan demi RM5 tu saya akan live untuk awak. InsyaAllah. Boleh.
He is taking quite a lot of damage. TNZ wants another stack of sky. Piercer gets it. Able to get it on.
Aku punya damage tu, Nolan macam tu.
Maxed out then, he is definitely maxed out now.
Nolan memang macam tu ke damage
I
juga.
don't know. I feel like Aurora they already got their win condition. So Mongols, they're just trying to play the map. They're trying to control the side lanes, but that trick only works so long.
And I think just the raw sustain from Sigaboom in these team fights, Mongols need to figure something out here. They can't fight the traditional way.
Oh, Lunar is stuck there. He got stunned
Belum sempat ulti
Ox
settle.
is the one that gets taken down. Pagu jumps back in, able to get two, and now Mumu gonna get gobbled up by Lunar. Stunning him down. TNZ goes in. About to get a kill. There you go. Legendary for TNZ. And K is there as well.
Fat
TNZ
Bang
says, sure,
plus
why
Sky Piercer
not?
Monk and
But
DH
all the
full
while,
stack.
Sigiboom was able
Ini
to
dah full
deal with
stack dah,
it.
ni dah
Nolan
full.
Cybang.
And then dead. Legendary for TNZ.
Ini dah full stack
Moderator
dah.
Manani.
Don't get the double savage this time. We've already seen the first savage of the
Ada sudah.
tournament. Not sure
Okay,
whether
okay.
the other streams have had a savage of their own, but this has been
Arrow got
working out
one.
perfectly. Oh yes, Arrow got a savage as well. So that's the second savage of the tournament so far, and Aurora are doing a very good job at being hyper aggressive. 16-6 so far, winning out in a majority of the interactions, and Pagu
MCM
extremely
Nolan
patient
Cybang.
on the Minoan's Fury. It has caught out too many members of the Mongols.
Lihat story eye.
Now at this stage, all about time.
Memang macam tu damage Nolan tambah-tambah lagi dah snowball.
That Mumu has his flicker available for the next upcoming fight. So if the Minoan Fury does come out, you're not looking to cancel it because he's anti-CC, but you can slow down the follow-up. In this case, Rosa...
Block. Memang aku block je. Aku takkan mute ni.
Honestly, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yes, Pagu can start a fight, but as long as he can stop the damage dealers, then that's all good. Because at this point, that should be priority number 1 for Mongols. Try to get TNZ. If he dies, suddenly it looks like you can win the game. Until then, this is all Aurora Gaming. Even looking at the goal here, about 7,000-ish gold ahead for Aurora Gaming. Now the Lord marches on. Ox gets two, not gonna be enough. Mumu gets stopped there with the Minoan Fury, and TNZ gets a kill onto Mumu. Xora has to get away. Nowhere for him to really go. And looks like Aurora, they're gonna change their target over to the mid, able to get that inhibitor. And TNZ gets K as well. 12-0 and
dia orang nak settlekan game, dah settle.
Ox gets a double for TNZ, and now Xora is
MCM
trying his
Nolan
very best
Cyan
just
Bang.
clear the minion, but Makey gets taken down by Sigiboom. It's only Xora. Nothing can be done. He tries to get away, but right now,
Apa damage?
Oh, the fracture was too good. And the denial from Lunar. Aurora Gaming take game at number 1 in 12 minutes.
Kena bantai tu.
21-6. The early game that we thought was developing from Mongols got shut down.
Mesti hilang enemy kalau stat 80 kayak biasa.
Off of that very first lord, you can see the skyrocketing
Awai dah. Ai 1503 sia TNZ.
They are very polished with this. They cannot give Sigiboom this Freya anymore.
I was dumbfounded by the amount of damage that Fracture did to Hirara, because I'm pretty sure Hirara was full HP, and it's like one Fracture pump, you're done. I'm like, whoa, that's some misogyny there.
It was brutal. It was brutal, and I don't know what to say. Because a lot of these moments, I think that Tianzi is playing it like really, really well. He's surviving the important fights. He's finding the damage somehow with his, not only with his passive, but more importantly, the fractures. He saves it for so long. And despite Rosa not being able to kind of set the boundaries of where things need to be, because of the way that they rotated and the small little advantages that they were able to get because of that, like for example, Lunar, he suddenly starts becoming a legitimate problem. Like, he's making sure that he's dodging not only the right abilities, but completely baiting them into an unwinnable fight.
Yep. Well, for now, Aurora Gaming, this is the Aurora Gaming that quite a lot of people are pretty scared of. So now they're back in that form, and like I said, it's like, okay, everyone's gotten used to their aggression, so they gotta polish it up a little bit more, and now we're starting to see
Semalam dia X Menjadi, Harini Minglanas Teras
You're really
TNZ.
hoping that your jungler is able to get, you know, as much kill as you can, stacking up on this.
Dia kadang-kadang main-main dengan tim macam ni kadang mengganas tu. Kau kena lepas geram ni.
Aura feels very confident running this kind of comp again.
I mean, there's also some like uncanny synergy, right? Every single time the Minoan Fury comes out, it's not just about the stun, it's actually about the slow too. It allows Sigiboom to close the distance very, very quickly and start chasing down his targets. And if they're just about to get out of the Minoan Fury, that's when Paugu goes for the flicker as well to start catching multiple people out. And not to mention, there's also the Nolan with his rifts. Those rifts, technically crossing through them also slows you down. So Sigiboom has just so much soft CC around him that going for the backline and chasing down the targets is so.
Ola, boleh bagi tips cara memikat perempuan?
I would say it's.
Uish.
I think it's still.
Mana boleh tu?
A good draft.
Aku pun tak dapat lagi.
They let the Freya go, but they answer.
Jalan hero yang paling cepat farming malot.
With the Esmeralda, because it kind of worked, right? It
Ingat lagi tak GB gold per minute GPM dia paling tinggi.
Like you said, there's too much soft
Dengan Nolan
CC coming in from Aurora that eventually.
Lepas tu yang kedua
so shout out to Coach Midnight as
Arrow
well.
44 pun dengan Nolan juga.
This kind of draft where even Rosa, I feel like this is overkill, but Rosa having that Ice Queen wand so that basically no one gets away. This is an amazing draft coming in
At
from Aurora
Django
Gaming.
017 Batola 2, DGN Fanny NYA Kena Direct Counter DGN Kufra, MMG Expected X Lawan.
Again, I don't know whether Aurora Gaming is going to get away with another Valentina ban of that sort, because not a lot of teams are willing to let go of that Freya, and I think this is going to be a pretty harsh lesson to the Mongols that you can do whatever you want, but if your gold laner doesn't scale as hard or is designed to be a sandbag, that's just not enough. And I definitely think that there are moments in this game that, like Meiki even, if you are going for that genius wand anyways, you might as well start flickering for kills. And I think they should have put a lot more focus up on that top side, because they had a couple of angles where they could have actually dove Sigiboom. Maybe they might have not been able to get away, but at the end of the day, they just need Zixora to be in position to either deny or set up for the dive.
Yep. Well, back to the drawing board for the Mongols. I actually feel like they had a pretty good idea going in, but now after facing against Aurora, now I just feel like they got to readjust just a little bit. I'd be like, okay, that was pretty rough.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to think of some adaptations, but we're going to take some time to just think about it for a moment. These teams are going to hit the drawing board, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between our two great teams. And more Mobile Legends right after this break.
Okay. Ya guys, toilet jap. Game SRG sidai ke? Habis game ni baru game SRG guys. Selagi ni tak habis, takkan start. Puncture block spam. Yalah dia. Macam mana nak ada financial freedom oh? Kalau dah perangai macam ni.
Lame Batul Rehat Lepus 1 game.
And we are back. Aurora currently at match point as of yet. And Mongols suffering a terrible loss after game number 1 and still opting to go for the red side even after that loss. We'll see whether they're going to adjust and actually get rid of the Freya this time round.
Dia bosan sikit sebabkan kesidayan. Kalau tidak, okey je guys.
Still betting out that Fanny. Banning out the Zushin, so it doesn't seem like Aurora there really needs to be a change in the draft. For the Mongols,
Banglord prediction SRG Barapananti.
Banning out the Belric and then changing it for the Freya, but the thing is, if the Freya's not there, they're just gonna go to the Keto.
Well, they could fall back into that, but right now we're not seeing. Well, let's see. I want to see what that final ban is going to be for Aurora, because the last time they got rid of the Marcel, Zushin, and more importantly, they got rid of the Valentina. Now Mongols are going to reply the exact same way.
Terima kasih masih setia bersama saya Abang Lot. Thank you very much. Yang mana yang belum follow, bantu saya follow. Yang mana yang belum subscribe, bantu saya subscribe. Di YT, di TT. Kan?
LPS game need.
Tertidur semua orang. Hey Lia, welcome. Thank you for the sparkles. Yazro. Kenapa? Dekat YT pun boleh bagi gift guys.
I don't know.
Dah ada gift yang kita boleh bagi.
But the thought of
Assalamualaikum salam.
even I'm like, oh man, can I?
NADINE.
Dia nak kopi dia.
A lot more manageable compared to dealing with the Freya. Freya just feels like kind of unstoppable at times, but well, it looks like
ada lagi ke kedai kopi buka tu? Waalaikumsalam Nazrul.
I want to see whether
tak je nak cakap tiga. Okay.
Or whether or not they're going to have
alright Siti Aisyah Amani.
The Atlas going into their hands.
Kopi otoi.
The Esmeralda can show up whenever it feels like, but there has to be adjustments.
MSC tak ada dah sekali tu je buat. Tak ada sponsor tu masuk. Buat apa nak buat banyak-banyak. Cukuplah satu. Raisha. Pasal SRG je delay Mana ada ini daripada awal game daripada apa Wamos delay.
Independent woman that will be held by no man. Speaking of, Aurora picks up the Barats again. Do they want to go for the Nolan again?
Ya, habis game ni baru SRG. Tapi habis game ni dia akan ada delay sikit lah. Dia akan rehat, caster pun nak berehat. Siap-siap kopi Bang Lot. Itulah kopi dah semua dah tutup.
Maybe the second half of the banning phase could be utilized better from the Mongol
server
side.
Overload.
And there we have it. The Nolan shows up, and this should be Esmeralda unless Mongols wants to change that up, which I doubt it.
Yep, Esmeralda picked up again. So for now, same old. Aurora. Wait, no. Mongols, do they want to ban out the Minotaur? Because that was pretty annoying coming in from Pagu.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty annoying. But at the same time, they also had to think about like getting rid of, potentially a secondary engager like Alice, for an example. Oh wait, no, they don't have to at all. They got rid of the last time Cho and plus something else. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But it looks like it's glue. Yeah, there it is, the glue.
Oh wait, no, Aurora banned the glue, right? Wait, oh now I'm mixed up. Sorry, dude, it's a long day. You know,
it has been a long day.
When the wait is longer than the game, it really screws with your memory.
Yeah, it does. But that's interesting. If Mongols are the one who wants to actually deny this ban from Aurora, that means Aurora has to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets, which I don't think they mind that much unless they were looking for something else, which I doubt. And I don't think that the glue would have been picked up by Aurora Gaming anyways in a lot of these scenarios. They get rid of the Sora this time so they don't have the, SCC immunity from that cloud shift. But if Sora is out of the question, doesn't that mean that they just lean into Alice or Terizla?
Yeah, personally for me, based on how Cram used the Terizla, and I was looking at the other stream, by the way, can't remember who using it, but his Terizla was actually able to win out against the Barats, and it's more about using the first ability to just chunk him out, which I'm like, hey, actually, you know what? Makes sense.
Not a bad idea. Using it as like a general poking tool because he doesn't have like the greatest sustain. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Let's see whether Aurora Gaming is gonna take advantage of this. They're gonna get rid of the Arlet. Okay, that was expected. And now Mongols with the red 4 pick. How are they going to change it up from the previous game? They could go for the Terizla this time round, but I think they might as well hold on to it for the time being and show something else like their mid lane.
Yeah, just now to pick up the Eudora, which is a good pick, but that does mean that the the Lilia was basically untouched, right? Lilia is afraid to go up against something like a Farsa. I think it's still okay to go for the Eudora because really, other than that, what are you gonna use? A Valier to try and like slow Aurora down?
That doesn't sound too great, and actually there are like a few benefits, but you're still gonna get eaten by the Lunar at the end of the day unless you take like you take an actual Purify on top of Valier's inbuilt one, and it's the exact same composition for the side of Aurora. Let's see, Mongols, is this last pick really going to make the difference here? And we're going to find out real soon.
Yeah, because I really don't know. The only change, because now they don't have a Sora, is the Terizla. I guess I can see a Uranus as well, but Aurora, I feel like you need some kind of crowd control to deal with them. And for now, it's really just Mumu. Yeah, it's really just Ox as well as Meiki. So that's why I prefer a Terizla over the Uranus here.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for Phoveus too, but I think that alters the comp a little too much. And they go in for the Alice as their secondary engager in a way to kind of say, you know what, if you're gonna sandbag the wave against me, Lunar, I might as well do the exact same thing to you and still have better engaged duels overall. Yes, it is a little telegraphed, but it works as a natural wombo combination with not only as a means to counter engage against Pagu, but at the very least, Ox has somebody who can follow up with him.
Well, for now, Aurora, they got exact, 100% of the draft that they got in game number 1. And the Mongols, 80%. This time, instead of a Sora, they got the Alice, but roughly the same kind of idea. The only change I think that they could make is don't give a Savage. But hard to really plan for that, really.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Kejap guys.
I wasn't
2 minit, 2 minit.
Maybe like Lilia or even Sigaboom, we're going to at least snatch away one of those kills, but at the end of it all, Aurora is a professional team for a reason. Let's jump right into it. It's once again Aurora and match point on the blue side facing off against the Mongols on the red side. The emblem sets seem to be pretty straightforward, nothing out of the ordinary. Just double checking to make sure. And yeah, Wilderness Blessing here on the side of Meiki. It looks like he's going to be rotating around the map a lot more rather than looking for big flicker plays.
Yep. So for now, Rosa already doing a good job at trying to deny some minions. I think Meiki got a little bit of that one. So I think he wasn't denied too much, just denied by some gold. Zixora goes in, Purify already used by Rosa, but this time Pagu, he jumps back in, kills Zixora. They're like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
It was just bad timing. Yeah, it's the other way around, but just bad timing here for Zixora. And now another kill should be given over as oh, manages to get out just in time. Zixora actually denying the space, but Tianzi now gets to walk in for free.
Yup, Zixora could not get that. And now 3 members in. Zixora was able to actually get someone there, but gave it over to Meiki. But that don't matter. Meiki is not the main damage dealer.
All right, let's go.
Team.
We are back in action, guys. Tengah Malaysia je ada asset ke sana ke guna nama Mike.
Such a big difference. Aurora did good with a bad early game. Now they got a good early game. This is more scary for the Mongols.
Apa tu kansi tu? Bro dah menang lawan SRG tu. Okay, tadi saya nampak ada satu benda. Hey, thank you. Hirokoku. Thank you for the 10 gold coin mana lagi ada lagi tak.
He's not even level 4 at this stage of the game. Nolan currently 2 levels ahead of him. Just a bigger retribution overall, and I think that Aurora Gaming more than happy to just hold off on actually taking this, but actually doing so well against Sigma. They find one in Ox.
Well, Momo jumps in, finds TNZ. TNZ is able to get out of that one.
Jangan lupa vitamin. Sabar. Nanti. Lepas game ni sebelum SRG baru kita vitamin.
4 people wait in the bush. 1 person stays on the turret and then recalls and spam the recalls and hope that Aurora dives the turret.
Yeah, just hoping
draft sama
egos, right? That's the strategic advantage.
Draft sama
exploit the weak mental.
Tukar Elise je.
So far, Aurora, I think they're more than happy to kind of just chill for a second here. And now, finally, everybody
belah kiri semua sama tu.
Everybody is setting up for this play. And Lunar, they don't know that he doesn't actually have. Oh wait, maybe he's got it up now. It's online.
Belah kanan, Eudora sama, Hirara sama, Atlas sama.
Able to get Ox. Finally gets spitted out.
Elise je lain.
Flicker out not to die. Not level 4 just yet. Zixora goes in, tries to get a kill onto Pagu. No more combo skills left. Kado tries to push Rosa away. TNZ's just waiting in the flanks. TNZ does get stunned up by Mickey. TNZ might have overextended. Still kills Zixora. Oh my goodness, this is not fair at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he was thinking there.
SRG belum guys, SRG selepas ini guys.
Zixora is not as strong
SRG selepas ini baru main.
And even though he's trying his absolute best to at least lay down some form of damage, it has not been easy at all. And even for Sigiboom here against K, K's got to be careful. Oh, okay, that doesn't look like it's gonna win now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we're seeing K going up against Sigiboom again. Recall K, recall, he will go in. Oh no, he didn't. But you see, he did like the idea was
Saya tahu korang tak sabar, tapi delay, ada delay daripada game pertama, daripada match pertama hari ni delay. So mungkin saya expect dalam 11.30. Saya expect dalam 11.30. Game ni akan habis dalam 11.10, 11 suku macam tu. Saya expect dalam 11.30.
Yep, Lunar.
Korang Dolakan game ni habis sipat.
SRG dah improve guys. Malam tengok. Woi, padu juga.
Or just like a big dinosaur.
You just a dinosaur as they call it these days. Lunar, I mean, you learn a lot for these small little Barats plays, right? You know, holding on to the priority, holding up to your stacks, how to stay big for long periods of time. Because most people struggle to maintain their stack.
Gets eaten, even flickered, goes on to 4, gets taken down by TNT. That's gonna be the first stack of the Sky Piercer. Mumu engages in, might have been a bad call. Zixora has to get away. Pagu secures kill onto Zixora, double kill for TNZ. Another stack for the Sky Piercer, 20 for TNZ.
Yep, and Aurora Gaming, they've snowballed this early game very, very well. However, this has come at a little bit of a cost. They're willing to trade that top side for mid-tier 1, which is actually a much better trade.
Uni main harap SGT.
At this point, honestly, I don't see a world where Mongols can really win a fight here. I think they're just too far behind. TNZ was thinking about it, but it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. It's only 20 stacks. If I have 80, 100%.
Yeah, and nobody on their side actually has Purify.
Salapas
right?
Ape Bang
has
Lord.
Plenty of targets. I think this is why they're so decisive. If we catch anybody and we already have the lead of the Sky Piercer, they're basically as good
Salapas
as gone.
BABG.
And even for K, is starting to come to a point where, you know, Sigiboom has got that golden staff. He can out-sustain him as long as he has his ult ready to go in these prolonged fights. Generally, we're expecting that K can, you know, out-poke him for a large majority of the laning phase.
DKT Yan 2.
Unable to get anyone. Lunar just a little bit off to the side. Zixora now does have the Sky Piercer. If he can get a kill, it could be a way to get back to the game. But with Mumu dead, Zixora has to run away. Looks like unable to double kill for TNT. Sigiboom just dives in, triple kill. Is this gonna be a maniac? No, Sigiboom takes it away. But all the same, Aurora, they're in such a dominant position. Over 5,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes of the game. Now they're even diving the turret, want to give more kills to TNZ, and they're going to get it legendary here. At this point, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how Mongols can win this one.
No, I think it's kind of GG.
Bake Uni
already.
SMLM, DGN Stormy.
I don't see a Dom Ice getting built by literally anybody, so nobody can really deal with Sigiboom. Nobody can really deal with Lunar, who's playing Festival of Blood, so he's extra. Like, on top of the fact that he has, you know, Festival of Blood sustainability, he's building a full tank on top of it as well. So really, by the time the Mongols actually get the relevant items, it's over.
Yeah, and a Minotaur heal as well. Kind of feels bad. I'm pretty sure he already has Festival of Aces. I did not look at his items, but I'm pretty sure even if he doesn't have it yet, he will have it soon. So it would just be bad to worse. Like, we should be hopeful for the team, but I mean, like, we're being realistic here. For anyone that has ever played rank MLBB, you know it's kind of over. And now, Yum gives a kill over to TNZ again. Another stack. And now K tries to get away. Boop, boop. Oh, Rosa takes it away. Not gonna give it over to TNZ. It's like, you're not that great.
He's not that guy, not anymore. And now that's going to be a Lightning Truncheon complete. If I saw the items correctly, I think Pagu first itemed Oracle. I could be wrong. There we go. The Flask of the Oasis just got purchased, and I think that should be the final nail in the coffin here. Even Rosa started to disrespect the space.
Well, see give them as well.
Kena
Because at this
bantai
point,
duk
they're
game
like,
ni.
yeah, you guys can't punish this. You guys can crowd control this, but y'all don't have any damage. And now they're chasing after Zixora. Zixora's gonna get away. Yeah, good try, guys. Good try.
Nice, nice. Able to clear up the time. Saw what was expecting and calculated, and took into account both the Cyclone as well as the Conceal. Nicely done by Zixora, and that's generally what he wants to do. Try to get, you know, attention of Aurora Gaming to come to the opposite side of the map, so it opens up the rest for the Mongols to actually go back and start farming up. Because everybody's just a little too squishy right now, and really, Tenzi can do whatever he wants as long as Lunar hits the Deton as welcome. And I think that now that Sigboom has his 3 items, it's done for, right? K forced the flicker out fast, and everybody is trying, at least for Zixora, just nearby to try and disengage, but they can't do much about this. And K will die, and kind of no matter what.
Well, now we just basically hit the 10,000 gold difference mark here at 9 minutes. Their gold advantage is
McCam
like
Nolan
1,000 per
Saibang.
minute. That's
Macam nak lawa.
disgusting to play against. If
Yeah, good.
somehow this goes to 20 minutes and then Mongols
Adui.
get a comeback, Aurora will, they will be a little mean, man.
I mean,
But I think that's not
really
gonna happen.
well. I don't think it's gonna happen. And the BOD to guarantee that no load targets on top of the
MCM2
Skycatcher will
Jedi
get
BG.
away. Really efficient by Lunar, man. That's the EXP laner you want, man. He hands you. He literally spoon feeds you the kills. He literally draws the lines. He also drops the red carpet
Hello,
for purple buffs.
yeah.
Like, what doesn't he do at this point?
Kenapa dia?
This is so, like, not a part of the game for now. Rosa takes a lot of damage from Zixora. Kills come from Bagu.
Gone.
Black Juice comes in, gets a kill.
Tadi
House gets taken
15-0 tu,
down.
sekarang dah
TNZ trying to chase
12-03.
after Zixora. Zixora
Biar
probably
rindu
gonna get
ke?
taken down. Double kill for
Ngantuk.
TNZ, and then moving forward.
Nanti saya
Aurora
diam, saya
Gaming
bagi
goes
nombor
up
telefon.
against the
Kita boleh
Mongols.
sleep call.
Aurora is
InsyaAllah.
looking
Tak
at
ngantuk dah
an
nanti.
angle. K can't take the damage. Triple kill for TNZ. Want to give a maniac. Momo gives over a maniac.
Haha.
And ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. 10 minutes at what? 14,000 gold lead.
Ni
21
MMG
kills
Makan
to
Banyak
1.
apa
15-03 lagi sekali tu.
Lajuasia ABABG Lord.
Man, that was a
Kopi dah habis 2 cawan. Aku kopi tak ada tu.
Not gonna lie. I was thinking of any answers for the
Aku tak ada
Mongols
kopi
to kind
ni.
of, you know,
Dah
bail
Royken.
themselves out of the situation, but with the item build
Tidur
that they
luar
had,
bang.
with a lot of lost
Eh,
movements and
dia
weird
tak nak ramai lagi lah perempuan dalam ni yang nakkan aku.
couldn't find their rhythm in this
Dodi.
game, and I think at the very least Aurora
SRG simpan stretch malam ni bang, dia orang akan bagi salah nanti. Order grab bang, tak.
Order
Semua
grab
dah tutup, dah
Bangalore.
semua pukul 11. Kebanyakan 11 dah tutup.
Kaja's my new favorite hero. Just by the animations. Oh my
Zeus pukul
goodness.
11.
He is gorgeous.
Kenangan 11. Yang lain-lain
7
pukul 10.
Kahang.
Don't worry, you can
7
keep blazing it.
E.
Nobody
Anak,
will be
anak.
able to see it in this tournament because
Mamak lah
it's
nampak
just
perempuan. Kalau nampak perempuan, mamak tak
event
nak.
that got dropped in the latest patch, which is why we started a little bit later today. But even
Mamak.
so,
Kopi O kosong.
it
Kopi
will be
kosong kat
interesting
sini
to
pun
see
ada
how that's gonna
office.
shape up with the metagame, right? With the new way that the ult actually works, it is a scarily big zone.
Kau memang kena bantai teruk tu ni.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game, there's really not much
Awal-awal
to
tadi dia orang
say
boleh je main.
without either
Tapi
saying too good of a thing for Aurora or
dah
too bad
settle
for
semua.
Mongols. But I don't know. I hope Mongols is able to recover from this because going up against Aurora
Kalau kena
in
bantai
this
macam ni,
format right now is really not fair. This is the best meta for Aurora, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether Aurora refines it even more. Because I agree with you, Gideon.
Dekat
It
mana
feels like
silapnya?
Aurora
Ada silap. Dia
Spirit just what you
dia
call it,
macam beza
refined
2
it.
darjat macam tu.
Now it's just everyone
beza
else
2 darjat.
surviving it, you know?
I don't know. This just felt like prison rules, right?
Ada ke yang no sugar
At
punya?
this point, and Mongols just don't get any free time to actually flex and
Kopi Medi
work
semua
out at this stage. It is tough. I think it was a
Ada ke yang
really
no sugar
big
punya?
mistake that Makey
Latte. Dia ada
decided to
latte
go for
ke?
this genius one
At
instead
Pick
of
Ahmad
going for
Salapnia
the
Mongols
passes
TK
first time. I
aggressive
get
a
that
wall
he wants
game.
to, start off the early game similarly to game number 1, getting
Tolong
Rosa to
ngalah
use
Monggol, sorry.
that
Dah
purify and
habis
also
dah habis
power at
habis
the
dah
same
2-0
time
dah
with the
2-0.
flicker. But
Dah
small
2-0 habis.
adjustments allowed that laning phase to actually actually just result in Rosa only losing out on the Purify. And
Extra
Rosa
Jaws.
doesn't need it for the upcoming fights when you have
Itu semua
black
minuman
shoes.
sampah tu.
Even so,
Latte
this is
ada,
an
minta
even
nano
more
sugar. Latte
devastating
memang tak ada
game to
sugar.
find Aurora Gaming. And I think that the Mongols, if they're going to play this double fighter comp, they're going to need some damage in the
Latte
side
memang
lane.
no
Like, Esme
sugar.
is good into the Freya, but only for so long. And that's why a lot of teams actually lean into the Paquito for that big fat burst.
Yep.
Kalau korang pergi minum latte, there is definitely no sugar.
Americano KTMC
Americano
meeting
okay.
Bang
Americano
Baru
pun tak ada
Segar.
sugar. Americano just
By the way, we have not seen
Okay, nak try Kaja jumpa lagi lepas ni kat SRG. Dah, Kaja tak boleh pakai 2 minggu. Bila hero-hero yang baru di revamp, biasanya 2 minggu tak boleh dipakai. Jadi second week of MPL nanti baru boleh pakai. MPL kan 14 hari bulan start. So nanti minggu kedua baru boleh pakai. Minggu pertama tak boleh pakai. Espresso ala cawan kecil je kau dapat. Cenonek sikit. Habis. Payah Americano. Punya main besar tulisan Manchester City lepas match ni. Ya, banyak sangat persoalan. Jadi saya terpaksa letak macam tu. Kejap saya tukar colour supaya nampak.
Minuman Sampa.
Yep. And to the worst of it as well.
Ambil headshot Americano seminggu tak tidur. Tak adalah, aku pernah 6 shot pun elok je tidur. Rain tak ada ke malam ni? Rain tak ada. Dia dah apply dah tadi. Tengok kalau dapat besok ke lusa ke dia akan start stream. Kenangan masih open dekat rumah aku Bang Lot. Pukul 11 tutup lah Kenangan.
Fik Ahmad hahaha.
Kalau biru bang, lagilah tak nampak. Dah, match ni pun dah habis. Okay, so kejap aku tukar.
Fik Ahmad. Takeda Masala K Iklan 2 Banglord.
Bang, lepas ni apa? Tu SRG. Selepas ni SRG. Kejap, SRG group. Saya kena pastikan saya di grup yang betul ataupun stream yang betul. So sekarang saya buka apa? Okay, AC betul. Dekat sini. Tapi kita tengok yang sana kejap.
The offer during the MSC. Yeah.
Onyx dengan GK.
Managed to get into the playoffs
Sana Onyx
when
GK.
everybody else was.
Pun Bellum start.
Nak start dah ni. Saja lepas Onyx ke tak? Onyx di match yang satu lagi 2 stream. Kan dia ada 2 stream. So Onyx di match yang sana, SRG di sini. Main dalam waktu yang sama. Dia orang main kat mana? Sungai Petani Utara. Kalau mungkin Sungai Petani dia masalah internet kot. Dah block kena install. Kod dia okey lain bang. Main di Astana, Kazakhstan guys. Untuk yang bertanya tak apa-apa. Saya anggap korang memang tak tahu dah kan. Okey, hari kedua dah GOF ni. Dia main di Astana, Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan tu kat mana bang?
Telegram Adejuriani 69 ni Banglord da bagi
rapat-rapat lah
nombor sekali.
dengan Rusia.
Nampaknya kalau SRG menang lawan TS ni nanti.
Besok pukul 11 kat sini. Okay. Kalau macam tu 10.30 lah kita gerak. Bawa kita ke apa? Boleh. Alright. Waktu ID sekarang masih 10 lebih. Ngam je nak layan Gamong Lot. Oh ya, ID okey.
Bracket Decade
Kenapa game
Wikipedia
SRG
dah
lewat?
update.
Marshall tadi dah pergi makan. Dia minta. Serius orang? Ya. Dia minta hampir dekat 1 jam jugalah dia nak pergi makan. Sebab dia kata kedai jauh. Dia telefon saya tadi. Saya kata okey je lah, boleh lah. Sebab kita orang biasa dah kena sidai. Lepas tu lambat-lambat. Kita orang SRG kalau main pukul 3 pun kita orang layan dah, saya cakap. Dia kata kalau macam tu okey lah, saya pergi makan. Okey. Yes. SRG pukul 3 pun kita orang layan je. Sana pun ada mamak ke? Ada. Ada.
Pasti A Bang Lord Lane.
Adik yang ambil order. Sekais. Dia tak main kan, dia ambil order. Aku kira main kat Sungai Kalimantan. Sekais boleh tolong order kan, betul.
JD Waterboy.
Siap punya spam. Apalah, suruh Marshall minum vodkanya. Jadi betul, kita harus setia tunggu saja meja. Pak international mamak sekarang je. Kau tak nak Sabah pun tak pernah ada mamak, dah ada mamak sekarang. Sabah kalau ada mamak pun bukan mamak macam versi-versi dekat Semenanjung tau, lain. Tapi sekarang ni baru ni saya dah nampak ada satu mamak yang betul-betul macam kat Semenanjung sini. Kan? Winter jadi chef Bang Lord. Winter boleh jadi chef. Tapi Chinese food dah. Chinese food. Mamak kat Sabah jadi sama ke? Mamak je. Mamak Al-Inshira bang. Oh ya. Yeah. Dekat Sabah nama dia. Apa ni nak sedap-sedap kacau. Macam mana tu? Mamak kat London lagi banyak dari Malaysia. Serius? Saya tak pernah sampai London. Tapi mungkin saya ada next year kot. Saya nak pergi ke Anfield. Nak pergi tengok stadium Liverpool. Apa Grand Final bila? Hari Ahad. Abang pun mamak kan? Bukan. Saya bukan mamak. Minum kopi Lia, segar butter. Betul Lia, pergi minum kopi. Dia. Macam mana nak tengok table Geotif ni bang? Pergilah dekat Wikipedia. Wikipedia ada table. Okey, setakat ini apa yang saya boleh update kat korang adalah Vamos besok akan bermain dengan Dianfeng Yao Guai.
Okey, saya dah buat NES dan KSTRTKN.
Rematch GOF tahun lepas di mana Vamos dikalahkan oleh Dianfeng Yao Guai. So dapat jumpa balik. Bila dah menang antara dua ni, menang jumpa siapa? Jumpa Onyx. Di mana di atas pula Food Esport bersama dengan Team Spirit, pemenangnya akan berjumpa dengan SRG. Itu bermaksudnya apa adik-adik? Kalau SRG dengan Onyx lepas menang dengan pemenang antara yang mereka akan jumpa nanti, maka mereka akan berjumpa each other. SRG versus Onyx rematch di semi-final. Apalah, Hazel main kat mana season 18 MPL ID? Hazel tak. Hazel pulang ke Indonesia. Sorry. Saya tak tahu guys. Sorry.
Rank bang.
Tak nak lah rank. Kejap saya nak ambil kopok boleh tak?
Bean bang Lord. Laugh cry. Ed Gujant. Jam. Adanik Amen 55
Tak ada kopok, tak ada.
Cup.
Yang ada ni je.
One Munchie's main raise bang. At CKN Arif H. Order grab Jala Banglord, left
Tadi
grab.
saya nak makan ah. Tolong jawabkan bang tak serius. Tadi saya nak makan. Saya nak makan shawarma. Tapi sementara saja tunggu-tunggu ni rasa macam nak mengunyah.
At CKN Arif KU Banglord review Tadi Haha.
Saya nak tanya, bila korang masuk-masuk kan, apa yang korang tengok? Ya. Sebelum korang type dan bertanya soalan, korang nak tahu SRG bila? Boleh tak kau tengok kat skrin tu? Kan kat sini
Tango
nampak
ke
tak?
Banglord.
Nampak tak? Dia tulis apa? Ha ni. Nampak tak ni? Ni dia tulis apa ni? Nampak tak? Nampak ke tak ni?
At Abgapis 86 Kadals Ofis.
Boleh tak bila masuk, tengok, weh, oh coming soon, kejap lagi kot. Daripada kau tanya!
Lane K. Coming soon.
Perlawanan kat mana? Stadium Bukit Jalil!
Kalautak
Kau
Mara
nampak tak
Bukin
stadium tu?
Banglord.
Kau nampak tak stadium tu? Stadium Bukit Jalil.
SRG Lawan Bila Bang.
Kazakhstan. Di mana dia orang main?
Stadium
Kazakhstan.
Bukit Bintang Bang.
Kazakhstan. Jangan je lah bang yang tanya tu.
Kalautak Mara Korang Bosan Kena Sidai, Nantak. SRG Da Balik K.
Kata 11.30 bang. Ya bang. Ya. Kau ingat aku yang pegang whistle tiup suruh dia orang main kan? Ha. Jangan sampai aku habiskan semua kopok-kopok apa biskut-biskut yang ada kat dalam ni disebabkan soalan-soalan korang yang buatkan aku marah. Lia, mana Lia? Oh Lia. Lia mana Lia? Lia dah tidur.
Lia Datito.
Kazakhstan aku tak pernah pergi. Tapi dia orang kata salah kahwin kat sana tanah dapat duit dapat. Aku nak pergi ni. Nur Razian. Apa je? Bukan Nur Razian. Lia. Kenapa Nur Razian? Saya tak panggil awak pun. Jangan. Selepas ni nanti saya sebut je nama awak pula.
No point 3K Banglord.
Saya dah lah tengah cari nombor 3.
At Fik Ahmad 8 shot Terrace Baggy
datang tak?
Hahaha.
Bina Kazak. Mari tak bang? Mari.
TGOK Story I.
Masyul makan tak habis lagi kot. Betul juga. Mitos tu bang. Kalau kahwin kat sana dapat tanah. Oh tak. Oh mitos eh? Abang Laut kuat ke LG? Kuat. Saya ada beli LG microwave saya pernah pakai. Saya pakai peti ais pun LG. Kipas angin saya pun LG. Saya punya aircon pun LG. Kuat juga. Ada Lia. Nah. Ni untuk awak. Kan gigit sikit. Sikit je tau.
Adlaya High. Nak Gidget Sekali Bang
Pula nama
Sikit.
sebenar sebelum berhijrah. Ayah dah tahu nama sebenar semua. Buayanya. Ya. Dah, ini ada yang baru Nur Azian Rusli. Kejap saya tengok. Okey. Kita follow back. Minta maaf guys.
Bungkus Biscuit
Perempuan tak perlu minta saya follow back. Diet lah, saya ni kurus. Saya bukannya gemuk. Saya kurus. Ingat saya gemuk ke?
Adlaya Tahu Tak Beza Awak Dengan Bangalore.
Dia nak macam tahu lagi. Lapar pergi makan guys. Ira? Ira, Syahira. Abang Lot lapar. Ira nak makan apa Ira? Saya follow back dulu. Pergi gym aku. Pergi gym. Jangan simpan lemak-lemak tu.
Sai TK Follow Back Bang.
Saya tak follow back. Okeylah awak saya follow back lah sebab awak banyak bagi gift. Okey. Yang jantan-jantan jangan minta follow back. Perempuan saya yang akan follow. Makan apa Abang Lot? Roti canai. Roti canai. Mana hati? Siapa suruh kau lahir jantan?
F Da Ada Packway Bang Unfollow.
F dah ada power. Itu jantan. Itu syuk. Dia pakai gambar awet dia.
MCM Jantan Ja.
Ini roti canai dari
Fusion.
Kelantan.
Hahaha. See it.
Dah settle. Kalau mudah kena tipu lah.
Edgusion. Follow back
Ayo.
LH Jugger.
Bergicak lawan saya Kan dah kena. Dah lihat biskut. Tuannya makan apa? Kan? Kopi mana ada? Dah saya suruh awak hantar, awak tak nak hantar. Kan? Okey, apa kata dalam minggu depan kita keluar pergi minum kopi sama-sama. Lia. Kau perlu cakap okey je. Tapi saya belanja lah kopi. Bukan korang, dia. Okey, korang nak tahu cerita tak? Okey. Sementara kita tunggu next game. Mari aku cerita sikit. Korang nak tahu tak? Nak cerita? Ramai-ramai okey, berdua tak nak? Apa benda nak bawa ramai-ramai? Tak payah, kau duduk je rumah.
Motra Kena Palau Bangalore.
Motra kena palau?
Adlaya Sayakat Lia.
Motra kena palau? Okey, saya nak cerita. Cik Motra di sini. Dia CEO Toda Academy guys. Cik Motra tu CEO Toda Academy. Dia cakap apa? Kejap. Oi, dah hilang dah dia punya. Mana? Biarlah. Geo iPhone sidai kita apa kata? Apa salahnya saya sidai dia satu malam? Sabtu datang tak? Sabtu datang tak? Okey, ni saya nak cerita lah ni. Saya nak cerita. Korang nak tahu cerita ke tak nak cerita ni? Lia, jom teman saya Sabtu kita pergi Ipoh. Okey, ceritanya macam ni. Okey, hari Sabtu 8 hari bulan, Toda Academy secara sah, secara rasminya, secara officialnya akan buka cawangan di Ipoh. Daripada Cyberjaya, kita dah buka satu cawangan yang baru di Melaka. Kemudian 2 minggu lepas kita buka di Kuantan, Pahang. Dan ini cawangan yang ketiga kita buka di Ipoh.
Alhamdulillah.
Dan kita akan buat grand opening pada 8 hari bulan di Ipoh, di stesen 18, bermula 10 pagi sampai ke 6 petang. Jadi korang yang berada sekitar Ipoh tu pergi. Okey, banyak benda yang akan disediakan, aktiviti-aktiviti seperti apa. Especially untuk pelajar-pelajar sekolah, saya nak bagi tahu kat pelajar-pelajar sekolah, korang boleh try free trial class ada disediakan, free game based learning. Game based learning, ada 3D animakers, ada AI robotik. Okey, korang boleh test dekat situ. Dan juga yang geng-geng Mobile Legend ni, geng-geng Mobile Legend, korang boleh masuk tournament. Hari tu ada tournament juga. Prize pool tak banyak lah, 1,000, tapi campur dengan diamond apa semua. So korang boleh masuk, bawa kawan-kawan korang pergi. So korang boleh bawa mak bapak juga pergi check apa semua, the free trial class apa semua kan. Makan minum jangan risau, makan free. Makan minum free dari 10 pagi sampai 6 petang insyaAllah. Okay, semuanya Todak tanggung. So hari Sabtu korang orang Ipoh pergi, jangan buat malu nama aku Aku ni orang Ipoh. Aku orang Ipoh, jangan buat malu. Sekarang persoalannya Cik Topik ataupun Cik Motra, Todak Official, dia tanya, saya pergi tak? InsyaAllah saya pergi subuh. Selepas selesai pukul 12 saya dah balik. Saya akan balik terus. Okey, Melaka kita buka dekat Duyung. Melaka dekat Duyung. Kuantan, exactly area tu saya tak tahu kat mana. Kuantan pun kita dah buka. Sekarang kat Ipoh. Selepas ni saya tak pastilah mana lagi nak buka. Makanan tak tahulah apa yang diorang sediakan, nasi ganja ke apa ke.
Muar buka one bang.
Takkan Muar nak buka untuk kau seorang je. Melaka bila buka bang? La ilaha illallah. Kau nampak korang semua tak tahu doh, korang tak ikut doh. Selepas Ipoh, Kuching. Kuching saya nak pergi. Okey, janji saya pergi Ipoh, saya datang support. Kuching tolong bawa saya. Kalau tidak saya tak nak pergi Ipoh. Ugut. Kuching tolong bawa. Semandak Sarawak semuanya cun-cun. Saya dah ada bini Sarawak. Bini Sabah dah ada, bini Sarawak belum. Semenanjung dah ada, Borneo baru belah sini. Borneo pun ada 2. JB, ya, selepas Kuching JB, kau nampak? Satu Malaysia kita tapau.
Mantapi.
Tapi Lia, itu saya gurau je Lia, awak jangan ambil hati lah. Itu tak, saya tetap setia dengan awak Lia. Jangan risau. Putrajaya dah ada dekat IOI tu. Maknanya dia budak sini tu. Maknanya dia budak-budak sini je. Dia boleh tahu pasal Putrajaya apa semua.
Ayat YA2LYAA. Laugh cry.
Oh, nampak? Terkantoi. Jom kita pergi minum dekat IOI. Sana ramai orang. Dalam mall tu ramai orang. Tapi yang minum tu kita berdua je lah. Dalam mall tu ramai orang. Lelaki sekarang kena jadi gentleman. Macam ni lah. Berani. Nak ikut? Tak boleh. Dia kerja government tu bang. Oh, kerja government tu ke? Serius? Dia kerja government. Polis ke dia? Nanti dah start khabar aku nak tidur Ustaz. Okey Miss Dorayaki. Boleh. Nanti awak DM je nombor awak, saya telefon. Dia nombor awak, nanti saya WhatsApp awak. Yang jantan korang sabar. Tak payah aku nak call. Yang perempuan tak apa, boleh tinggalkan nombor telefon. Yakin ke Selia tu perempuan? Ya juga, mana tahu tu jantan ke, boyfriend dia ke yang pakai DP awet dia. Kan? Jabatan Agama. Kan? Entah-entah boyfriend dia yang pakai. Aduh. Oi, perempuan. Okey, ori perempuan. Dia cakap ori perempuan. Keluar masuk tak start lagi.
Kluwer
Sabar.
MSUK
Sabar.
Kluwer MSUKXSTRTLG.
Ingat jantung bang, jantung ada satu je. Iya, aku tahulah jantung ada satu. Mana ada boleh jantung ada dua. Budak lagi tu, atau dia bukannya dia 14 tahun, 15 tahun. Kami tak percaya dia perempuan, buktikan. Terima kasih. Syuk. Miau thumbs up. Dia dari tadi Toda Academy tu. Onyx tengah draft. Onyx tengah draft. Lah kita layan ni kejap boleh
Instead of GK picking it up for the... Remember, the Astana is still an option.
Kita layan ni kejap sementara tunggu SRG. Sekejap je.
Of using it with countering something like glue, you don't have to worry about it popping up.
Yelah, daripada dengar cerita aku,
something that we saw.
Aku bila tak ada, aku mulalah tengok muka-muka perempuan, nama-nama perempuan asyik aku nak kacau je. Baik kita layan ni.
Have I not seen this before?
Dia pun dah tak nak layan aku. Dah ada boyfriend aku. Entah ada boyfriend sebelah tu kan. Dia pun buat jual mahal.
Another tanky hero that Keyboy will pick up without this rig, you are incentivized to go
Apa punya soalan tu kau ni bongok.
Maybe a Minotaur.
Waalaikumsalam Vena. Welcome.
A glue?
Cerita abang lagi best dari Onyx.
Is it? I think you will want to take away
Jangan
the
gatal.
glue from GK Esports.
Gilo BTOL comment.
Download dari Vena daripada 2 tahun lepas awak kenal saya sampai sekarang. Saya sama je. Lagi 2 tahun kalau saya sihat lagi pun tetap gatal sama.
And
Onyx, ya. Sementara kita tunggu SRG. Kalau dah start bagi tahu guys Kalau ada yang tahu SRG dah start bagi tahu
I think
Kacik dah tunggu SRG. Tergugak boyfriend dia. Tengok abang lot try wedding. Ya tu, aku rasa dia dah ada boyfriend tu. Yang dia tak nak keluar dengan aku. Adakah abang lot juga akan buka cawangan? Saya dah ada 2 cawangan ni. Kalau dia sabar boleh jumpa abang lot. Hari tu saya pergilah bulan 2. Bulan 2 saya ke KK, ke Ningau, Tambunan. Di Tambunan 2 malam, di Keningau 2 malam, di KK 1 malam.
They probably want Matilda, right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. Alright, pretty standard Onyx stuff.
Bulan 2.
And GK
isteri abang Melayu ke? Isteri pertama Melayu, isteri kedua Cina Sabah.
Remaining options, click band out, which means what? You're gonna bro deep.
At Pelic GENTAP Jeppen Terrace.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through.
Bila SRG ni kejap-kejap ada delay. Mungkin dah nak start dah tu, Kalau jumpa boleh kopi-kopi. Beres. Boleh.
The glue, yeah. So
Caster jangan telan mic
what's it gonna be, Onyx? I mean, your suggestion also is. Oh wait, no, we aren't gonna see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't.
Belum
No, we can't.
At Pelic GENTAP.
Balok pernah ikut tengok undung Adau tak? Tak pernah. Boleh bakal kau. Boleh bakal kau. Tak pernah. Bini aku tak nak bawa tu. Dia kata kalau aku pergi tengok nanti confirm aku cari perempuan kata lain. Dia tak nak bawa.
This is up against the Marcel.
Ira Shira, thank you. Ira Shahira, thank you for the rose. Abang kata nak tidur.
It didn't work.
Tunggu kejutkan nanti.
Like it was too difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of Marcel.
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult, but in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you pop your own. So it's going to be like a dance battle between 2 teams where they're going to be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first, and that guy will lose the team fight.
All right, let's go. Go into the match.
However, the first 4 picks that we saw.
Dah masuk in game dah tu.
Indonesia, it's pretty standard, it's pretty Onyx.
Kami nampak korang dah in game dah tu, dah masuk dah tu.
It can easily work. I feel like so. We'll see.
At Amarazat JD Coach Terrace Bank.
I'm still confident that Aquanok
Belum guys, belum start lagi SRG, belum start lagi
Magic, similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1.
Yang pergi Sarawak.
Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placements. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo, of course, coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first Little Wonder, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GK, while Onyx will minimize their losses.
Yeah. 4 heroes for GK Esports.
At Amarazad Boo at Team Bro.
Fast clear your lane, get in there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads-up play coming out from GK Esports, but they did have to commit Quanox's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots for the EXP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd control to watch. Kelra, wow, he is just facing Yaga up front, and he's sidestepping him face up, and Yaga can't hit.
Look at that. He is faster in the wave. The models is a problem
SRG
for
Blom start Jap Legend.
Yaga, the Granger up top. And yeah, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and is masterful with it. Now, Onyx are gonna be the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, zoning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. Onyx identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, Onyx just clipped the wings of GK Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. Sino, I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back.
Yulang Kani
Bukan. Match satu lagi dah start. Onyx dengan GK dah start, tapi SRG belum start lagi.
He will continue his annoyance of the Nolan.
Nampak ni? Match SRG belum start. So sementara kita tunggu dia start, kita layan lah ni dia kejap.
Hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra.
Jom tidur.
They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but that's just a double A.
Ulangan, bukan ulangan.
They clear it up. Lutpi in the back.
Ini pun live.
This Uranus is just gonna keep being that kind of presence. Chino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. Onyx invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like GK Esports are just unprepared for kind of relentless movements from Onyx Indonesia.
Tapi kalau dia tunggu ini tak, dia takkan tunggu view.
Golden Hour catching 2.
Kalau dia nak tunggu ni habis, gila.
You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the Golden Hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Ini yang esok punya tunjuk malam ni Ada chance Vamos lawan Onyx.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a learning. That's
Kalau Vamos menang dengan Dianfeng Yao Guai, jumpa Onyx.
All these Hiraras are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why Hirara is busted. Onyx continue the assault. Here comes
GK daripada Arab, guys.
No good than an hour for him just yet. Aizen trying to hold, but very systematically, Onyx have just reduced the amount of farm that they could get in the jungle. I'm talking about GK Esports. GK Boy goes in with the implosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the implosion lands. Yaga caught in no man's land, and he's gonna get taken out. Looks like he flickered the wrong way. GK trying to find a win elsewhere besides getting Keyboy down. Lupi is protecting Kelra, and that's a win for GK. Oh, excuse me, Onyx.
Especially because it's a gold rainer. They want to position for the turtle. That is the Golden Hour. Desperately used by Shen, and a wasted ultimate.
At Amarazad Organisaci Ape 2.
Coming out from the Nolan. Sans has to back out for now, but Kyrie is controlling the turtle, so is Keyboy. Lutpi already looking for Zeno, finds him. Shen might be in trouble because of this, no? Gets out, Lutpi. Pretty safe as the Uranus, no threat from GK Esports. And Onyx Indonesia are gonna be happy with trading Keyboy, eventually taking the turtle, and now getting back into farming.
This Uranus for Onyx.
Tak mungkin tu habis game ni baru ni.
So good.
At Amarazat Todak
Revisiting it and
Josiah
reconfirming
Tahu.
it, but yes, if I recall correctly, it was an undefeated for the entire run of MSC. I believe the final standing of Lutpi and the Uranus was 8-0 or 9-0. That's how good he was with this hero.
That's right. Now, Quanok. Oh, flicker to the right. Avoids the turning of Onyx. In comes Shen. Golden Hour
Hilang.
catches two. Now Kyrie in trouble. Another iframe to dodge the thunder coming out from this Eudora. Gets out. Keyboy, Sliver of HE also getting out of there. Explosions coming out from GK. Onyx survives and Lutpi happy to soak all the damage
At
in the world.
Amarazat Kabanyakan Semua
His
Organisasi
teammates to
KTKL.
also get out of there. And for some reason, he's also able to protect the purple buff. GK Esports and Onyx, big tussle in the middle, but no one dies.
Great defense from Onyx on all ends. After that golden hour, I was waiting to see where Yaga would be able to drop the damage. Meanwhile, the mid lane Keyboy found a big flicker implosion. It looks like Quanok's gonna get taken out here, but Kyrie's holding on. He becomes a trade. It's the mid laner for the jungler, and it doesn't look good for Onyx. They've lost Kyrie. GK have countered Keyboy's set really well. As I was saying earlier, Yaga actually had his his skills body blocked by Keyboy after the golden hour was dropped down by Shen. Topside now, GK trying to look for another win. Keyboy spots on Yaga and Shen, they back off.
At Amarazat
Massive win
Takpe
taking out
Slowy.
Kyrie. And are they able to push middle? It seems like there will be a defense. Esmeralda wants to go and take that. They will be able to push. Now up top, golden hour. Keyboy is low. But they will also be able to push because of this. GK Esports are playing so well. They even get the turtle on top of it all. 3 massive wins for GK Esports. Objectives that they were able to take. And now they are leading when it comes to the goal. Who would have thunk GK Esports can do this to Onyx, especially with Onyx securing all these heroes that they have. Oh my goodness.
All right, GK, we see you. We see you now.
Bang Tengok
Great
SRG.
little movements, great calls. It's still very even, very. We're hyping up. That's gonna be a sudden burst yet again. Here comes Quanok with a signature Eudora. Lutpi took a lot of damage, but of course it is a Uranus. GK are not gonna be able to take it down.
Nolan now able
Tengok
to
dekat YT ke?
slowly
Tak,
get
tak,
the
tak.
push
Ini
again into the bottom lane. Onyx seems like they've lost when
daripada
it comes to
direct
their map
feed
movements.
daripada Kazakhstan.
GK just collects a lot of gold around the map. Maybe the
Semua
trade-off is
streamer
that
direct
Carry is
feed,
pushing
bukan
up
ambil
top,
daripada
put
YT.
another
At
pressure.
Miss Darayaki
Coming
Ada
out from GK
Saloran
Esports.
Cost.
Pop the golden hour onto Keyboy.
Tak boleh ambil
Keyboy has
daripada
to
YT,
back
nanti
out.
kena ban.
Aizen is
So,
gonna be
kena ambil
controlling,
direct
has to
feed.
be careful, has to purify, gets out of there.
Uish,
Keyboy
kena juga.
actually being loaded by Quanok.
So kalau korang nak tengok replay apa semua kan, boleh tengok dekat YT streamer yang stream dekat YT saya ke, siapa lagi tengah stream, Ombong, Saiful, Solos pun mungkin. Tapi macam Solos, Fix apa semua mungkin dalam selected game je, game melibatkan tim Malaysia je.
Still again very close in the goal.
Kayaknya
They
tak
still
semua
have
dapat
the win
access untuk
condition
live
of the
feed. Tak
Melissa.
semua.
Calder's been able to get farm.
Sebab kalau ambil daripada YT dan post, dia akan kena copyright.
We talked about the difficulty of the Tigreal into the Marcel. I think the reason why we're seeing a lot more proactive movements for GK and Onyx to kind of lost is that Tigreal is just definitely slower.
Macam saya minta bantuan daripada Wamos guys.
Marcel gets around so
Saya minta
much
bantuan
quicker.
daripada Wamos. So Wamos yang usahakan untuk mendapatkan whitelist untuk saya.
Forces out the Crimson Beacon. They get to burst down Lutpi on this Uranus, but aren't able to take him down. Meanwhile, back behind the Lord Pit, it seems like a member of GK was left. That's Aizen on the Esmeralda. Keyboy can't do much against him. It's advantage for GK heading into this Lord.
Look at this. The Nolan looking for an angle, looking for the opening. They found each other up top.
Untuk dapat akses ada.
It seems like they're having a little bit of a duel out there, but Kyrie will be able to clear the lane up.
Kalau dengan tim buat macam dengan Wamos ke SRG ke senang lah sebab dia orang kenal kita.
The Nolan is slow, but in comes Shen to help him out. Keyboy as well, roamers.
Tapi kalau direct dengan GOTF mungkin ada requirement. Saya tak tengok pun requirement apa.
That was That was the most intense minimap casting I've ever did.
Here comes GK. Seeing if they can convert it. There are already 5 members of Onyx around here. They left the Nolan up top to clear.
Menang
They're
Onyx
trying to
ni.
force a reaction out.
Tunggu Melissa apa?
Again, in a spot
Ada
to see
item.
if he can get a pick off. They know the timers really well. I believe that GK have made the call that they know that the purple buff of Kyrie is about to spawn and that there is a minion wave on top. Here comes Shen with another conceal. Brings Quanok with him. They're going after Sands. Are they going to be able to get a big stun off? But Luffy decides to go for the body block. Quick little freeze moment. They couldn't get to the juice in. Couldn't pop its Crimson Beacon. Here comes Boy from behind. Finds it. Beneath the golden hour, can Onyx turn this fight around? The damage coming out of the Granger. GK has taken a lot of hits, but no member of Onyx gets taken out as well. They send back Kyrie to clear his own purple buff. He will go up to orange. GK might actually get this, but it's Zeno who goes to his own purple buff. It's a long dance.
Gotta watch out for
SB.
Quanok now.
Abalot.
Doesn't have the ultimate. Lutfi
Enemy saya
to take
hook
all of the
dapat.
damage coming out from
Abalot
the
hook
burst of
dapat
GK.
enemy, saya hook dapat hikmah. Tak apa, janji dapat
Into the
hikmah.
right side, but Aizen spots him out. They will now
Ah,
control
tak
the
dapat
load.
hikmah, tak jadi manusia
They'll
nanti.
work for Shen
Ah.
for quite a while. So is Quanok has the ultimate.
Okay, dah ada damage Melissa dah ada damage. Ambil. Now you come bro, now you come bro. Baik.
With the flicker. There is gonna be a kill onto the Granger. And now Onyx above their opening angle. Quanok is down as well. There will be a trade for the Jushin, but now Zeno pop
Maniac
under the
bongok.
maniac of
Tak payah lot, tak payah lot,
Kyrie.
tak
And of
payah
course,
lot.
It was T-Boy who started it all. So
Abalot
patiently
hook
waiting
dapat
for
bini
the
baru.
most
Mana ada?
moment to
Lia
pop
pun
the
reject
flicker
tu.
explosion and he finds it.
This is Keyboy. The perfect timing. And
Macam
Onyx
Tula
have
Kite
broken
Penatati
the
Bang Lord
damn
Dengan Tigreal
open
hahaha.
Pandora's box. They will get Lord number 1 after a very
Serius
long
mid tak
dance
dapat lagi.
between these two. A question for GK, what was Shen doing way too deep behind the lines of Onyx and way too early? The other members of GK look like they were not ready to help
Leah
him
2
out.
a Bang Lord Pake Kaya.
Dia tu Abalot bukan kajar je.
Battle of patience. Shen onto the back lines. The first one to break was GK Esports. Not gonna lie, that was pretty close. GK Esports played it so well up until the point where Shen was right. Okay, Kyrie forcing the ultimate, pops the probably misses the Philippines because of that sticker, and was so much stuff coming out from Keyboy once again. That results in a Quanok kill. Shen has to back out. Onyx, oh my goodness, they're playing with the minds of GK Esports.
Keyboy again. They baited it out. An entry with the Falling Star Moon coming in from Aizen, but now he's stuck because the other members of GK aren't distracted by Sands of the Crimson Beacon. Kyrie goes in
Kena
and gets
bantai
the kill.
tu.
A monster kill
Siapa
for
cakap
him.
Onyx kalah
He has
tadi?
hella stacks on the Sky Piercer after the maniac that he got. Shen decides to go forward. Yaga trying to
Tak,
hit
Angela.
from far, but he has to focus on the minion waves here while
Oh,
Onyx
tak
decides to
lepas.
focus on it. And they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. They still have minion waves coming in. They have the mana advantage. Look at the damage of Kelra going forward towards Xenobaba. The entry by Shen. Just a couple of freezing moments, but not a big set. Doesn't have the golden hour just yet, waiting for it. Full combo from the Eudora. Not going to be able to get
Jangan
the kill.
cakap tunggu game ini baru nak start SRG tu. Oi, betul-betul sidai tu.
Go ahead and lock, but they want to respect. They push
Okay,
back the members
settle.
of GK and have taken game number 1.
As good as
Rasanya macam tu lah. Aku rasa dia orang tunggu yang SR apa Onyx habis ni.
this game. It was very close in the first half, but with just a lot of outplays coming out from Kyrie, you saw how many dodges he was able to do in the tail
Aku
end
rasa
of
dia
that
orang tunggu
fight.
yang
Of
tu
course,
habis sebab
Keyboy
mungkin nak view
waiting
kot.
for his moment, waiting for the time where there's no more
Orang nak
golden
view kot.
hour that they can jump in. With the implosion, they were able to find it. Gotta keep your head.
Ya, sekarang penting kan.
Now, if you are GK Sports, because with all
Kenapa
due
macam tu?
fairness,
Mungkin yelah kadang-kadang
that
bukan
was
apa,
such a
view
good
ni
game for
penting
them. They just
untuk orang-orang yang buat
won
ni
in
kan.
the
So
end. And if they just keep
sebab
their
kalau kata
wits at
tahun
bay,
depan
they
dia
can
nak buat
actually
lagi,
recover
dia perlu
against,
tunjukkan view ni
Onyx
kepada
Esports.
sponsor-sponsor.
For anyone who
Kan kalau dia tunjuk
GK
view
Esports
yang
during
rendah,
MSC
macam mana sponsor nak
2026,
masuk?
you have to
Korang kena
admit this
faham
is a huge leap
business
from what we saw from
perspektif.
them in that tournament. Let me remind you, they almost were the team that eliminated Selangor.
Sebab kadang-kadang korang marah ni sebenarnya korang tak pernah fikir sampai ke that level.
In Group B. It had to go with the 3 games. It had to go for
Tapi
SRG,
sebagai orang kata apa,
their second
organizer
string jungler, just
kan,
so that they could
sebagai
make it
organizer
into
dia
the next
terpaksa
phase of
buat
course
sesuatu
before getting
benda
eliminated
untuk
by
mencapai
Onyx.
KPI
These
dia.
are the
Dia
champions
perlukan
of
view
MPL MENA in GK.
untuk terus ni nak buat tournament-tournament ni supaya ada
They
sponsor-sponsor
might
yang
still
masuk.
be able to force game number 3 because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment, and you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about
So mungkin ni saya cakap mungkin, tak adalah betul.
But then it
Mungkin.
became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit.
Kalau
too
Sidai je
early.
macam mana
In the
nak
key
sponsor
moment, it
masuk?
was Shen on
Sponsor
the
tak kira Sidai bang.
100k like Bangalore.
Yang kira Sidai ni penonton.
It's so funny to
Sponsor
watch
dia nak
them
numbers
just
je.
literally focus on
Sidai-sidai pun orang tengok. Okay,
And then it
sidai-sidai pun
actually
numbers
prompted a lot of
can
reactions
show
from GK
a lot of
Esports.
people is watching.
All of a sudden, we
Sponsor
see
nak tengok
Onyx
itu je.
here already ramping up. It feels like Onyx is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it. In fact, look this. Kyrie dodges the ultimate. Even Suns as well. They knew that it is
Harry
going
2.
to happen.
Kenneth
They knew
Sidai
that
Sampai 4
eventually
Paggy Bang.
Oh, yang 4 pagi tu bukan. 4 pagi tu apa?
They dodge it and they win the fight
MWI.
afterwards. Win the game afterwards. I mean,
50% lah Bang Lot naik view. Kalau dia betul-betul nak view, dia dah tak bagi permission kat siapa-siapa dah tu.
Heroics. And of course,
Dia bagi dekat view apa permission dekat lebih ramai orang, lebih ramai lah orang yang akan tengok.
It's been a trend for Hirara
Berapa hadiah
games
GF
for
ni bang?
Kyrie and Onyx
900,000
that
prize
could be
pool.
very
Hadiah
level,
pertama
very steady, and then just
315,000
when they find that moment,
US
you
dollar.
get multiple kills onto Kyrie, a double, a triple. Definitely, and again, it's the understanding of Onyx.
Where we're going to see a lot of bans for Selena because both Stormy as well as the mid laner coming in from Moon Eater, so it's really showing that there's Selena's on pretty top form. SRG, if
100K
I were
like
to
Bangalore.
describe how they're
Let's
gonna be drafting
go!
for this one, it's probably going to be Cram on that tank, and Yume's going to be an engager. alongside his
Akhirnya!
Stormy. Going up against them is going to be Rune Eaters, Zuki, King Verb,
Yalah, sedap-sedap. Bagilah kita orang layan dengan aman boleh tak?
as Tashdek.
Ha?
For now, I don't gotta say I don't really
XNAMPK
see a
Luka
win
Dior.
coming in from Rune Eaters, but again, they went up against the Mongols yesterday.
View ni combine semua stream juga ke atau YT je? Semua stream dia akan combine.
This is gonna be
Everything dia orang ada cara untuk combinekan semua. That's why dia orang bagi link tu. Macam ni saya nak masuk, saya nak restream ni kena ada link yang dia orang bagi. Sekarang Uni. Alright, Marcel, Hirara dah di ban, Zuxin, Atlas dah di ban. Game apa ni? Main guli. Lepas ni siapa menang dia akan tukar satu lagi game yang letak sleeper macam tu. Lepas tu 7 sleeper. Sekarang semua dah international dah.
For sure. In terms of the other bans, I wonder if Rune Eaters want to
dia akan ban apa? Freya?
of not betting out the Fanny because
Pak Kito.
SRG
Dia
has shown that even when the Fanny is open,
so Fanny dia mungkin dia orang akan ban.
try to counter it. So
Bola-
maybe Rune
bola
Eaters would just
kancah.
play around with it and be like, oh, are we gonna take the Fanny? Are we not? Are we not? And then, just mess around with SRG at that point.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Because no matter what,
Tapi kalau combine pun tak ke SRG dengan kalau match yang selepas
Fanny up for grabs. It's a dangerous first pick. We've seen a lot of teams
dia
actually
kena faham
over into
kalau dua
the
match serentak jalan view yang sama tengok ni.
but I've seen that to be pretty weak on blue side.
Okay, kalau dua match yang berasingan
Fanny Lepes.
dua view dapat. Contoh yang ini orang tengok 1 juta orang kan dalam satu masa. Tapi selepas kalau kata dalam satu masa dua match 1 juta. Tapi kalau dia buat dua match berasingan 1 juta dapat 2 juta. Mana yang kau nak?
Other than that, I guess Valentina is pretty flex. But I was talking about the
Let's
Selena.
go.
It looks like
Selena dia ambil dulu
Rune Eaters, they want the Selena, so they take it away and then they reply with
Ini mood membantai tu.
I think this opens up for a conversation.
Game SRG tengah drop bang. Bang, ini dah tunjuk dah bang SRG bang.
Actually just a tank, I don't care.
Ni SRG bang, bukan Onyx bang. Nak bang Lot.
It's going to be the natural follow-up here for Selena. They already see the Selena. They know where it's
Copy
going.
view restreamer via Champu Talk Bag.
Ale ale ale.
Sosial keras dari Acad ni bos. Go
Acad ni bos, terima
SRG.
kasih. Go SRG. Ini lagu semangat tu. Ini kalau dengar betul-betul meremang bulu roma. Thank you Acad. Semoga murah rezeki, panjang umur, bahagia dunia akhirat. Amin.
Her team out just by using the go away. So SRG to deal with this, do they want
Terima kasih. Ramai malam ni 1,600 orang dekat YT, 600 orang. Yang mana yang belum follow, bantu saya follow. Yang mana yang belum subscribe, bantu saya subscribe. Thank you very much.
As well as the Claude. So they already have a rough answer for Rune Eaters, but they're not making it so that they have a lane winner necessarily. They just want to hear that.
Fix ada caster, ya. Dia minta Sampros untuk kas. Bang, aku dah tolong follow sama siarkan live abang. Terima kasih, share juga. Memang tak pakai headphone, tak bayar sebab duduk sebelah-sebelah je. And then diorang duduk yang bilik yang belah sana, so tak dengar.
They could look for other different options to maybe, force Innocent to take a Purify early on. He might actually still need to do so, but at the same time, you might as well have a double threat here, knowing that the BMI is always such
Rune
a good
Eaters,
spell.
Diorang ni macam daripada Kazakhstan je.
So I think they're drafting in a way that counters how SRG wants to play. SRG,
Rune Eaters,
they're a pretty divey team. So Rune Eaters, they already have a lot of anti-dive heroes here. Honestly, everyone except for the Barats, but Barats technically, I think with the missile
Kazakhstan.
expert, he can pull
Zimbabwe.
Tuan rumah.
Here. So now Selangor Giants.
Tuan rumah.
I wonder what other heroes they
Tengok
want to
muka
ban.
dah macam Kazakhstan, orang-orang Kazakhstan.
Junglers is going to be hard to ban.
Tak nak message you lah. I akan layan Lia je. Perempuan-perempuan lain tak payah nak suruh message, suruh DM, tele PM. Sedap-sedap tamam. Aku dah lah kena reject dengan Lia. Lepas tu dia suruh message pula. Aduh.
Other than from the Rune Eaters, they also get rid of the Cho and Selangor Giants. It looks like they have done some homework. They ban out the Saber.
Yep. I like that we live in a world where Saber gets banned, Hanabi has been banned, Rafaela has been banned. Heck, we even have a Mia ban back in MWI.
Yeah, we did have a Mia
Message lah
ban.
Bang Lord. Tak nak, aku nak message Lia je.
Not interested in the draft. It's like, coach, you give me what you need. I'm a mess around with this fan the entire time. He's been doing it since the beginning of the draft up till now. Let's see whether or not
Kelkar
it's going
Dewey.
to warm his hands down. Most professional
Tak dengar suara Bang Lord.
warm their hands up in these types of situations, but
Serius, tak dengar suara aku.
Fingers a superhero.
Well, I hope it's not like he had...
Tak dengar suara dia orang, Bang Lord. Oh, dia orang. Dia orang.
Injured somehow, but it's like, okay, probably not. Like I say, just
Tak dengar suara dia orang. Dia orang tu siapa?
In terms of assassins, there's still quite a few.
Caster.
I think the best one right now for SRG
Serious
might
ah?
be that Harley. I think Rune Eaters will
Slow.
try to snatch that away and force SRG to use something like
Elok je orang lain dengar kau. Telinga dah pekak malam-malam ni. Tahu lah ngantuk.
Maybe a Ling alongside with the Selena just to hyper farm for him. No.
Kurang dengar.
I take that back. They have a Claude. They can't have too many scalers. So probably a Nolan or Harley.
Diorang Nak Dengar Suara Lefel. Rindu Kot.
Distributed to everybody. Yes, you can be sort of efficient to it, but at the end of the day,
itulah.
the jungler
Suara dia orang
are
dia tak dengar. Kata dia orang ni
their
siapa?
side of the map, and maybe once in a while go for these bigger invades.
Nak dengar suara Bang Lord.
finally gets banned
Marah dah
out
cukup.
here. Good coverage coming in from SRG.
Kau dah dengar
Rune
suara aku
Eaters,
dah lah tu.
is
Boleh
this
buat
going to be
tidur
the jungle
dia.
pick? Are they going to reveal it here,
Nak dengar
or are they
suara
going to
jantan
save it
lain
to
dah
the
kenapa?
very end? Because at the end of the day, mid lane picks as of
Tak
right
bang, ini dia
now,
menggak lemak. Ini dah
Lilia
maksimum
seems
dah ni. Ini dah
alright, but
maksimum.
doesn't
Ini
really solve the problem
daripada
of both
speed
Selena
daripada sana
alongside
guys.
the claw, making them very susceptible to
So
damage.
ini
And
dah
the artillery
maksimum
mages also doesn't
So
seem
saya
to
tak
be
boleh bantu
an
lagi dah.
option as well. Ooh, Valen doesn't sound like a bad idea, but there's no ults to take.
No, if you take the Selena ult, you get all of her abilities.
Sebenarnya kuat guys.
That
Saya
is
boleh
true,
dengar
that is
kuat tau.
fair. Getting some abyssal arrows and traps down might not be such a bad idea, and since they already have the
2K
Barats,
mata memandang. Terima kasih. Welcome. Selamat malam. Dan jangan lupa untuk tekan button subscribe, button follow. Terima kasih juga hadirkan lewat-lewat malam macam ni demi SRG, demi pasukan wakil Malaysia ini. Terima kasih saya ucapkan bagi pihak SRG juga. Walaupun dah lewat malam, pagi esok ada yang kena bangun awal dan kerja. Lia tak apalah suri rumah. Lia suri rumah tak apa, dia bukannya ada kerja pun.
Terima kasih yang follow
Korang semua yang kerja-kerja masih lagi orang kata apa? Berjaga. Terima kasih banyak. Semoga usaha korang akan membawakan kemenangan yang bergaya untuk SRG malam ini.
To make sure
Let's
that
go.
Stormy is able to
Demi
consistently
SRG berkesengkang mata katanya.
Minotaur doesn't sound like a bad idea, but then again,
Oh, ni berapa skor tengah leading
it
1-0.
does make the composition just a little more one-dimensional unless their jungler is like a
Pakai earbud jelas dia. Ya, betul. Ini semua Lia punya masalah ni. Orang tadi semua elok je. Lia je dengan ni. Tak dengar suara dia orang.
I know that he had a pretty nasty Kufra game alongside.
Esok kerja pagi pula bang. Santai-santai. Ini 12.30 habis ni. Paling lewat 12.45 lah. 2 game habis ni.
Quite a lot of the Belleric as well as the Melissa
Sekarang tak ada
and to a
ke?
certain extent the Barats kind of make
Tengah jual
the
roti canai.
Kufra's job hard, but
Let's
they're
go
like,
inside
as long as we
UPK.
get the arrows, it's no big deal.
I suppose it's a pretty
Habis
high
takkan
skill
dah pasal
camp
game ni aku Abang Lot nak kena beli
composition,
kan.
and yeah,
Jom
this technically
Abang Lot
should
belikan
be-
earbud.
Oh, okay.
Tapi janji minum
Wow,
kopi
they
dengan
go
Abang
for
Lot.
the Hayabusa instead. Actually, you know what? I'm actually kind of down for this, right? Because again, Selena is such a nuisance to deal with. If King Verb is
At Lion
able to
PK
kind of find
speaker.
some odd angles while Rune Eaters pull attention to themselves, he might be able to find himself a solo kill early on, or at least blow like a flicker
Saya nak
out
kopi juga,
of
sorry.
Stormy at level 2.
Berjaga sebab nak lihat gelagak Abang Lot datang dapat tengok. Kufra dengan Selina combo memang dahsyat. Let's go.
I already forgot. No, I already forgot the term for it.
Innocent Claude,
But,
let's
like,
go.
They don't want to use the cool stuff. Like if it's meta, they want to go for a different direction.
Tadi Onyx berapa?
They
Baru
use the
1-0
word
saat
for-
ni.
What is it called again?
It's called being a rebel.
Makro sikit ada tak? Ada.
No, it's something like Scooby Doo era. You know, like the 90s.
Korang janganlah
early
kacau dia.
2000s.
Hokak, let's go.
I call it the Scooby Doo era, okay? Because that word reminds me of Scooby Doo. I just
on a
don't
dual
remember.
homage, I can keep going down the list. if
Juara
necessary.
315,000
We are jumping into the
US
land of
dollar.
Dawn here, where they are too cool for the meta.
Let's
The
go.
leaders come out with this
Ini seram
Hayabusa
Kufra dengan Selina punya ni.
with the
Seram
marksman emblem. Interesting here.
Dengan
Marksman
Nolan
emblem
pula sekarang ni dia jadi
alongside
meta
the
tu.
Veteran
Nolan
Hunter
jadi meta
as
tu.
well as the thrill.
Jumpa kat station 18 Bang.
See, they're like
Awak orang
very
ibu.
anti-meta.
Wait, hold on. That's starter
Hiya,
from Rune
YA,
Eaters here. Hayabusa is
Saya
actually
Jeng.
starting on the golems with
Ini kena
minimal
buat saya pergi
invasions
pun
here.
ni.
I think they were preparing for a potential invasion, and they
Budak
want to make sure that even if they
rupanya.
do get invaded, they're not really going to find much here off of the. Oh, did he steal it? Luckily, he didn't.
Bukan layo.
I actually have no idea because he got level 2 after that, but I don't know if it's the timing or what. Fantastic though. He's gonna get attacked quite a bit. Looks like he's gonna
Lion
survive
FC
that. Yunus
USS
goes back
Oh,
in.
season
holding a
late.
Sun
Aku ingat station 18 Ipu tu.
Just to help him out.
Ipu dah ada
Yunus
slot.
quite a lot of damage, but able to heal up
Season
from the
18.
enhanced
Aku ingat sebab ada kan Ipo station 18. Orang station 18 pun di S18 juga.
In position to try and capitalize on these moments, but that's
Aku
fine.
ni.
He's got bigger things to worry about right
Okay,
now. 'Cause they're
okay,
going to end up
okay.
on this exact same
Okay.
lane.
Boleh,
by the
boleh.
EXP, 'cause they're
Dekat
both
situ ada
going
banyak
for
kedai
full
kopi.
clears on their side. In terms of the emblem setup, Cram opting once again going for that master
Banyak
assassin
kedai
into this
kopi.
Barats matchup who has Festival of
Mall
Blood.
tu memang dah saya dah hafal dah. Daripada tingkat 1 sampai ke tingkat 5 atas tu semua ada saya
as
tahu.
quickly as possible once he gets the Wrath of the Dryads, and finally Melissa opting to go for Purify, but at least has Mystery Shop.
Oops.
Well, for now, looks like the Ogi shadow
Oh,
kill
yes, yeah.
almost killed him, but looks like Oven is going to secure the kill from King Verb. But still, it's already a pretty good start taking out the Uranus early here. Zuki does take a lot of damage, has to use the flicker to get away.
Adakah
It's
sekarang
gonna
ni
be
kita
worth it
tengok
as long as he
times 2
survives.
ataupun memang dia orang main laju?
Hello,
Kau tak
sir?
ada kau macam kau tengok satu benda
Sir.
times 2.
All right, there we go. We look at the turtle now. King Verb secures
Atau dia orang ni
the
memang main
turtle
laju?
and even gets Stormy at the back end. Rude Eaters.
Laju
they
gila
might
tu
be the real
gameplay
deal
sekarang.
here. They're actually making SRG
Kata
die quite a
Revamp
few
akan muncul
times.
ke MPL Week 1?
they're
Week
making them
1
work
tak ada,
for
Week
kind of
2.
everything, and even Rias is actually winning out this lane against Innocent. This is the lowest I've seen Innocent in quite some time, especially with a pretty brutal laning phase overall, but usually he's able to kind of sustain through the pain. Looks like the trades have not gone in his favor, and so far, once again, Ulven, he's figured it out, right? He's right on
Memang
top
laju
of
kan?
Uni as of yet.
Kenapa
He might
kalau
get
kita
punished for
main
this, but he's still
rank tak ada pun
holding
laju
on to
macam
Kufra
ni?
ult.
Laju SPB map NIH Bang.
Finds Uni. Uni tries to get away. Uni gets taken down. Oh my goodness. Oh, even dodging out Hughes. He saw that coming. Now Stormy has to get away. But Flicker forward slows him down. King Verm gets the kill. Gideon Rune Eaters is the real deal.
Yo, this is so real. Great information relay coming in from Ulvin. He held this position. I thought maybe he's going to try and steal it away, but he also knows that after 2 dashes, there's a pretty good chance that he dies, and spots out all 3 members of the Selangor Red Giants moving up to that top side, allowing the solo kill here from King Verb onto Uni's side. He doesn't have any iframes, so the OK Shadow kill is good, and he eats him as well, and they get Uni again.
Yep, and now Cram tries to get away. Ogi Shadow kills. Gets taken down. Ulvin dies in the backhand, but I think they're okay with that trade considering that King Verb 3-0-3. Stormy goes in, only to die, gives another kill.
Boleh tahan dia punya Hayabusa tu.
And get in. I remember what the word
River
is.
Yang Buat Movement Diorg Wujubang.
It's for school. Hipster.
Adakah Hayabusa back in meta tu?
See, like Scooby-Doo. It's like Scooby-Doo. Hipster.
No, that the Scooby-Doo era is hippie, sir. I think this is the Ben 10 era. That's when you got the hipsters. Overall, Rune Eaters are still 7-1 in this game. This lead is kind of ridiculous. Like, King Verb can basically one-shot anybody with just a little bit of health.
Well, right now Turtle has been started, and it's weird to see, but Krem is having such a bad time in lane. King Verb still secures it, and then Yum Yum eats Yumes. Yumes gets taken down. SRG. I never in my life I thought I would see Cram go 0-2, Uni 0-2, and Stormy 1-3-0. And King Verb tries to get onto Stormy, able to get away with the quad shadows. Back in the top lane, Ovid is pushing Innocent out. Everyone from SRG lost the lane, Gideon.
Oh man, this might be a fast one for SRG. But let's see. Rune Eaters, at the same time, they've already gotten quite a significant lead 5 minutes into this game. They've developed it to at least a 3K lead. If they can crack open the mid-tier 1, this is going to make Uni's life difficult, even more difficult than what we are seeing currently. And Dreadnought armor already purchased, some steel leggings in for Humes just to make sure that he has just enough armor to protect himself from this Hayabusa, but it's not looking good.
Damage though.
Yep, they try to get Zuki here. Zuki does take quite a lot of damage. It takes forever and a half to kill him, and now Ulvin. But look at that, actually quick as forward, able to use the all double kill for King Verb. At this point, I think he's talking to himself like, guys, why can't I just pick up Skypiercer?
It is a good point. And he is opting to go and try and build up into that War Axe, but they managed to get at least one turret, and they're going to probably trade another. No, doesn't have the Oki
dapat mi
just yet.
Itu mahal tu, itu mahal tu.
Tier 1, which at least allows Uni to start moving into the jungle if necessary. And Cram once again dies, like they are face checking too many bushes.
Not entirely sure who got that one there, but Rune Eaters, they're continuing to assault. And the Barats unable to get Humes. But oh my god, look at that missile expert pulling them back. Ulvin secures another kill, and Rune Eaters even getting mid-turret.
They're getting everything. They are honestly debating SRG. They're taking advantage of the fact that SRG actually are down to brawl, and Rune Eaters are more than happy to oblige with the lead that they have right now. And now this should be a free turtle at this stage of the game.
Tapi Hayabusa dia memang padu Hayabusa dia padu.
Space for Uni to get back into this game, but he's only a level down, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, everything basically kills him.
This is a situation where, oh, hold on. Tashtik already used the ult. Get Cram, and Cram is going to get taken down. Oh my goodness, 1, 4, and 2. Urena's not having a good time here going up against Mirage. Oh, eat Stormy. Stormy's gonna get hit by the wall, gets taken down. Rune Eaters, they're not missing a beat. They see an opportunity, they go for it. And this is super fast, Gideon. 7 minutes in, and everyone's in a bad position. Ulvin secures the kill, but most of the damage comes from King Verb. They just got bottom mid 2, and now they're... What is going on? This is so fast.
Yep. Rune Eaters, they know how to sell a fight. They know how to, market over to Selangor Red Giants and say, hey, maybe we're more susceptible. Maybe this time you're going to get the solo kill. And then all of a sudden, Flicker 4 coming in from Ulvin to at least find something in the Oki Shadow kill. Does he get Yumes this time? No, not this time. Has enough armor to survive the full combo.
Rune
right
Esports
now.
ni da
What's
nampag
the data right now?
SRG talk kuat lawan dive comp
something,
scare.
7,400.
Mid TK balance
SRG, they have to slow down
SPBTK
the
the
game,
mid
but that's
initiator.
easier said than done, considering that their front lines really can't tank much anymore. Part of it, I think, is just because Cram is not stacking up the his stacks to get 20 stacks, but still, he gets stopped, and then the damage just a little bit too much. I don't know, Gideon, like, what does SRG really have to do here?
Well, I think that it's a little late. They probably should have given up a lot more objectives, whether it be structures or other things across the map, rather than, you know, sacrificing bodies, because Rune Eaters are more than happy to take the bodies this time.
SRG
because
lower
they
bracket.
managed to, like, just stagger so many abilities, and now another re-engagement.
Find Stormy, able to eat up Yumes. Yumes gets slipped back. Cram might die just there. Yumes tries his best using the Tyrant's Rage. Nothing can be done. I have no words, Gideon.
Meters just played a better laning phase. They played, you know, a much better early game.
Cloud to pad
They found
map
the early
expanding
first blood
river
as
better
they-
mid
as
YG
expected,
bowl
and they
burst
had a
spook and
prepared
toke.
opener for a potential invade from SRG. From all accounts, there's nothing I can complain about. Rune Eaters are playing this really, really well, and I think that until SRG is able to find like a turnaround fight, like King Verb gets hit by like an abyssal arrow or something, I don't think this is winnable. Cram just does not have the base stats to protect himself. You can get more HP, sure, but really, I think you need armor at this stage.
Yep. 9 minutes in. Rune Eaters, they're trying their very best to get this
Chicken dinner neat.
to get this holy
Oi, sudah dah
defense.
tu.
Oh, they got one, but no way Stormy is gonna get into that one. Even if they catch Hayabusa, I guess that's gonna be quite a lot of shutdown goal, but King Verb is so on point. Doesn't look like he's gonna get Yumes got taken. Yumes gonna get killed
Macam
there.
air tu nyawa
Really not
gemuk.
much that can be done. King Verb got a shadow inside of SRG. Oh my goodness, kills innocent.
Sociopaths.
Gideon, it might end this below 11 minutes. They're forcing it. Cram is taken down. And now Rune Eaters, can they do it in 10? Oh my goodness, 10 minutes and 7 seconds.
Lajugila.
10 minutes. Oh my goodness, just an absolute destruction. An absolute destruction of the Slangor Red Giants. Oh, he wrote it big this time. I still can't read it, bro.
Draft
Okay,
Hanker
I'm just
Bangkok
going
Bolawan.
to hope that it means something good.
UIISSHHH.
He's just gassing himself up because, again,
Apa dia
against
tulis tu?
a player like Cram who's already beaten a Barats once with the same lineup, I think that this time round Zuki has already gone to shown doesn't really matter, especially when you got King Verb already starting off the game huge, not only with first
XTAU.
blood, but ready to Oki Shadow Kill on
SRG
top of
Kenneth
him as soon as
taunting
they hit level
Jabila
4.
Kala. Wakaka Kakaka.
If I was SRG, I don't know where to start. Actually, no, I do. How did Cram
Speedox
lose the
Siaku
lane
block.
that hard? Because I would say it's more of a skill matchup, but it's not a lane that I think Uranus really lose. And then in mid as
Sakadla.
well, I mean, like, King Verb just outplayed everyone.
He did, and
Kakachilla
also,
Tome.
I think it just comes down to like Warcry, does it not?
Kakpa.
I mean, King Verb was able to get
SRG
like a
Kala
lot
Fun
of these
Kakpa.
fights get in
Nanti
there
Rune
early
Eater jump
on
on
just
it.
because of this emblem setup.
Banglord
And it allows
Binkonkin
him to
draft
actually
young
take these fights
SRG
pretty
Bawa.
convincingly, right? The extra bonus damage definitely helps in prolonged fights. It's just that he needs that finisher in the early stages of the game if nobody is able to chunk him out big. And I think that's where Oven kind of fulfills that role, right? So many times you've seen him flicker forward, Shadow Strike instantly just to try and get that extra bit of damage. And sometimes even delays it on purpose to hit multiple people with a Terrify if he
tapi
does
dia punya
find it in
ayam
this
pusat
last moment.
gila tu.
Really
Expo
unlucky
late
that the
farm
Oki
left.
Shadow Kill bounced all the way to Innocent, not even giving him a chance to finish off his third item before he dies.
I am pretty speechless, except that Rune Eaters, we need to see more of you. Like, I don't know how the MLBB landscape is at Astana, but I am very impressed. I saw this region in ISF. I saw them in Asia Games, and every single time they do not disappoint. But now
Second
doing this
main
to
left
SRG, now I'm like, well, hold on now. you guys need to get to M8.
Aeropadam Mulakan Penjajahan Mereka
Remember the names.
DMLDD.
Remember the names that you see here. You're probably going to see them up in the future somewhere, somehow, because it's the future's looking so bright for them. 19-3, 19-3 with one of the most brightest lineups has produced from Malaysia in a long time. And Rune Eaters just said, we've been brawling forever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Aku yakin SRG boleh menang 2-1.
2-0 SRG Kenabantai.
This is like mechanics is one thing, but also the draft is brilliant. So
world class team.
Yeah, I think SRG was stunned because we even saw Veki in during the drafting phase. He was looking at his team, he was like, guys, I think we just shot ourselves in the foot. We don't have anything here.
Seems like they might need to lock in Yums' pick maybe a little bit earlier, into
SRG
the draft and
talk
see what he can kind of provide. Overall, I just think that Rune Eaters, they attacked the draft perfectly. Second half of the draft as well, really good recognition of like what needed to go in those moments. And man, hopefully we got something else for game number 2. We're going to jump into this right after the break. So please stick around to check out the Rune Eaters and more Mobile Legends action right after these messages.
At Rockets VTUL Nibosan.
Ramai lah tu Abang Lot. Alhamdulillah rezeki. Trump lain game dia sekarang. MPL lain bukan lagi tournament dia. Tak tahu. Sabar guys. Korang ni kan kadang tim-tim lain pun tengah improve. Itu satu. Kita kena akui tim-tim luar pun tengah improve. Kan semalam SRG membantai Aurora kot. Kan mungkin sekarang ni tim Kazakhstan ni korang tengok tak dekat ISF hari tu Kazakhstan. Padu tu. So they are improving a lot. Kan sabar. Sedangkan kita nampak region Filipin pun tengah down sekarang ni. Dia bukan down lah, bermaksud saya lebih mengatakan tim region lain macam tengah improve kau. Ni nak bagi kita tidur awal. Nak bagi kita tidur awal ni kan Bang Lot. Maksudnya dia nak kalah 2-0. Kalau dia dah kalah 2-0 sebenarnya kan, dia mungkin boleh jadi strategi guys. Aku nak bagi tahu kat korang mungkin boleh jadi strategi untuk bermain daripada bawah kan. Sebab di atas ada Onyx, di bawah ada Falcon PH, Megatron. Di atas ada Onyx. Kalau dia menang ini SRG ya. Vamos juga di atas, Team Spirit juga di atas.
More likely than you think.
Tak
What do the
tahu lah.
participants
Aku
of the
just
games
macam
of the future 2026
bersangka
think about
baik.
some behavior
Knack Revenge
that they might have
Pro.
encountered during team play? We have asked the team Rune Eaters, so let's hear out the team's opinion. Please, could you introduce
Tak
yourself to
tahu
the
lah
audience?
kod-kod mereka ada macam strategi ke. So kalau kata laluan bawah tu nampak macam mudah je.
Thank you.
Tapi
First
jangan
question.
makan diri ya.
Is it a red flag if
ABG
your
Lord
teammate
takut strategi
suddenly
dia awal,
gets
betul.
after making a mistake and doesn't talk
Ayat
about it?
sedangkan hati pun dia juga.
Knack Revenge Pro.
Nak revenge pro. Kalau
MCM Budak Tadika DOK
Kalau
Bagata.
kalah,
Budak Tadika LG Barakal Dr. Korg YG Haters Knee.
kalau kalah
Wow, that was
Dia jumpa pro
definitely
ke?
very nuanced. Okay, now
Second
do you
group
think
D,
it is a red flag if your
SRG
teammate
group
constantly
C.
arrives late
Pro
to the planned
SRG
practice
Massey
sessions?
TK Faham Pat
C.
Laji Arsenia.
Okay, wait. CD.
I mean, it's a disrespect towards teammates
Betul?
if he does that.
Agreed. Third question, is it a red flag if your teammate goes along with most of the things your team says?
It's a green flag, I think, in most cases, because
Kalau kalah dia grup C
you
nombor
can
2.
agree.
Dia akan lawan dengan nombor 3 grup D.
Sometimes you can add something.
Nombor 3 grup
But
D.
generally, if you have the same
At
idea,
Red Pandora,
like your
Kazuki
team,
Aizen Cypher, Kau Spam
Very
LG
interesting.
Sakali.
Next, your teammate blames the equipment for his poor performance. Is it a red flag?
That's a green flag because that's valid.
It definitely is valid,
Dia akan
man.
jumpa alpha lah.
Okay, now, your teammate
Oh,
gets too
mereka-
heated during the game most of the time. Is this a red
Antara
flag?
Pro Dengen A7N.
Ya, dia akan jumpa alpha sebab Pro tengah leading 1-0
He gets
tadi
like
kan.
frustrated, and that's not okay.
Take note of that, guys.
Dah habis ke belum Pro dengan alpha
So,
7?
is it a red flag if your teammate doesn't seem to listen to the coach?
It's a red flag because coach should be like authority, and everyone should listen to him.
Final question.
Lembab
Is
pada
it a
orang
red
tak
flag
update.
if your teammate is strong-headed and will not back down from his opinion?
It depends because if
Orang tak update lah.
the guy has like a really strong
Pro dah
mechanics
menang.
or,
So kalau SRG kalah dia akan jumpa alpha
Pro
7.
Dengen
okay,
A7N
but
Lepasonic Lebang Lord.
sometimes even
So
At
dia
Bobo
akan
Gibu
duduk
Top
dekat
Jugit
bawah.
Macro
Kalau
Micro
menang nanti
Massey
jumpa
Pending
dengan
Kelawan Game
BTRM.
people have that
So laluan dia adalah BTRM. Dia tak jumpa Pro.
Thank you so much to the team Rune Eaters and their athlete, Margolan. The team really showed us what is appropriate behavior and what is not. We wish you good luck at the tournament.
Tak apa, apa-apa pun. Biarlah dia orang tentukan mana dia orang nak main. Biarlah dia orang tentukan mana dia orang nak main. Sebab yang ini sebenarnya kau boleh je pilih mana nak main. Lia. Oh, Lia. Mana si Lia ni? Takkanlah terus senyap. Macam ada kecewa je bang. Kecewa sikit lah tengok game macam tu. Apa? Tak payahlah marah-marah. Ya bang Lord macam tu, manja sikit. Ini garang nak mampus. Orang Perak kata garang benar. Esok juga lah first round. Ya tahu.
At Laya Tenang. Bang Lord Vitamin Genema Ape.
Jeram apa? Kejap, aku nak
Subar guys, Jangan Menikon Squared, Tahu Haters SRG.
Rune Eaters currently
Onik
at
Barapa
match
score bang.
point, live from Kazakhstan itself. It's the final games of the future 2026, presented by Freedom, of course. And SRG need a clap back somehow because that game one draft hurt them a lot, and I don't think they were expecting this particular angle, leaving only Kufra available for Yums to play. The Rune Eaters have already set the stage and they've set the tempo. Now it's up to SRG to bounce back.
Well, SRG right now are on red side here, second pick.
Alright, let's go guys.
Rune
Let's go,
Eaters
let's go,
betting
let's
on
go.
the Freya. So
Inshallah,
now
inshallah,
SRG,
menang
I
ni.
feel like even looking at the players, I
Jangan
think they're
JD
still
Victory
relatively
Hunter,
calm.
Menang
They're
Desanjan
just,
Kala
at
Demaki.
this point, I feel like the first draft that they use is like one of their, I would say, pocket most aggressive draft. But going up against a team like Rune Eaters that kind of wants that,
maybe they just have to either shift their strategy or double
ABG
down
Lord
by picking
DH
up
Tau Da
something like Makito in the
SRGX
gold lane so
Membantai.
that, everyone is aggressive.
Stormy first pick
That doesn't
Eudora.
sound like a bad idea, but I also think that, Yums has been like specifically targeted in a lot of these bans.
Korang ingat tak dulu Hazel punya Hayabusa datang MPL membantai, dia lepaskan, dia menang balik.
For real.
I wonder what does this
could
mean
happen
that he
again,
went for
don't
first
worry.
pick here. SRG already banned the Selena as well as the Atlas. Because I don't think there's any specific hero Rune Eaters really want for first pick. Although Tashtik has been using the Belleric all the time, but that's kind of expecting considering one of the top heroes right now. And he's especially aggressive.
Takkanlah kalah satu terus nak mainkan Sky. Sabarlah.
Wouldn't be that bad for them.
I mean, it's not the worst, but I think, considering that Zuki has been playing like a pretty good Barats overall, like starting it off with Barats again doesn't seem like a bad idea either.
Banyak bola sedap-sedap ni. Malam dia orang tak tidur tu. Malam lah dia orang
You would
di
have
business.
expected a lot of these particular bans to actually come from the red side
Yums
rather than the blue side. And Makito finally gets axed out here in the first phase.
Kind of shows Rune Eaters does not want to go up against a double fighter nonsense here. Because Ruby does, I feel like the Ruby change makes it a strong hero, but not really like a double fighter kind of hero. I mean, like maybe just love the front line. So now the final ban here coming in from SRG.
Baru semalam
I
puji
wonder if
hari
they
ni
do
lagi
want to
mencintai.
respect the
Aduh.
Belleric
Betul juga.
and then early picking SRG's hero. Because what other first pick? I guess the Barats. I guess it's the Barats or the Belleric would be a
Ulang
fine
stream
ban
ke?
here.
Mana ada ulang stream?
Both don't seem like a bad idea, but instead they have to make sure they get rid of the Marcel first. Yeah, we always forget the Marcel. It's just one of those that we just expect to get banned, but at the same time, it's just like, man, there's so many like good picks for the Rune Eaters overall. So now they've got options, right? We're expecting to see. You know what? Never mind. Forget the options. They go straight for the
Goreng
Melissa.
la itu Hari Pergi Mati Dia.
I actually really
Sushin
like
ka
that
Stormy.
because again, it's like anti-SRG. You guys want to dive in? Well, we can
first
deny
pick
that.
Melissa
So
terus.
I already like that start. But I feel like that means that we need a Lapu from Cram because again, that's easily his signature hero. And yeah, I gotta say,
predict pick Dior.
Uranus is one of his worst heroes actually because it is. I still remember back in MSC 25, he died before the minions even clashed together. That's how rough he had it whenever he's on a Uranus.
Yeah, I mean that's not his
Belleric
normal
finally!
behavior, but at the same time, it's just if you catch him out early, it just starts to
No,
go
he's like you.
downhill.
Both of you guys don't like Uranus.
Yeah, we both don't like it for good
Let's
reason.
go!
It makes zero plays. You just exist. You just
Pokok
exist.
diambil though, finally.
Not that exciting.
Finally.
But now, they at least get the Belleric alongside with the
Lane
Barat, so
MCM.
that might shift slightly into
Atelic
SRG's favor. It's tough to
GNTAP
tell because Rune Eaters, you don't really know
Dataki
how deep their
Riziki
pockets
Nak
actually
Buat
are.
Macam Mana.
Well, now they're showing up with the high loss, so I'm hoping SRG answers with the Zushin or Farsa. That's the hero that I want to see
Rafa
from Stormy
Midka
to
Bang
deal
Lord.
with Rune Eaters.
Ya, aku setuju
Now,
Zusin ataupun
the next
Barca.
hero picked up, I think they need something to deal
Untuk
with
nak jaga
the
jarak
frontline
si
here.
Oi, Martis.
Wow, they still pick up the Mortis even without the Selena, so they don't depend on the Selena to accelerate his farm.
Yeah, huh. Okay. Is it just
Is it okay?
comforts?
Is it okay to deal with these kind of heavy front lines with all this crowd control?
I mean, if they layer it correctly, it's hard to dodge, but as long
Zushin,
as
come on,
they're...
Zushin.
Tadi orang membantai pokok bang.
Yeah, I think Zushin would make a lot
Harley
of
La
sense, but at
Bangor.
the same time, it's like...
Harley
man, if that
susah
Mars
tu
starts that snowball,
bermain
it
game ni.
kinda doesn't matter at the same time, but at least it's not like a high mobile mage, so they can still
Tak,
lean
ini
back into the
Martis,
Farsa
ini
if
bukan Flash,
necessary.
guys.
I think there's also an argument for Valentine.
Fanny,
too,
let's
but they
go!
instead go for a Fanny.
Now this is going to be very interesting here. They got the fan.
Kimi, yeah.
Now they just have to think.
Sesuai juga Kimi.
Where is this high loss going? Is it going in the EXP? Is it going in Rome? Because I can see going in the EXP to deal with Barats. And if that's the case, like you're
Kimi Haji K Bang Lord.
Kimi Haji boleh jadi.
Always has to change because of that, right? Because now you
Ada
have
Melissa
to
boleh
think,
ke Fanny main?
do they have
Boleh
to
je,
ban
habis
accounts for
ulti
Fanny?
masuk lah.
Because we've seen a Saber before. At
at this point, I don't put it past Rune Eaters to put the Martis in EXP and get Saber in jungle. Let me just say that.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea either. You need somebody who disrupts
Tapi
and
aku
doesn't
lagi
actually have
suka
to hold
Parsa
their
tu.
retribution and has a flicker. Not the worst idea, but they get rid of the CC instead.
Mati dia padu
SRG, as much as I said in game number 1 that they've done a little bit of research onto the Rune Eaters, maybe just not enough. Lilia, the follow-up ban for Rune Eaters.
I mean, like, how can you, right?
BKB
There's really
item
not
first.
a lot of information from Rune Eaters here. They ban out the CC. I just remember
Apa lagi
one
ambil
other hero
Beatrix
that
lah.
Rune Eaters could use. If they put the high loss in EXP, they can pick up a Badang. The Badang can catch this Fanny.
Farsa
Good
Harith
ways to
La
disrupt
Bang
their
Lord.
opponents, make it
Farsa
real
Harith pun
difficult to
okey
land
juga.
those steel cables when you're getting displaced around, and
Ah,
not to mention
Mezana
that
pun
he's
okey, aku
able to
suka.
actually create terrain of his own, similarly to Grok, assuming that he can make it connect in the first place. Now, final ban here for SRG. It's going to be the Valentina. Rune Eaters, are they going to double down on getting rid of mid lane picks?
I would say the other mid pick,
Kau rasa Cici okey tak, Cici?
should counter the draft quite
EXP.
heavily.
Cici macam tak sesuai ke sekarang punya patch?
Vexana TK
I guess the
Distill
Eudora
Lari
still there,
Banks
but
and
Oh, dah ambil
Armani.
barat dah, dah ambil barat.
Like Marquez,
Sorry,
where
sorry,
he
sorry.
has anti-CC. Maybe they just have to wait for the mid, right? And then pick up either the gold lane, which is I think Clint or Brody is okay
Lilia La Bani.
because they need to win against Melissa.
I mean, sure,
Valentina
but at the
dah
same
ban, dah
time,
ban.
the big issue is whether or not
Timmy, let's go!
they get hit by the glorious pathway, and then they can't really run away
Cecilia
anymore.
Carmilla.
Cecilion and Carmilla
Yes,
as
Kimmy
well
Haji
from the
Leslie.
side of the Rune Eaters. Okay, you want a team fight? We're down to team fight.
Bro, their
Gila
drafts,
tu dia
man.
orang punya
I'm
draft ni.
liking this
Bullet,
team
Jubik,
more and
Bang
more.
Lord.
We've seen this in MSC or MWI, and it looked pretty good as well. We only seen it once, but still, it didn't perform very
Couple
well.
two.
Now that I think about it, I think it is in MWI.
Ciao.
And Gideon, I believe we even talked about this yesterday, right? This position 1 can change, and I'm waiting
Ciao,
for
tak ada.
someone to bring out
Sekarang
the
apa lagi,
Sicilian.
Draft Kiri Fast
Shout
Track
out
and
Manifestation.
IH Bang.
Innocent lagi.
This is really, really interesting
Cannabis.
because now they've got ways to
Hari.
kind of like engage, disengage if necessary with the Cursed Blood. They've got scaling on their side with Melissa and Cecilia.
Let's
We get a
go.
Ranger
Satu sama.
pick here for the side of SRG. Hopefully that's going to
Memang live akan delay,
face just a little bit more.
Satu sama, let's
Even
go.
So, a pretty dangerous comp, right? I mean, Stormy's gonna get outranged. By the bat impacts like 90% of the time. They somehow also have a 2-point and click
Keen
stuns
Rusa
against
NIH
Uni on
Bang
the
Buff
Fanny.
Uni.
So we're expecting Cram to try not only to win out his lane and manipulate those waves, but still be enough of a front line so that Yums can just peel for Stormy
High
on
loss
top of
EXP ke?
flickering forward. So a lot of different interactions that we have to keep in mind here.
Memang overnight kita
It is clear that they understand
Draft di luar nalah.
Claude is good.
Kan memang
as a
dah boleh
scaling
masuk
hero,
macam-macam
but
meta.
they
Ya, macam-macam
understand
meta boleh
going
masuk tu.
against
Sacket
leaders.
Doe Ulti
Kau boleh
System.
bawa
Going up
macam-macam
against
draft.
Uni
like
Suzik
going
or
up
Bang Bang.
against, Aurora, you don't really have that time. You gotta scale up. Honestly, with these kind of teams, you need to scale
Kat
up.
sini
with
lah
the
nak tengok
Sky Cursor.
keupayaan
So that's where we
dia
see the
punya
Granger
Fanny
come
tu.
in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rune Eaters going up against Selangor
Okay, high
Red
loss EXP,
Giants,
betul.
where Selangor Red Giants now they're in the back foot here.
Uni
Innocent
Keen
even
main long
getting
lane.
that killing spree just to make sure that he can actually survive his engages. So haven't seen Innocent use the Granger for a while, but this is gonna be pretty interesting.
Sorry, he is running Impure Rage, not Killing Spree. That's the Assassin emblem. We're just too used to seeing it down to the side in reverse orders. It's fine. You know, our regular season will look exactly like that anyways. But now, as we see the game already being started here, same opener.
Well, Yums taking quite a bit of damage, but same can be saved by Zuki. Zuki now even using the Revitalize just to make sure that he stays alive. 4 members from each team here. King Verb taking a lot of damage. Uni goes in. Uni wants to get a kill. He's only level 2. Yums secures the kill onto King Verb. And now follow with Zuki. Selangor Red Giants able to get 2 main members of Rune Eaters. Now Tasha Yums even flickering forward, getting that stun. Double kill for Yums. SRG. They are a bit upset.
Oh, they are very upset. extremely in a matter of fact. And that's why they went for this Kimmy, so they can actually contest for the early stages of the game to know that, hey, Martis can actually close the distance without his abilities. So as long as we peel, as long as Stormy has his passive available, they will maintain priority throughout this game. So now, pre-level 4 has been working out really nicely for the Selangor Red Giants, but at some point, Stormy needs to go for a recall.
By the way, look at this. I just noticed Ulvin. Usually we see
Jangan saya Bang Pom.
Sorry,
Naim.
He's going for the common emblem alongside with tenacity. So they're really okay with going the distance here. Quite interesting strat. Haven't seen a common emblem on Sicilian for quite a while.
At names,
It's just to maintain pressure, right? So that way he can clear the wave and then still kind of walk out of the lane and still have enough bat impacts to be useful. Okay, Glorious Pathway used super early here.
Yep, Zuki still get level 4. Oh, nice stun onto Ovid. Oh, and then there's a pause. Well, you know what? Good on our counterpart. Their stream just ended. Congratulations to Onyx getting win over Geeke. Clean 2-0. So Renmar as well as Wolf, have a good rest. Me and Gideon, we're here fighting on.
We gotta fight on, and it looks like, you know, the technical pause was called for a good reason. Gonna be able to fix that issue before we move anywhere further, especially since we're so close to the actual turtle fight itself. And there's gonna be moments in this game where it's gonna get a little awkward, but for now, at least.
Bukan SRG pause knee.
Cillian Carmilla. It's one of those combinations that you don't see very often, and better yet for the Carmilla, most of the time, especially when you're facing up against that Fanny, just the point and click stun is always going to be useful, but the fact that you can't really control her, as in, and what I mean by that is that she can just blow right past the Carmilla and get right on top of the Sicilian. They just need one more level of peel, and I think that's where the Martis comes in to guarantee that the Sicilian will be safe.
The thing is, if they're able to deal with the Fatty, looking at all the range that SRG has, they're all going to be in bad impact range unless they're crazy enough just to flicker forward, get face to face with that Sicilian and try to blow him up. This is going to be pretty interesting because I can definitely see this game going to 16-17 minutes. At that point, there's going to be enough damage from the Sicilian that they can actually take down SRG. So SRG are on a clock here, and I think they really realize that. That's why they opt to fight that early. We'll see whether they can continue the pressure around that turtle, because one lost fight and all of a sudden everything looks super bad.
Yeah, but let's not forget that's not the only win condition that they have, right? They still have Innocent, and he's eventually going to build that sky pressure. Once he does, I think they're going to put a lot more effort to make their way over to his side of the map to try and maybe get it, maybe get him some form of a lead. Or better yet, by the time he gets to the Sky Piercer, maybe Turtle 2, they could be looking for fights that hand a couple of kills over to him, and kind of give up on this laning phase, so that way they can kind of maintain pressure throughout the map. Because so far, it just feels like they're just consistently responding to the early game pressure that is expected out of Rune Eaters, and until they start to back off and respect the space that SRG give them, then that's when we're seeing SRG.
Takera Yadara JD Coach RRQ Senna.
Traction Pulse used onto Olvin, forcing out the Purify. He's taking quite a lot of damage here. He might get taken out by King Verb here. King Verb already securing that one. Now when he goes in, Zuki looking quite low. Doesn't look like they're going to get a kill just yet. Stormy secures the kill for that. Uni is super low now, no energy as well. It's going to be out of the fight for a while. So now it's on Selangor Giants Krem as well as Stormy to kind of like delay the turtle just a little bit.
Okay, looks like both sides are going to back away from this turtle almost straight away. Unfortunately for Uni, can't really do much about this, but he is going to take the Lethal Wanderer. I'm curious if he's going to start walking into the purple buff and say, you know what, we don't actually need this first turtle. Let's keep on fighting. Look at Stormy, he's blowing away Tasik, has to force his way backwards, and now Detna's Welcome does connect, flickering backwards underneath the turret. Tasik ends up dying to the Fanny, and they finally get King Verb here, so 2 kills already, and Selangor Red Giants are still moving forward.
Yep, Breeze 14 doing quite a lot of damage alongside the Muddles. But now Hume's able to stop them out just a little bit. Olvin got taunted. Olvin's going to take some damage coming in from Innocent as well as Cram. But for now, Selangor Red Giants, they're happy with what they got. I'm pretty sure they wanted a little bit more kills, but the turtle is going to be the real important thing here.
Good one.
Selangor Red Giants, they're looking pretty good, but they need to get structures in
I would say between 6 to 7 minutes. But Innocent now with the Sky Piercer, I would like to see Slango Giants playing around him a little bit more because I feel like Cram has solidly won his lane.
He has. He already gets the stun out. He's trying to bait out as many reactions from Rune Eaters, and he's going back to his purple. So that does mean that now the pathing is going to be headed towards that top side of the map. I'm surprised Cram decided to come join everybody else in the mid lane, but they want to clear this out as soon as possible and then quickly break up. They're double waving for the sake of Innocent.
Maybe it's also just to get a little bit more money on Crime as well, because oddly enough, in SRG, the one that gets the most gold all on you is able to secure and catch your Ulvin. It's the first to go down. Actually, try to get away. He has to be careful. He does not have a lot of energy yet. He has to get away. That's what I'm saying. Crazy enough, in SRG, usually the one that gets the most amount of gold is actually Cram. So maybe it's just out of habit. It's like, oh, I need double wave, I need mid. Thank you very much.
You know, just natural EXP habits here. But he's already got this 2-level lead on Zuki. Because again, Zuki can't really run away once Stormy gets a passive up, and that's slow, making it really, really difficult once he's already thrown out his stun. And most of the time, the stun is on Uni. It's landing, but the problem is there's nobody to really follow up on it.
Well, right now they find Zuki. Zuki's going to be difficult to take down though, but it looks like they still want to chip him down. King Verb doesn't look like he has quite a lot of ways to go in. And now Doom's even coming from the side, tries to get catch here. It looks like Rune Eaters. They're going out to Crab. Uni goes behind. King Verb secures the kill there.
Uni. Tak betul.
I haven't seen that for a while. Innocent secures the kill onto King Verb. Still a positive trade.
Banyak miss cable tu, banyak miss. Betul, aku setuju, banyak miss.
I didn't even realize there was a Petrify in this game.
I thought it was for sure going to be the Flicker, but the Petrify does have its uses, able to cancel out abilities mid-animation, and there's no telegraph way to know, right? You just have to be right place, right time, press one button, and then you just can't really react to it. But overall, this has been a pretty good game for Selangor Red Giants. Not that the early game has been
good macro.
But it's not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters.
Sekarang dia orang dah satu lane dah kena jaga
3,000 for, actually now turning into a 4,000 gold lead for SRG.
Innocent tengah kaya ni.
So far has been farming quite safe here.
Settle, macam tu.
Innocent secures the kill.
Tak apa Yums. Tapi boleh selamat dia Yums.
Is still healing up, and Stormy and Innocent are just shooting from afar. Good stun coming in from Stormy, and now Kramen coming from the side, but all got gobbled out by Olvin using the second ability, catching him out. And when he goes in, he tries to get Zuki. Able to stun him out. For now, looks like all abilities have been used for protect themselves.
Beautiful stuff coming out from SRG side. A little unlucky that Yums was still connected by the Cursed Blood, and Stormy just happened to get shipped by that impact, causing Yums to die. But even so, it's still a pretty big win for SRG. Their snowball continues. Their 4K lead now being pressed into the enemy jungle. Pokemon's gonna get stolen here.
Yep. You can see Krem just channeling the Daytona's Welcome just to get away. But I guess that's one of the good things about Barats. The Daytona's Welcome has a pretty short cooldown. It almost doesn't feel like ult at this point.
It really doesn't.
Yeah. It's like good and bad.
At Cairo_Oppenheimer top smooth toppy on point.
That's kind of like the same for everything, doesn't it?
It really is. That's really the truth of it all. But the majority of the lead actually is falling into the hands of Innocent. They're going back to their simple playstyle. And not to mention that even Cram developing a pretty good lead of his own, right? 1.3k and 1.2. Because the next fight is already here.
Yep. Yums already used the Wrath of the Dryad for that catch. But he is able to get a Purify out of Oven, and I think that's going to be good enough. And he does have to be careful, though. He is in enemy territory, and they have quite abilities to stop him. For now, I like the pressure that SRG is putting out. He's showing his face down bottom, and then everyone else is up top.
They're looking for a T2 here. They're trying to break it as soon as possible, but the wave should be dealt with pretty easily as they're trying to just put a little bit of chip damage, right? And even for Rune Eaters, they're making sure they're not wasting too much time by shoving out that mid lane as well. But with everything that has happened already, at least for Uni showing himself that many times, it allows SRG just the raw information. Hey, we don't have to worry about King Verb. Everybody else, as long as we don't get hit by a wombo combo of the Cursed Blood, we can actually contest with this purple buff once again during a choke point.
Sanguine Claw. Full Krem in. Even the Curse Blood hit onto Krem as well as Yumes. But look at that fat all coming in from Yumes. Killing spree for Innocent. Double kill. That's more stacks on the Sky Piercer. Triple kill. Uni gets one onto Riz 4T. Oben is all alone. I don't see him escaping this one. Give the kill over to Innocent. That's a monster kill.
Wipe out, bro. Wipe out, bro.
60 stacks of Sky Piercer.
Oof, the signature pick coming in from Innocent. He still remembers old metas and old counters to the Melissa. So far, so good. SRG 14-4, the current kill score, as they now develop this lead. I think they're also going to steal the orange buff with the help of Stormy. He's in a really good position. He's 1-0-11. His damage is so relevant in these fights, especially when it starts piercing multiple targets.
Now Stormy as well as Zuki probably overstepped, almost gets taken down by Innocent there. For now, Rune Eaters, they know the game plan, and it's trying to delay as much as they can. That draft actually does not have a bad wave clear here. Both Oven as well as Riz 4T can theoretically clear the wave, but SRG having this barrage make it so that it's hard to clear the wave because he always has that threat to be like, I'm gonna eat you up, I'm gonna eat you up.
Waalaikumsalam.
You better watch out for me.
Guys yang baru sampai jangan lupa untuk tekan button follow guys.
And if the minions could just get a little bit closer
Help me follow, help me subscribe.
It's not good enough, especially when you got Melissa.
Thank you very much.
That's also the Detonator's Welcome coming out from Cram as well. I don't know if they can do this anymore, but if they can get just one more Holy Shielding, that's still totally fine. There's still a T2 down by mid side, and Ulven finally getting the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, I feel like, oh, hold on, Trash and Pulse, just to push Zuki away. Honestly, that's still a very good push. Able to get basically everything. Getting two. Oh, hold on. Look at this Uni. Uni wants Ulven. Uni has to get away. He does not have any more energy left. Unable to get a kill. But as long as he doesn't die, that's still a victory. Slangoy Giants, they are ahead and they're supposed to be ahead. But they don't have to force things out. They still have some wiggle room. But look at this. Tashtik trying to get Stormy. And now even the Raptor Dry catching Tashtik. Tashtik looks like he's gonna get taken down by Innocent. Innocent is godlike, and gobble up is Zuki. Trying to take us a lot of damage, but two men got stunned up, a double and a triple. Innocent, he wants to go for more.
Let's go, Sen. Let's go, Sen. Let's go, Sen.
Starting to hurt.
Oh my goodness.
Baru menang game satu dah taunting tu.
He's already finished the BODs.
Dia orang tak tahu ke kita ada makro sikit. Aku rasa Kazakhstan tak tahu tu kita ada makro sikit.
I mean, the team has snowballed out of control a ridiculous amount. Now once again they get Riz 4T.
Yep, that's good because now the main wave clear is done out of the fight. Now it's Ulven. If they get Ulven, they can honestly end the game at this point. The minions aren't looking that healthy, but I think it's going to be good enough. Stormy using the Purify out of the Sanguine Claws. If they're waiting for Lord, it's 35 seconds away. And they should be able to clear that out. And then Innocent with a fully stacked Sky Piercer, I think with the Lord, they can end it.
They should be able to. 20 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think Rune Eaters have much of an option but to sort of give this up. I mean, they could try and walk up, but at the same time, like you mentioned, the Detonator's Welcome is just too much of a threat to really deal with. And if Ulven, the main anchor of Rune Eaters, gets caught by Uni, it's a guaranteed death at that stage. He doesn't have much counterplay as well. I mean, sure, he could try and just pop his ult and then pray to God that he survives, but the raw damage and also the fact that he's running the Purify, he's just got no escape mechanic.
Dulu Kita Ada Pasaraya macro.
Riz 4T is 3 items, and Innocent is full items. He hit full items at 12:30. So now I really feel like it's like, guys, nothing else to farm for, so let's just, I don't know, end the game and win the third one, and then we're gonna be good. But so far, I think Rune Eaters as well, they got a lot of information against SRG. They're like, okay, this is a pretty cool draft. Looks like not enough to deal with. Innocent is on this Granger and Uni's on this
has been tough. Carmilla, the flank looks good. Are they going to go in now or just when the Lord's about to push in? Because again, they're not stuck as 5, unfortunately, and I think they might have spotted him out.
The Lord marching in. The minions are actually looking pretty good. It's going to be delayed a bit, but still, there's a lot of healthy minions here. Lord coming in. Looks like SRG. They just want to get Inhibitor up top. They don't want to force it with the Lord. Stormy is just trying to zone them away and then even getting the bottom Inhibitor. Zuki has been eaten. Flickers forward. Stuns onto 2. Uni goes in. Does not get a kill. Rapid Drive used by Yumes. Tries to stun them up, but Yumes gets taken down by King Bird. King Bird
Now looking for a situation where he can grab them, but right now Innocent as well is trying. They have to be careful. Looney goes in, cannot get a kill. Tashnik survives. Sligo Red Giants unable to end it with that push.
They want at least another inhibitor here. I mean, Kickerverb, he's really, really low. They keep topping themselves. Oh, the damage! And they find another Sky Piercer stack here.
Sakit kan?
At this point, there's nothing else for Innocent to do, but now...
Sakit kan? Sakit.
I'm not so sure because he has pretty wonky here. Retribution on the minion. I really don't know if this is it keeps on changing. Now they're trying to siege. Stormy and Innocent. They are being linked up by the muddles. Minions are coming in top, bottom, and mid. Innocent gets a kill on Suzuki. Looney gets a kill onto Riz 14. This should be the end. Sligo Red Giants equal up against Rune Eaters.
14-48 was the time of the complete destruction of Rune Eaters here, but it's just a build of confidence for SRG at the bare minimum. It's starting to get late. The boys are getting tired, and at the same time, we're 1-1. We're going the distance here, and I think that Rune Eaters, their pocket picks this time round, wasn't able to find that early game lead that they were looking for. This Kimmy definitely bogged down those first four levels. By then, it was already too late.
All types of different, I would say different aggression. They got an aggression with the Selena. Now they're showing up with the Kimmy, and this just further solidifies by saying that your draft can really change quite a bit depending on the mid that you take. Because I really feel like the silence is more or less figured out. We know all the strong picks. So because of that, the counters are going to come in as well.
SBB Pokas performs.
For the meal thumbs up. Terima kasih.
Where they were able to get like
ini best lu sini. Boom.
It's just not enough when you're fighting in these choke points, and unfortunately for Riz wasn't able to get the Trinity in time for this particular fight. If the Trinity was built, those frontliners instantly die
full
here.
stack bang, full stack bang.
Maybe even get a little bit more chip damage to the back line, but I think that Uni played a very strong game, was able to not only influence every single motion on the map macro-wise, but also force out to go away from me from Riz very early on into these fights, allowing people like Yums and even Stormy to try and set something up with a traction pulse or maybe even a flicker to Wrath of the Dryads, which so far has been great things.
I feel like because of the game 1 victory being as dominant as it is, I think they just got the confidence that they can protect
memang silap lah. Itulah pasal.
You can understand that, like, okay, sure, going up against Kimi, that's no big deal.
Esok nak kerja tu. Aduh, sabar.
They need to respect SRG.
Semalam pun sama dengan kesesat Mama. Oni dah habis ke?
So I think this time we're like,
Oni dah habis, guys.
Treat respect with respect.
And
Innocent McCann main rank 1304 Innocent Me Buchan rank.
The final kill score at
Stormy
the end
Boo
of
at Kimmy
it.
tank assist Banyak.
Build, nothing too out of the ordinary. Even Innocent as well, nothing too out of the ordinary. Made sure to get the Sea Halberd for the extra anti-heal just in case, especially since Tsuki was already running around with a revitalize. But man, tough game for King. He initially does eliminate one of the SRG members, but he can't chain it together because everybody is just pretty healthy overall when you're, spamming a lot of your resources on towards that front line. And I think that Curse of Blood just needed to clip somebody in the back, but Purifies were all just ready to go. SRG came in very well prepared for
Innocent Bantawari McCam
maybe game number 3 we see both sides respect each other and maybe play for late game. Who knows what could happen here at 5 of the games, but this means there's only one game left. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, our final game of the day.
Final game of the day. Tak payahlah marah dah. Normal lah tu bang. Kopi dulu, tak nak. Saya tak boleh tidur nanti kan. Aku besok pukul 11 nak kena gerak pergi ke Bangsa South. Ada meeting dengan sponsor. Lepas tu pukul 2 aku ada derma darah. Pukul 4 meeting dengan Cik Lan.
жылдан бері
The big boss dah pulang daripada New Zealand. So besok aku ada meeting dengan dia. Lepas tu
At
pukul 6 kot baru aku stream.
BMS. Dermadara Lambat Tito EK.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға
Besok saya boleh bangun lambat. Bangun pukul 10.
мүмкіндіктерді
Mana gerak
кеңейтіңіз.
pukul 10, setengah, 11 juga tu. Sekejap kan, ambil air je.
Mau Desuru Pulang Kalau Tak Cukup Tito. At sci-fi QQ_WC. At Mr. Ryaki Habas Game Ni Maxid Pauke.
Diam. Kalah menganjing. Normal lah tu bang. Memang sakit hati baca benda-benda tu. Tapi nak buat macam mana kan.
At Mr. Ryaki Talk TW Law.
Kalau gitu apa hole? Aik. Aik.
At Gaming Game 2-0 VMS Menang.
Kat MPL kau
Decade
kena
MPL
educate yang
Talk
suka
Kena
trash talk
Educate
dulu.
Young
Tak boleh
Super
lah, tak
Trash
boleh, tak
Talk
boleh.
Nia Bang Lord.
Untuk dah point guys.
At P at is SPBLM Habas Game. Decade Podcast Law. Ha 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 ha.
Weh, aku dah
At
lama tak
Gaming
tengok. Kita sekarang ni 1.8 US dollar. Oh. Dapat tinggi tu. Bang, komen sikit pasal
Bring it to run, Laji K.
MDL tu. Oh, M series nanti. MCT. Okay, MCT ni, okay, champion daripada MDL nanti akan boleh pergi ke MCT. Daripada MCT tu dia macam wildcard. Daripada MCT ada satu slot direct pergi ke M series dan dua lagi daripada wildcard. So total daripada MCT saja akan ada 3 slot yang akan pergi ke M series nanti. Tadi lepas game 1 Abang Lot malas nak layan komen. Sekarang baru meriah terus Abang Lot. Banyak bacot tadi. Aku macam nak baca apa, takkan nak baca semua komen-komen negatif. So satu negara boleh 3 tim ke? Tak. Satu negara boleh 3 tim. Sebab 2 daripada MPL. So satu lagi boleh datang daripada MDL, MAL dan sebagainya lah. So dia boleh jadi 3 pasukan. Bacot je yang bacot tu. Hai, boleh tahan dia ni Awak dah keluar mengopi dengan Abang Lot. Awak cakap je siapa marah. Bukan kata bacot. Abang Lot makikan je semua. Okey? Kau santai je kat situ.
MCT Empat Slot KM8 Kana Bang Lord. Baiklah.
Dua main stage ya. Dua main stage, dua wildcard. Wow, total 4 tim tu. So, dua confirm. So, nombor 3 ke 4 akan pergi ke M8 wildcard.
Yi, 4 slot untuck MCT.
Tak. Dua tu pasti confirm ke main stage. Dua lagi pergi ke wildcard. So, daripada wildcard dia kena layak lah. So kalau dia tak layak, maka daripada MCT akan 2 je lah. Maknanya 2 tu pasti. 2 direct slot.
Two invited, 2 wildcard.
Yes, 2 invited, 2 wildcard. Meriah. So kalau dia kuat daripada wildcard pun dia boleh lepas. So bermaksud daripada MCT saja mungkin boleh lahirkan banyak lagi pasukan. Sebab tu pasukan-pasukan sekarang ni banyak yang dah buat dah.
MDL Indo Banyak Pro Masik MDL.
Saya dah boleh katakan macam satu slot tu memang untuk tim MDL tu. MDL ID. Sebab MDL ID power development dia orang ni, terus terang cakap bukan nak memuji but how they develop players dekat MDL tu kena menjadikan contoh. Dia orang tak gunakan XX player yang player-player buangan MPL pergi letak dekat MDL, tak ada. Player Malaysia je masih lagi mengamalkan sistem kroni. Kawan aku tu, aduh dia mana tu, letak je lah. Macam tu.
Semoga Mal SRG Depad juga slot invited.
Esok game SRG pukul apa bang? Aduh bang, sabar bang.
This is the final game here for Group C. SRG bounced back after a crushing loss against the Rune Eaters, bringing it back 1-1. This is not the end for the Rune Eaters. Of course, they've shown what they can do here in game number 1, but in game number 2, they just didn't give enough respect over to SRG's early game, who are down to clown
Besok
with
kalau
them
SRG kalau menang ni, besok dia tak main.
to the very end. Are there any final adaptations that we're expecting to see here, Lafel, or
kalau SRG menang, besok SRG tak main. Yang champion group semuanya main hari Jumaat.
If they're gonna have crazy picks in the jungle, I think the jungle
Tapi
should
kalau
pick
kalah
a little
besok
bit
kena main
later.
lah.
Because if they didn't pick up that
Second group
Martis,
C.
I don't think SRG would pick up the Fanny, right? Because there's no way for Saber to come out anymore. So I feel like that's gonna be the real adjustment in the draft, where they're gonna hide their jungler unless it's just gonna be a normal, what you call it, like meta jungler, like a Harara or something.
Do you think, I mean, now that they're on red side, they're probably not going to go for that Melissa first pick, but who knows? They might pick it up in a bundle this time round. And, you know, SRG still have to pay for the sins of game number 1. They are the ones who also
Kalau kalah
change
last
the
game,
order just a little bit here against the
10-45.
Rune Eaters, so they don't get that template.
Kalau menang
that
besok
they've
tak ada,
set for
vamos
themselves.
saja
Atlas
6-5-5.
going to be the first ban here for SRG's side. Hirara, as expected, by the Rune Eaters.
I want to see Rune Eaters ban out of Barats, because I feel like the first pick for SRG is going to be the Barats. Because Krem, now he's like, okay, I know how to use the Barats and I know how to deal against Zuki here. Innocent, he can deal with the Melissa. Because Green is not the only tool that he has a few others as well. So I think he feels safe going up against that. And if draft calls for it, I think even Stormy is willing to use something like a Farsa to deal with the Melissa. So Melissa is very strong. Rune Eaters could take that up, but maybe you know, SRG is fine with that because they can counter it.
It really depends on the pairings, right? On what they take within this first phase. I mean, first picks, obviously you only get one, but the 2s and 2s afterwards is what's really going to matter here for SRG if they want to stand any chance against the Rune Eaters. Currently, priority is over to SRG on their final ban. The Selena is gone, but are they going to pair it up with anything else? I mean, the Marcel is still up for grabs for anybody. You know, we've seen a couple of different variations here, but Marcel going to be the dedicated ban.
I really feel like this is going to be a Barats pickup here for SRG. So comes to the question, what does Rune Eaters want? I think they will let that go. Yep, they're going to ban the Fanny. I think Rune Eaters will eventually set up for a CC pick to deal with Cram.
At Brolutang Mahanya Dalam Nieda Bosco, Lamang Habas
the
Law.
Bellic first. And hopefully Craig gets a good pick later on.
Hai, dah pukul 1 masih ada 1,400 orang dekat TikTok. Terima kasih guys, 1,400 orang yang mana yang belum follow, bantu saya follow sikit. Dan juga 400 orang di YT. Terima kasih juga yang mana yang belum lagi subscribe, bantu saya subscribe guys. Terima kasih. Wih, 8 jam tu aku dah stream hari ni. Korang tak perlu tengok, saya dah 8 jam stream.
Considering that both sides have shown, hey, we're pretty decent on the assassins overall. The Melissa
cantik.
Now that's interesting.
Ni kena follow lepas tu follow balik tak bayar saya.
SRG Dana Bangalore Kami Rela Berjaga.
I just know how to deal with it.
Ini SRG dah follow kamera dia berjaga. Ya, follow je, follow dah cukup dah.
As well as this Belleric. So for Slangray Giants,
korang dah follow pun dah cukup bagus dah.
to pick up a roamer now. If not, it is going to get back out. And then comes to the question: do they want to prioritize the mid or the EXP?
Pocock LG.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. I think safest would be.
Follow LME Da.
I mean, let me think about
Da
what's
follow
currently
Donna
being played by
Bangalore.
Stormy. I mean, he can play
At
Valentina.
Brolutan
Selena's already
KM
gone down. Kimmy's
Mr.
still
Junk
available. The Farsa is
At
also still
LIE
available. So
2 to
technically,
0.
it's not enough
At
bans
Sarazil
for
Khan.
the side of Rune Eaters to completely shut down all three of these picks. Maybe, you know,
At
banning out
Johnson
2 and then
1-1.
focusing on just making that last option useless. And it looks like they're going to go for the Harley early on, as well as the Terizla. So no mid and no support.
At LIE Onic Manang 2 to 0.
We'll see what other things Yubes can use in this current meta, but I do like that Terizla
Brola
pickup
TV,
because we even talk about
EKJSJ,
this where in the
Mana,
other stream they use the
NKTGOK.
Terizla to deal with the Barats, just spamming the revenge strikes. Like it's just based on HP, and then Barats just doesn't heal back up.
Way to kind of poke out Barats in the lane itself. They want to be a little bit more lane dominant. And
Aku rasa dia akan bawa lagi Hayabusa. Ya betul.
He was against the Rune Eaters in game number 1. He was facing up against the Melissa
Nampak?
into the claw. And there we go. The Hayabusa gets locked in for the side of the Rune Eaters.
Dia
They
akan bawa
are
lagi.
trying to
Bawa dah.
simulate something similar to game number 1. But then that would mean that these
At
next
Mira
set of
Dash
bans would
Akira
be
ZK.
the Cho. And then I can't remember what that last ban was in game number 1.
So now SRG, they have 2 picks in Rome that I feel like they can utilize. One would be the glue.
Kimmy Kufra
And
Bang.
this is an oldie special coming in from Yubes, not super old. It's just last season. He would use the Guinevere as a Rome.
Kali ni jadi tak ya bang, tak jadi ni.
Because then again, his just damage gonna split, and he's pretty good on a Gwyn.
He has been pretty nasty on that Gwyn last
Rune Eater
season.
Nampak Macan Pocket Show Yums.
SRG, they should be expecting a couple of things from the side of the Rune Eaters. Number one is whether or not Valentina is even worth it. At this stage of the game, they probably don't even want to touch it at this stage. But if there's anything else, would it be the gold lane? And even so, do the Rune Eaters play double fighter? Farsa gets banned out.
Yeah, that's nice.
At MR.Owen Toddy Planeta Kakap SRG Kala Copy Manang
you are
JGK.
our man.
Bagus
Uni,
untuk
you're the
dahulukan
second
komen
man.
Love Orange.
So
Apa
we're
tu?
just gonna make sure that Innocent is gonna be safe here. The other pick that they can probably take out would be a
Comment Love
Zushin, unless Rune Eaters they want to
Dora
pick up the
Carmilla.
Zushin for themselves.
Zushin doesn't sound like a bad idea either, but Rune Eaters, let's see, because they did ban it out the last time. We'll see if they're going to do it again here as their final pick, and there we have it. Zushin can get axed out. And Slender Red Giants now
mana mau
at this
Harley?
stage. Is there anything
Harley
that
jungle,
really
Harley jungle.
counters their comp that we should be worried about? Because Jungle has already been picked, Support has already been picked, and Cho has already been banned. So really, there's not a lot of other
Dora Hilda
single
Bang.
target lockdown at this stage of the game.
Valentina,
Why do I feel
boleh?
like Rune Eaters are such hipsters? They're even thinking, can we actually go for Kadita this game?
Honestly, not the worst idea. It's one of the few things. Well, I mean, you can technically kind of like cancel out the backswing
Luo Yi
with
Lama
the go
Da
away,
Kutengo
but
Stormy
again,
Top
it's
Decay.
because it requires you to like jump in and then down into the ground. In that moment, you can actually like push her out of place. But that's assuming that Innocent can react in time and doesn't get hit by the Petrify. So there's also that. Brody finally
Sepatutnya Pakito tu.
got banned out here.
Ya
Rune
betul.
Eaters,
Pakito
what is this
Hyper
red for?
lawan dengan apa Hayabusa meninggal tu Haya.
A Clint unless they have a
Oh,
prior
Valentina
mid.
dah
Yep,
dicuri.
they pick up the Valentina. So now SRG in terms of the picks here, I think
Dia orang bawa
priority
first game
number
punya
one is
meta
what
tu
doesn't
tadi.
die to the Hayabusa immediately. Well, they're showing the glue again. It's either glue or the Gwyn to deal with the Hayabusa, and then when it comes to the mid,
Pachu Dora Bang.
Honestly, this is bad against Haya, but Lui wouldn't be all that bad considering they have a lot of melee heroes.
No, I'm thinking like maybe arguably because no matter what, Stormy is going to have to deal with King
Banyak
Verb, right? So
CC
maybe you can even
Rumi,
wombo combo
Valentina
with like a CTN as well because you've
Kurioki
got penalty zone on top of
yeah.
it all and the extra shred coming in to help the deadly magic. That could be another option they can lean into, but let's just see, right? Glue, as you called it, and it looks like they go into the Rafa. Ends up this is Flying Clouds.
Forgot that this is one of the picks that SRG has used before. I do have to say, I don't think they fully mastered
Blue
Rafa
Rafa,
just
Mantap.
yet, but I think this is a good comp for Rafa because their support, the glue, is a very aggressive support, even building up more damage than defense. So I'm liking the draft coming in from SRG.
Yeah, but it also has a very small health pool, like base health. And I'm thinking whether or not they can find a punishment with King Verb to like shadow on top of Stormy. And then if Ulven is in the right position to get his damage, that should be a kill, assuming they can catch him in that particular angle. That's something to worry about for the early stages of the game. We've got the final draft here already done and dusted. What are you liking more, LaFell?
I'm not liking the Claude, considering we saw even Innocent having a tough time against the Melissa with the Claude. I'm not fully convinced on that one. And for SRG, I do agree with you, Gideon. They don't have a lot of high HP here, so they really are hoping for Daddy to Rizla to take all of the punishment from Rune Eaters.
Yeah, or at least, you know, the heal to kind of get him over the
That's
threshold before getting executed by the Oki Shadow Kill. One way or another, at least Rune Eaters have a dedicated late game in that claw to try and deal with Innocent on this Melissa. Hopefully finds a lead somehow, you know, is able to get the Trinity build before the Winds of Nature, as is the major interaction with that Blazing Duet. But, I mean, it's really tough to say who's going to win this at the end of the day, because, again, King Verb has found early game kills, and as we go into the line, we're going to find out how this is going to be broken in the early game. Win early game, you generally are going to snowball out of control for both of these compositions.
At name Souza
Looking at the
Sustain.
emblems here, not seeing anything funky for now. Although Zuki is going to use the Festival of Blood, so he's thinking he's going to poke out Kremlin, which probably will be the case here. Ulven did a lot of damage onto Yumes. Stormy, only now he has the heal.
Hits level 2, so Yums, all that trading really didn't matter too much as both sides have already used the regenerating verb. Still with the same opener here. Instantly one camp, then goes straight to the Lethal Wanderer. I don't know if they want to contest this. They're probably not going to and waste their time because they want to just make sure that Uni...
Edlai Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, looks like Stormy was able to steal it from his first ability. So, yeah, King Verb didn't want to use the retribution there, got punished.
Sakit.
Dashtik has to use the flicker. It looks like SRG, not enough damage to get a kill.
Not yet, just not in. Oh, what? That kills him? No way!
Hey,
what?
Here's the thing. If you got hit by the first ability of the Rafaela, there's a mark and the damage just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher. It's kind of like Balman. Now Zuki stuck, tries to get away. Who's gonna get the purple buff? I don't know at this point, but SRG, they got to retreat. Looks like King Verb was able to secure that one. Now Innocent goes up against Riz4T. Riz4T took a lot of damage, and Innocent just gonna have just one more poke damage.
He's trying to keep the lane neutral. He knows that he's got a life lead and he wants to punish him even more, make him really nervous to walk back up. A little unlucky for Uni because as soon as he used the retribution, the purple buff just decided I'm going to turn away. And now Uni finds one in Zuki as King Verb's trying to get on out of there. Cram is not going to get traded out. And this is, whoa!
Bye-bye!
Ulven gets taken down by Cram. Rune Eaters. Looks like the early game again is for SRG, but maybe that's just the name of the game once you have a Rafaela. King Verb has been found out by SRG. Not level 4 just yet from you, so he's not going to jump onto anyone. SRG should get this turtle for free.
Macam Terra's Lasaya Bang.
There's no means of Rune Eaters actually being able to go for a steal and close that distance to get into retry range. And so far things have been going great, at least for SRG side. Okay, interesting. All right.
Leju game.
What was
the used up? And now Yumes pulls back in. Stormy even stunning him up. And Chashtik somehow still survives with King Verb just backing him up, but Cram forcing out the flicker.
I don't know if that was like, even if the Wrath of the Dryads and then the follow-up taunt actually connects, if Yums is able to get a 1-2 combo, slam into grab onto even someone like Tashik, I'm pretty sure he survives with his ult if King Verbs decides to like, oh, I'm gonna Oki Shadow Kill and try to be cool with this, right? So bit of an interesting decision here coming in from Rune Eaters, but even so, it's still 3-0 and honestly not that gigantic of a lead and not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. Penalty zone has been stolen away by Ulv, but on that top side, really, it looks
Young's
like the
MVP.
Innocent has been doing a decently good job, but I don't think it's created a level lead, but he's completely zoned him out.
Look at
Mati
this.
cloud ni.
Unfortunately, the minions does
Mati
go
cloud
inside
ni.
the turret, so it's going to be an unsuccessful freeze
Top
by
lap
Innocent.
okay, Bangalore.
Riz4T should be able to grab those minions. Neo so far has been quite a nuisance, and looking at this, I really don't think Rune Eaters has the damage profile to actually deal with the blue here, so Yums might end up just being, if not unkillable, just generally very annoying.
It's gonna be extremely annoying, and I think their primary targets is Uni. Stormy would be really nice to get, but now that he also has the Holy Baptism, it might not be the primary target, especially since the quad shadows only go in straight lines, unless you get a little creative with it. And even then, you gotta have some fast mechanics. Conceal comes through, Detonator's Welcome is being used, and they disengage.
Oh, King Verb forced to use his ult, but it's all on the long longs.
Tak bermain bro, tak bermain bro.
Cram even with the penalty zone just to stop
mana, tak bermain bro.
Tries to get away, has to use the flicker. Now it's only Zuki as well as Tashtic. Samurai Giants, they're completely okay dealing with the front line, but still, getting King Verb there, very good for SRG.
Really, really good stuff. And I mean, 4-0 currently, and the turtle falls into the hands for Selangor Red Giants. We're seeing movements across the map, and Rune Eaters just, I don't know how they can help this Claude. I think right now, I feel like they need to start sacrificing resources, but King Verb on this Hayabusa just can't afford that either. So there's two people who desperately need farm to try and keep up with SRG. If not, it's going to be just another, simple turret steals like this down on bot side.
Menangi a Bangalore counting.
Okay.
At this point, gonna get taken down.
Let's go.
And yeah, something I noticed, he didn't actually take a lot of damage from Uni. Most of the damage actually came from Cram. Oh, Innocent go away. Not sure what's up with that, but Cram able to get one.
Kau nak ambil mid, kau nak ambil mid. Kau nak ambil mid.
Able to dodge the Holy Baptism.
Kau nak ambil mid. Mana mau lari? Mana mau lari? Kena recoil, bodoh.
It's only Zuki and Riz4T on the map.
Oh man, I understand the Innocent's reaction to it. It's like at any point, you're not 100% sure whether they're going to like go for the all-in dive, so might as well just use the go away for me. It's not like he's going to need it later on anyways, and considering that the team is already doing this well, wait, are they gonna be able? No, he should be fine, right? I mean, they're juggling the aggro here, but it's getting, oh god. Oh.
Well, looks like able to eat Stormy. Stormy is gonna die for that one, but they get a kill in return, and I think that's a-okay considering who died. Rafa, who cares?
No, if only she could revive herself. Oh no.
Hey, only Paramis does that.
Only Paramis does that. There's got to be counterparts here. Oh, looks like
Dia boleh taunting tim yang ada makro sikit.
Concentrated energy into the brute force breastplate.
Dan makro banyak pun tak taunting tau.
I would have imagined that he would have gone for like a ultra damage build, but no, he's keeping it safe. He understands his role in this particular game, and if he can poke out and bait out reactions, that's just going to be good enough because God, they can't stop Yums.
Yeah. I think Uni had a stern talking by Becky. Becky is like, Innocent's the man. You're just there to be a distraction. I'm like, okay. I'll build defense. I'll build bruiser. I'm fighter Harley.
You are the choir boy.
These are the men. You gotta protect the men here. Choir boys, everybody.
Young Legend Super NYA Haters SRG Terrace Helong Lap Cry. Mana tu? Lagi Senai Tito Ka Bangalore.
He's gonna take a screenshot of results and shows the Becky.
Tak bernapas bodoh ayam besar dia.
Please trust me, Becky. Please, I swear I'll carry the next game.
Flicker ke tu?
Now, attacking the T2, at least they're going to trade for a T1 up on that top. Oh, no, Cram actually gets there in time. They don't even get the trade, I think. Is there the G-Train going to be able to break it? Nope,
Abi
too much health.
Tito Ka Bangalore.
Yep. And Yums again, like
Tidur.
they just don't
Habis
have
ni
damage
tidur.
profile
Takkan nak main rank
to
lagi.
Yums. They don't even have
Tanya Sama
that.
Dina
sakit,
Wapis
bang,
Bob
sakit, bang,
Boy on
sakit, bang.
Anti Jawab Dino
Actually, Tactic
Wapis
almost dies
hilang.
there. Coming from behind, Uni secures another kill. 8-0-3. King Verb gets onto Yums, but Yums took no damage. And King Verb
Ayam besar. Tidur situ. Hello.
Mampus. Just walking this down. Innocent secured the kill. And now Rune Eaters, they really have no one that can tank the damage from SRG. Actually, no, they can't tank it. They can't run away. This is like the previous game where they're so much slow, you can't escape.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, it's a siege composition. So now that Innocent is online, he is just punishing them. Yeah, sit underneath your turret. Wait for the wave to come on in. Try me, sir. Try me. Try to make a play on your side, because at the end of it all, he still has the go away. As long as he doesn't get hit by at least one of those quad shadows, he's
Tanya
going to be
Sama
fine.
Dina
Or he gets,
Wapa
like, really
Sabab
unlucky with
Goyang
the
Nanti
shadow kill,
Jawab
you know?
Dino
We saw what
Patrick Yang
happened
Ganteng.
last time. It just bounced onto him in game
Yums
number
GG
1.
Laji.
Oh, man, is he finally in trouble now?
Okay.
No, he fights back. He fights Tactic all alone. Tactic gets taken down.
Mama. Lagi.
And now, jump up.
Yeay, datang balik pula.
Disrespectfully gets a kill on
Apa tu?
Suzuki. And now even King Berg gets taken down by the Harley. Slangway Giants, they're maintaining a 16-1 here. Only Stormy died.
Pokok dah kena racun, bang. Pokok dah kena racun.
I mean, if only they had the perfect game, but I think that Slangway Red Giants just want to get the revenge after getting caught off guard, you know, the leg sweep. Oh,
makan tu.
Even the Holy Baptist hits onto Owen. He's dying from the revenge strike. I'm going to say SRG, they have two heroes that can have this effect, the revenge strike as well as the deadly magic. This is also a cool comp where, you know, cool guys just run away.
Banyak gaya, betul. Banyak gaya.
They run away. Oh, shit.
Exit up.
Don't look at
Banyak gaya.
explosions.
Memang team counting LG.
I feel like cool guys should run away from explosions. Innocent gets hit by the high booster, gets stunned up, dies. Cram goes in with the penalty zone.
Exit up.
6-0. Baik, pergi makan roti kebab lah ayam besar kau ni.
Now Cram joins Stormy as the one that dies, but he instantly gets respawned back. Selangor Giants, 4 members strong. So they're gonna end the game now at 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Macam itu.
I think they tried to end the game faster. Just unable to. But hey, still 10 minutes.
Still 10 minutes. They will not take this level
Kanan
of
ni.
disrespect. 22
Counting a wall
to
sergeant
2
TR.
as the final kill score. And man, Rune Eaters unfortunately wasn't able to try and pull themselves back from the game. Their signature early game style this time getting hard
Itu
hit
makan
by
dia.
this Rafaela being whipped out
Kita
at the very end.
kita kan ada makro sikit.
Peters SRG Makan Sicket.
Kita kan ada makro sikit.
Left right.
Feeling
Besok
themselves
kertas lagi.
Dajang
utilizing
Tito
their
Bang Lord.
identity very
Yum
well.
Zaku
But
Suka.
goodness, I like the ideas that Rune Eaters are putting here. I just think that unfortunately for them,
Lagi korang
there's
cakap
just
akan
too
dia
many picks
ego
that
lah,
need to be
itulah,
comfort for
tak
them to
ban
perform
lah.
at a high level.
Kau nampak tak macam mana dia bantai?
Because I really feel like game number 3, SRG
Power
really just
Depat
outdrafted
Malu
them.
Pian
The
Depat.
glue made it so that he's
Tita Ada
unkillable.
Pennington Macro.
The Rafa just doubled
Peters
down on that.
SRG Mana
And
Suara
now
NYA.
we can definitely see there's another counter towards the Barats, and that's going to be this Terizla, right? Because Terizla can handle the damage coming in from the Barats, and that Revenge Strike just does much more against heroes that don't heal back up.
Mana bang? Mana?
Extra difficult to actually survive. I mean, it's a good way to punish, considering that Zuki
puas
decided to
hati
go for
aku.
tank emblems rather than
One
fighter
kill
emblems as well.
just
So he doesn't even have like the raw sustain until he gets some form of a kill or an assist. But in the
Macam
laning
ni
plays,
guys, macam ni. Ini cara kena belasah kau macam ni. Tak bermain doh kawan tu.
That's
Kesian
why we're seeing
doh.
that some teams and a lot of players are opting not even to bother buying the boots and go straight into raw stats, whether it be a leather jerkin, whether it be a dagger, doesn't matter. You get the boot second after
JGN
that.
Fusion.
But man, what a great
Bang,
game
mana
here
nak tengok
coming in
jadual?
from
Kita
SRG
pergi
as
tengok
well
dekat
as
Wikipedia,
Rune
guys.
Eaters. They put on one hell of a show.
Dia tunjuk streamer result dekat kertas tu.
If we see
Tak ada taunting asal. Ya, saja je aku pun tunjuk.
either the
22
movement
to 2
speed
haha.
up or
Tak
dash.
tahu lah
I
apa
think
maksud
one
dia
movement
kan.
speed up you can
Sampai
deal with, but
gini
if they
kan.
don't have a
Aku pun
dash,
balas lah
that
balik.
might be a good
Dia bukan
matchup
tengok aku
for
pun.
the Terizla
Dia
now,
je
because
lah.
I
Aku
think
nak
that's
enjoy
one of the
dengan
reasons
aku
why
punya
Barats
streaming.
are so
SRG
much
can
Takkan
be
sebut tak boleh.
he can't dodge it, right? I mean, like, Greatness has a dash, so he can
Lia pun tak marah aku. Lia marah aku tak buat.
Speed up, so she can kind of dodge it. But if you're good enough, Charizla, I think that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe we need to deep dive a little bit more into the laning phase of Charizla and as well as the Barats. I totally get where the Charizla is coming from here, but I don't think it's possible for the Barats to completely lose out in that lane. But then again, it seems that we gotta test out the meta is ever evolving, ever changing, and ever innovating. And I really like the fact that Root Eaters were still able to show, you know what? Yes, it's low 6-0 on this Hayabusa, but it showed up great in game number 1. They had a lot of great coordination, and I think that's the real synergy coming out from Rune Eater's side.
Dia bantai balik dah dengan 10 minit yang sama dia bantai balik. Nak ambil kau.
Selena first pick.
Ayah coklat. Dia kalau ada bawa lagi coklat tu dia bagi lagi. Nah, tu Valentina tu 050.
And I feel like they really will because I think
Cantel,
there's still
22.
ongoing tournaments like Asian games, so I want to see how they perform
Itulah
there
SRG.
because
SRG kadang macam ni dia bagi kita heartbreak.
I think they just need more experience to get the habits of every other team, and then they're locked in. Because I really feel like they got strategy down, they got a mechanics down. They just need to understand everyone's habits and then try to.
Ni.
With that being said, though, this does finish our very last game of the day. Yup. SRG move on to the next round, but so do a couple of others. Foot will be facing off against Team Spirit. Yangfeng Yaoguai will be facing off against Vamos. GK will be facing off against Aurora, and SRG will be facing up against Pro here. And I mean, it has been a crazy number of games.
Repeat MSC SRG Dengen Pro.
We got the 3-0s.
SRG versus Pro Missy Balastendum.
Gideon, that's gonna be a revenge game for SRG.
Bukan.
Pro defeated SRG in their first match. Oh my god, that's gonna be interesting.
It's going to be very, very interesting in a matter of fact. But hey, you know, I mean, we need to see who's going to be able to qualify for the very end here for Digital Games. And it's really tough. We've got some great competitors all across the board, and everybody, and especially for some of the staple teams that we see in the internationals consistently now getting a better grasp of not only the meta, but also counterplaying games. It just feels like we haven't discovered absolutely everything just yet. And I'm glad that the Rune Eaters are here to show us, like, hey, we can't be forgotten as a region, but also the meta is wider than we think.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's gonna be interesting to see how tomorrow really plays out, because yeah, I feel like even the favorites coming in, they're not unbeatable, they're not untouchable. So
kejap.
yeah, we're really looking forward to see what other things that teams here have to show for us. So good luck to the teams that unfortunately have been eliminated for today, but for the teams that still survive, hopefully they give a very entertaining show.
I really think that they put one hell of a show as well. With that being said, from us here at the commentators, this is me, Getting Q, as well as LaFell, signing off for today. Thank you so much to the audience who've been sticking around from the beginning all the way to the end to catch all of these games. We absolutely think that you guys are Chads and beloved, and hope that the rest of your year is going to be great. We're closing things up here for the Digital Games of the Future 2026 presented by Freedom. Thank you so much for watching, and good night.
Okay, SRG akan berjumpa dengan pemenang di antara Team Spirit dan juga Food Esports. Okey. Onyx akan menunggu pemenang di antara Dian Feng Yaoguai ataupun Vamos. Okey, Onyx. Falcon di antara yang tadilah yang kalah-kalah tu. Alright, jom balik. Apa pun terima kasih banyak. Okey, layanlah kita punya stream untuk warga-warga TT dan juga YT. Yang mana yang belum follow boleh bantu saya follow. Yang mana yang dah bagi gift, terima kasih banyak. Yang mana yang dah bagi donation juga, terima kasih banyak. Semoga korang semua dimurahkan rezeki, bahagia dunia akhirat. Amin. Dan insyaAllah kita akan berjumpa besok. Dan itu saja. Bye-bye semua. Assalamualaikum dan selamat malam.
Isak Sedap Tulak.